I've got one of those DJI things that's supposed to make it level as we walk around here, and I don't understand what it's doing. It's flipping around all over the place. Okay, it doesn't look very level either. But how you doing? I'm also trying to get the audio set up here because I saved these things way until the last minute, and I was in bumper-to-bumper traffic on I-275 like 5 minutes ago. I was supposed to be here much earlier than that, but and now the problem is I'm trying to get this to talk to this, and they're not talking to each other. So better quality audio once we figure this out. So, but we got hello from Yellow Winter 1. Hi. Should get to stay there. Great to always see the man in the vest as always. Well, good to see you. I'm gonna start taking guesses on which Florida city we're in here. Okay, so this is glowing. I'm gonna try plugging this in, and you guys can tell me if you're getting audio or not. Okay, so there's still audio. Got a hi from Oregon there. This working? Tell me if the mic's working. Do. Is the mic working? Much better. Okay. Well, let's go try to figure out what part of Florida I'm in here. We got an OK from Orange County. I'm assuming that's that OC. So I've got a battery. I've got the mic working, and this gimbal thing is supposed to be, well, we'll see what it ends up doing. But so I'll flip it around. Let's go walk over and be a bus customer. And I'm taking guesses as to where in Florida you think you are right now. So it's kind of hilarious because it's doing a great job of giving you a nice level shot that isn't level. But hopefully it's less bumpy than you know, what it would normally be. But okay, take a look here. We got doesn't look like it's near me, writes Voyager. Well, it's a big state. It's not near me either. I'm pretty far away from home. How long we're streaming today? I don't know. I always intend these streams to be like 2 hours, and the last time it was 9. I don't think we're going to do that tonight, but especially since I'm not in my car. Houston, it was very easy to do a 9-hour live stream, but now this should start to give you a clue of where we're at here. We're going to be a transit customer. Oh, okay. This gimbal thingy is not doing its job. Why does it? Anyone know how a DJI thingy works? Okay, now it's going again. Yes, we got a good answer. So PGH RPG says Tampa area, in particular St. Petersburg or St. Pete. Yep, that's the SunRunner. So we're going to be a SunRunner customer here in just a second and take it downtown. It just looks so happy. The bus, when you see it come by, has a giant smiling sun. And I thought, well, we got to go for a ride on that. So coincidentally, parking downtown St. Petersburg, when I scoped it out last night, looked horrible. I don't understand. Downtown was pretty well occupied, but even as you get a few blocks away from downtown, why so many people have parking lots that they could make me sell the parking in, and they just leave them vacant and put up signs that say tow zone, don't park here. It seems to me, I don't know, that if you're going to have a downtown people have to drive into and pay to park, and you're going to let property owners have surface parking lots, well, they ought to at least put them to work. Oh, hey, see, this thing's not doing its job again. Okay, sorry. I'm going to eventually figure out how this thing works. Okay, so we got to buy a ticket. So where do I buy a ticket? So I like it. They have level boarding, and I think the bus has its own lane, comes up here, but it doesn't tell me Next one arrives in 10 minutes. Fare inspectors may be aboard. Please have your payment ready to show. But I don't see a machine to buy a ticket. Okay. So the question is, can I just, I'll flip this around here. Can I, well, this thing is useless. Oh, okay, come on. There we go. Now it's, what's it doing? Okay, now I'll turn it around to face me. I can figure out how to do that. Nope. This is all new to me. It says you have to first find yourself in the local news and then win the ticket as a prize. Okay, so we're gonna look up, oh, geez Louise, man. Normally DJI products are really good, but this thing just doesn't seem to be. All right, here's another option. I'll just stand over here. So what I gotta look up is, bet you it's an app. Well, I hope not. So I will look up how to pay for SunRunner. SunRunner is a cashless tap to pay. Oh, come on. This is ridiculous. That'll be the next thing we look up is why does this thing not stay? If we're falling and we can't get up. Okay. So Flamingo Fares card or a contactless Visa debit card. Fares are $2.25 a ride, $5 a day. Oh, geez Louise. Okay. Okay. Happy Ducky Man, you're the first with a super chat tonight. You're right. Your content makes me happy. Well, thank you for that. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's. I mean, transportation's just inherently happy, right? So that helps. Yeah, I feel bad for people who have to do like political and global stuff, you know. Okay, the next thing, I have to hold the phone while we do it. So I'm going to look up. Okay. DJI Gimbal keeps dropping. Keeps turning off. All right. The DJI Gimbal frequently is caused by motor overload due to improper balance. To fix it, recalibrate the gimbal in the app. The app? It's a gimbal. All right. Shoot. Do I take the phone off and then maybe I have to slide this over and then, okay, so it's gimbing. So this is the thing that's causing you problems. It's supposed to be as I move, it wiggles and stuff. But then I go to put the phone on it and it just immediately gives up. I don't understand what's going on. I charged the battery, so it should be, it's not that heavy of a phone. I don't know what the buttons do. That probably doesn't help. This is getting silly. All right. Let's see, how many minutes until the train comes? It was telling me here. It says 7 minutes. All right. Well, until we know more how this thing here, we're gonna have to switch back to the old-fashioned way to get the equipment that doesn't let you down. Bigfoot writes, I saw your History Channel documentary the other day. It was really cool. Didn't know that you'd done that. Yeah, and I would have promoted it more because it was on Hulu. But for some reason, when you go to Hulu, it you know, the last few years, it had every episode except mine. So evidently, they didn't like mine. Okay, I'll put that away here. And then this thing won't let you down. So we'll put that on. Okay. In fact, I'm going to put the tripod away just so it's not a problem on the bus. Okay. Let's see. This is, I'm sure, very exciting. You get to stare at the roof of the SunRunner here. I'm talking to people on the phone.
I know.
It makes me sound like I'm crazy. Yeah, I'm talking to myself.
I know you weren't talking to yourself.
Yeah, this seems like the way to go downtown because the parking was so bad down there.
Yeah. I would, even if I had a car, I'd find somewhere to park my car
Right.
and catch the sunrise.
So you're able to get around pretty good around here with no car.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
I
good.
don't have a car.
Oh, that's good. I mean,
I wish I did.
Yeah.
But a lot of times I would find somewhere to park it and I would still catch the bus.
Right. I mean, good in the sense that you're able to get around. Not,
Right. Yeah,
not good that you don't have a car.
I got you. It's just when I need ice cream.
Right.
So.
Well, I ended up having a bit too much fun with. I have to eat ice cream cone that doesn't have flour in it, and they have. I can't eat wheat flour.
Okay.
And they have Chill Bros has an ice cream cone in Tampa that is made out of something else,
Okay.
rice or something. It's really good.
Okay.
So, and then to pay for the bus, they just take. Like I tap my card.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out how that works. So.
Yeah.
First time on this one, so.
Mm-hmm. Or like if you're from here, you can always get you one of these.
Get the Flamingo card.
And put your money on there.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. Because the SunRunner, it doesn't take money, period. So you have to use a card of some sort.
Right.
You know, debit card, MasterCard, Visa, take it all. You know,
Right.
As long as it's a card.
But then I can just tap as I get on and it takes care of it.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Well, that's better than paying an enormous fortune to park downtown because
Exactly.
I checked it out last night and it was pretty wild in terms of the parking.
That's
so
what they do. They try to make money too.
Yeah.
But they won't make it.
Right.
Not off of me. I catch the bus too.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it should be a few minutes. Yeah. Thank you for the information. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
So, would you take pictures of sceneries?
So I'm actually doing fans of transportation, and we're doing a little live stream right now, and I'm showing St. Petersburg.
Okay.
So this is my first time St. Petersburg, and figured a good start to save on parking,
Yes.
and to just because it's a transportation live stream, we're going to take the bus. So that's the fun of it. I got it pointed my way, but I'm going to check the board and see how many minutes it says. Let's see. It says we are at 4 minutes. 4 minutes to go here. So see down the street here, it's got the far left lane is a dedicated bus lane, but they let you make right-hand turns at the intersections, which is pretty cool. And then so this platform's interesting. They didn't mount it on the side. They actually do have the platform in the street. And I noticed as I was driving around, it kind of has a traffic calming aspect to it. Sorry, it's not as stable as it should be with a DJI gimbal, but as you've been tuned in for a few minutes, you know that gimbal's got problems. So, but I just don't want to get on the bus carrying a whole tripod. They might wonder what's going on. Technically, commercial photography is something you want to get permission from because transit agencies are considered semi-private. But what we're doing here is so chill, I don't know that I call it commercial photography, but let's see. Oh, I got to see something in yellow from Alibaba. Oh, good to see you. It's got a lot of numbers to it. I'm not sure what is that. I should know what currency that is. SEK. I should look that up. Where are you and what are we watching tonight? I'm from Europe. Well, that narrows down what currency it is. And love your content. I'm guessing, is that a Swedish one? BNS. So this is St. Petersburg, Florida, and we're on the western outskirts of town. If you're following along at home, St. Petersburg is a main street called Central, and from Central, that's kind of the main drag that goes out. They have a one-way street going into town on First Street. It's on the south side, and there's a First Street on the north side of Central that goes that way. And since this thing is basically like a big expressway, it's still 2 lanes left each way, but because it was, I think, 3 lanes originally, they gave them an extra lane to be able to make a bus lane while still having 2 lanes left for people to zip along here. So it looks like a pretty good design. I think this opened, I think they said 2021. So it's relatively new. And what it's also doing is letting us save some money tonight, because I went to check everything out last night to see where to park. It's never good on a live stream to just sort of show up and not have a plan. And now it's 3 minutes, but it said 4 minutes 4 minutes ago. Anyway, but so we're on the First Street going into the city, and then there's a First Street coming out. Central's in the middle. A little hard to see with the shadows, but Pinellas County's transit agency. St. Petersburg's part of Tampa Bay, and the Tampa Bay region has Tampa, Clearwater, and St. Petersburg, and it's a bay shape. It kind of reminds me of like the San Francisco Bay Area, but its own unique shape to it. And it's a lot more humid, but and flat. The San Francisco Bay Area, it's mountains falling into the sea, which makes it really pretty. But when it's here, it's sort of like islands that are perfectly flat going into the sea. And SunRunner has, as you saw in the thumbnail, the promotional thumbnail, the happiest little sun on the side of the bus. Not sure where we tap. Where we right there. Okay.
Right there.
Okay. Now that was easy.
Yeah, it was.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm gonna stand behind you.
Okay. So it goes all the way out to the beach, huh? That's cool.
Under your pillow while you're flying using an earpiece when using your cell phone and
Trying to get over by the window so we can give some privacy to the people on the bus here, but still giving you something to see.
I'm good.
See if I can find a stable place to hold the phone so it's not shaking too badly here. So we're heading in, if you're following along on a map, St. Petersburg, Florida, First Street, heading into downtown on the bus. And it looks like maybe we lost our exclusive lane because he got all the way over to the right-hand lane here for some reason. Most of the corridor, they have their own, as I was mentioning earlier, dedicated left lane that's just for the bus. You also see a little bit of St. Petersburg adapting complete streets. The idea that as you redesign streets, you got to be thinking about all the other users too, not just people driving. And so that's why they have a bike lane striped here. Must be as you get this far into the downtown, maybe the dedicated lane just goes away anyway. But whoa. Let's see. Pull up the chat window here. I've got fallen a little bit behind here. Shows no chats. I don't believe that. But yeah, Alibaba, yeah, thank you so much. And I'm glad you're watching from Europe tonight. You're right back again. Let's go public transit. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a good tool. I mean, most of the United States is spread out because, you know, this is the way you have a right to develop your land. So the transportation is always playing catch up to, I believe that's Tropicana there. Should we hop off here and go look at the freeway on the other side? I think that might be fun. Next stop, we'll jump off here. But I believe that's Tropicana. I might be wrong. It might just be another round building. Look at that parking lot, though. That does look like a stadium parking lot, doesn't it? Well, we're at the stop, but I don't know if to push a button to Tropicana Field. Wow, that sounds like that's it. Oh, I'll let you get your bike. Okay, we'll step out here. They must have an event going on because look at all that parking. But the reason I'm stopping here too is on the other side. They have Interstate 175. Our sidewalk ends here, so I'm not quite sure how we get around. We may have to walk back around the other side, but Interstate 175. It's kind of interesting. You have ways. If you're at home and you're on a computer, you can look at. They have 25, which runs to the south on the periphery of downtown, and nothing too serious, but a little bit to say, well, what if something? What? But it's the question. Well, you know, if you have 12 blocks downtown. It could have an express way to down. Use the land versus just drive through it. I don't think you're gonna be able to park a limo for $30. That seems a little steep. Prepaid. Hey, I paid $30. I want a spot for my limo. All right, we'll get down here to 16th, and then I'll stop a minute and set the tripod back up. So hopefully it's a little less bumpy. I'd really like to figure out how to get that gimbal working tonight, so that way it's not bobbing up and down so badly. I've gone back and rewatched these live streams, and I am unbelievably impressed with your patience, because this type of bobbing would make me seasick, but I don't have real steady arms, I guess. Dog owners are required to clean up after their dogs. All right. There's got to be, is there an NFL team that is kind of canine, like the Wolves or something? I'm trying to think, because that just seems like there's a sports joke in there, but I don't know what it would be. Anyway, as we walk, let's get back to the chats here and see. They removed the bus lane from Pasadena Avenue by the beach. Instead of competing with rush hour traffic, we can compete with a stadium full of people. It is interesting that bus, although it was a very healthy amount of passengers on that bus, I'm not going to poo-poo that. The amount of traffic you have of people going into downtown by car versus, honestly, I parked on a city street for free 20 blocks away, and you saw it was a bus ride, 5 minutes. I mean, it was, you know, we're not all the way to downtown yet, but I have a $5 maximum, so I can ride that bus as much as we want tonight. And what's cool with the tap to pay cards, which I'm still a little unfamiliar with, but you know, one of my concerns is if every transit agency has a different app, then, you know, and you have to prepay an account balance, and there's a minimum of $10, but I only use 3, and then I never use the app again. So, you know, versus being able to just tap a Visa card like that, instantaneously pay for my ride just as well as a transit pass, and they keep my card on file. So if I hit a daily maximum of a certain amount of money, I know I'm always getting the best deal, you know, that it's not going to just keep hitting me $2.25 every time I take the bus because it doesn't know who I am. It's going to say, okay, you've hit $5 tonight. That's plenty. And then you're off to the races. Let's see. Oh, I see some color here. Happy Ducky Man question. And thanks for your super chat, by the way. Florida has US 1. California has Highway 1. Are there other ones in the middle? So you're apples and oranges. So US 1 is part of the trunk highway system, the US highway system. It's not the interstates, it's the number of roads of federal significance. They're still owned by the states, but they get a lot of federal aid money. So interstate highways is a collection of numbers, you know that. And then there's US highways, which are things that aren't part of the interstate system, but kind of help tie communities to the interstate system. It predates the interstate system. The US highway system, they started building that out in the 1920s. Oh, got our national anthem. No, maybe not. That, or it was very short. One of my favorite Simpsons jokes is, due to popular demand, we will forego our national anthem. That was funny. But yeah, California Highway 1 is State Highway 1 in California. I think at one point it might have had a federal designation. I know the most further terminus US highway is 101. Why they went 101 and not 100, I don't know. Probably because it goes up and down. It needs to be odd, but you know, not 99 or something, which there was a 99. But 101, it would I'm trying to think what the East Coast equivalent of that would be. But California Highway 1 is sort of like A1A in Florida, where it's a much smaller highway that's right on the coast. It's to let you know that this is as far as you can get over. What is going on at Tropicana tonight? I should know my sports, but I don't. What season are we in? Is it still football season? No, it's too late for football. We'll say they're playing baseball in there. How about that? All right, almost to the 175 freeway here. So this freeway coming up, shaky in the distance, is the Southern Spur Freeway into downtown St. Petersburg. And one of the questions about this freeway I've had is all this traffic zooming past us. You say, oh, this freeway is really important. What about Tropicana Stadium? I don't see any ramps to Tropicana Stadium. It's everybody just passing by. The other is Tropicana still going to be here in another 10 years? Rumor I'm hearing is that the Rays are thinking about building a new stadium someplace else. And so after 2029, they might be out of here. So we'll find out. I can say I never underestimate the ability for a stadium owner to want to make more money by playing the tax incentive game with another city. You know, that's how Las Vegas, the baseball team that's moving there, they were playing games with, well, the NFL team, the Raiders. So they were originally going to play the incentive games, and because they were leaving Oakland, go somewhere else in the Bay Area. But I don't think any other Bay Area city was all that interested in wanting to play the incentives game. So you ended up with them shopping around, and Las Vegas came back and said, yeah, we'll play the incentives game, sure. And so they did, and that's how you end up now with the Las Vegas Raiders. And so if that same thing's going to happen here, where if the Rays are going to leave St. Petersburg, then, you know, maybe we'll be back to that same situation. Okay, so we're here at 16th Street and Interstate 175. I'm going to sit down for a second, grab the tripod, and I guess maybe I'll flip it around this way so you can watch me set up the tripod. And in the meantime, what do we got here? Nathan says, yeah, many states, but not all of them. Scenic Delaware is very nice. Interstate highways, U.S. highways, state highways, county highways. Adam, what stadium is that? That's Tropicana Stadium here in St. Petersburg. Tropicana Field. Thank you for correcting me, John. The Tampa Bay Rays are home at Tropicana Field tonight, writes Jonathan. So now we know what's going on. And I appreciate that you join me in my enthusiasm for football, that you're here and not there. Okay, you can see my real high-tech equipment here. We'll get a tripod set back up here, and I think partly I think football's learned. I think you have to have a parent or a figure in your life who, when you're a kid, you have, you know, sweet memories or bittersweet memories of spending time with this parental figure, watching a particular sport with them. And my dad didn't really watch sports at all.
I'm not gonna lie.
And
Go Yankees!
all right,
All right!
New York, LA. They're not gonna want to hear that. Los Doyers! Doyers! All right, and now with the tripod, I can actually set something up. So the question is, do you want a view of Tropicana Field, or do you want a view of Interstate 175? That's the, because we've got, look at this. We got a perfectly good freeway that maybe should go away. So you have the 275 in the distance over here. Oh, don't unscrew that. I broke a camera on this trip, unscrewing the wrong part of the tripod, and my $1,500 camera fell on the ground and became junk. So it's now parts for if I break another camera. But so if you unscrew this, you can wobble and move things around and show it off. Great when you're filming. But if you unscrew this, it comes loose and falls to the ground. So, okay. Well, for now, we'll check out Canada, and then I will out here and talk to you. Let's go ahead and get caught up here so I can see me wearing shorts. Yeah, I have a costume that I tend to stay pretty strict to, just branding and consistency is what you're used to seeing me. And I'm gonna drop this down a little bit. And the problem is I start filming in these humid places, and I know last summer when I was filming in South Carolina, I about died of heat, figuratively speaking. And so I now go, well, okay. Filming, I can still tough it out because I like to look a certain way on camera, but in practice, let's do the green t-shirt and shorts and just recognize the fact that I'm in Florida and it's going to be hot. So, Adam writes, why was Interstate 175 and 375 built? Best I can tell, the logic of the 1960s is, okay, the principal goal of an interstate is to connect here to here, right? So I think they drew a line around the Bay Area, made a big loop. And this section of the loop is 275. And so they drew them, but St. Petersburg is right on the water. So I'm guessing, you know, when you come to put your freeway in, you don't want to go into town until you have to. And I'd have to go back and look at old maps, but ultimately they decided 275 should be all the way out here at like 16th Street, 20th Street, basically, and not right downtown. but that's 16 blocks or 20 blocks to get to the waterfront where all the action is. So at that point, I think they said, okay, well, we'll do what we did in other cities, had the freeway kind of outside of town, which is good. It saves the downtown from being totally redeveloped. And then we'll just like wipe out just like one little strip where it's a viaduct that brings you in. We've since learned some things. Viaducts, it's kind of the wrong tool. I think they're really cool because you have this elevated thing that or in this case, depressed, that you go that way, it drops down. But you fly along this thing and you can, or not that. You fly along this thing above the city, and anytime you're on a downtown elevated, whether I've never been to London, but like the West Way, where you're on this like elevated thing and you fly over the city and you don't stop at any of the traffic lights. It's kind of like being on a monorail, except it's car instead of a monorail, right? You're elevated and you're flying through the city. Really cool. So I think in the 1960s logic, that was like, oh, well, let's build one of these to zip the cars into. In fact, let's build two. That I don't understand. Why do we have a 175 and a 375? Now, if you're following along on Google Maps, it gets even weirder. So why? This one makes sense. You come off the freeway and it's straight, and then it dips down and the streets go over it. Cool, no problem. 375 comes off the freeway and then it horizontally zigs and zags about 2 or 3 times for no reason. It's beautiful when you're driving on it, but I scratched my head at that, so I asked Gemini, which is dangerous to do, last night while I was driving on it, why does Interstate 375 zigzag? It told me, I don't know where it got its source. I've had multiple times on this trip where I've asked Gemini information and it made stuff up. For instance, when I was in Houston, which is still part of this huge film trip, but Houston last, Beltway 8 still has toll booths on it, but you drive through the toll booths, but it's a huge source of congestion. And so I asked Gemini, is the Harris County, Texas Toll Road Authority planning to get rid of the toll booths? And it had this beautiful thing about how there's a study going on and that by 2028 they plan to remove all the toll road booths and everything. I thought, what a cool story. Maybe while I'm here, I'll reach out to the Harris County Turnpike Authority, Toll Authority, and cover that like this conversion to electronic tolling is going to finally fix the traffic. Because it's true, Beltway 8 is very frustrating because you drive around Houston, everybody's moving just fine, and then you hit a traffic jam, and that phantom traffic jam is everybody slowing down to go through the booth that they say don't slow down, but you have to slow down because only a maniac like me goes through the toll booth at 65. Which is kind of fun to do, but safety, don't recommend it. So I told Gemini, okay, great information, send me an email with all your sources. And of course, Gemini never sent the email. And when I went home to Google it the old-fashioned way, I looked on Harris County Turnpike Authority's media page, press releases, projects and studies. I can't find anything. Now, maybe they are planning to do a toll booth removal. Maybe Gemini didn't make it up, but I'm a little disappointed because it sounds like it just made something up. So going back to Interstate 375 over here, the other viaduct like this one that zigzags, I asked Gemini, why does it zigzag? And it came up with a rational answer, which is the first off-ramp on 375 coming away from 275. You have ramps from 275 curving, and then you only have so much room for the traffic merging in to deal with changing lanes before you immediately drop off for a ramp. So somebody coming this way has to make a lane change to the right lane. You need a certain amount of space this way to make that happen. And so they purposely zigzag the road a little bit to give a little extra space between the ramps to make it work better. It's actually a clever answer if it's true, but I don't know if it's true. It could be just Gemini making this stuff up. So that's my answer for what's going on with that. But okay, so Happy Ducky Man again. Thank you for your super chat. We had super chats tonight from just recap here. Happy Ducky Man twice. Alibaba, however that is. It's Alibaba, but Alibaba. And that's, and you're writing from Europe, so thank you for both of yours. And Happy Ducky Man again. So, we got another one here. Shrey as, forgive me, Bardwa, sorry. I'd love, but with the Super Chat asking, I would love to hear you rant about toll roads in Florida. So yeah, I've been driving them. So I set up my Harris County, I knew this trip. By the way, remind me, I'll tell you the story of how I ended up in Florida. Well, if you've heard the podcast, I've already told it, but I'm happy to tell it again. I knew being in Houston that I was going to need to get a toll pass. You just can't get around Houston without it. And so I got a windshield sticker for Harris County, and I've grown to become accustomed to just letting it debit off, and randomly my credit card keeps getting hit with $10 charges, you know, Harris County, right? But the good news is they've got interoperability agreements all over the place. So if I had remembered to bring my Pike Pass from Oklahoma, I could have just been using that the whole time because it's part of the interoperability. But I think it works with Peach Pass in Georgia. I know it works on almost everything. They won't tell me which one it doesn't work on, but they say it's pretty much if it takes Sun Pass, the Texas Pass will work fine. But the interesting here regionally about just freeways in general is I think Tampa Bay grew up faster than the road infrastructure could keep up with it. You know, I judge everything by a baseline of Los Angeles, and LA had a plan for the freeway network long before the people showed up. You go back to the 1930s, and the car had only been around, Model T had only been around 10 years, and they were already planning out the entire freeway network, not just for Los Angeles, but for the entire state. And most of the freeways you see in California today are a build out of that original plan. So with that kind of forward thinking of just knowing the growth was coming, they planned for it. And they weren't able to build everything, but they were able to raise tax revenue and try to leverage federal funding and the Interstate Act and everything to get built. So LA grew at a good time. They got a lot of help. The Tampa Bay area, one of the challenges is it grew after. It's the same problem a lot of regions have. If you grew up in the 60s and 70s, you could just add it to the interstate system. You grew up in the 90s, the aughts, the 10s, you're having to basically fund it yourself. And Texas cities really leaned into tolling. Here, it's like a weird patchwork. So you have Interstate 4, you have Interstate 75, you have 275. But most everything else leans into toll roads, and they're not, like a lot of the Texas toll roads, I noticed, it's built like an interstate. It's, okay, we're going to go from point A to point B. Someday, if this thing's ever paid off, you could just add it to the interstate system. Other than there's a few exceptions, like you might have seen my YouTube short on the West Park toll road, the little skinny one that's like in some spots one lane each way. You know, Tampa has a West Park toll road. It's a diagonal one that runs across South Tampa from downtown. And I noticed, I didn't look up its history, but the West Park toll road in Houston was a rail corridor, and the rail tracks got torn out, and then they kind of squeezed. There was like rail tracks and power lines, and they squeezed a toll road in there, and then in theory they could maybe someday add rail transit in there. Maybe, there's no plan for that right now. But it's kind of like, you know, freeways, you need a nice long skinny run, and that was, you know, kind of the perfect spot for it. Well, I'm looking at South Tampa and I go, how on earth did they, in the 80s, put this toll road diagonally across? It's called the Selman Expressway, if you're following along on the map from downtown. And you drive around those neighborhoods, there's a railroad track right next to it. And I'm thinking, I wonder if that was similar to the West Park, where they said, well, there's already sort of this line here anyway, we'll just kind of squish in next to it. But yeah, the patchwork of different type of expressways around here is interesting, because the toll roads don't necessarily go all the way to where you think they're going to go. You know, so I'll be on 275 heading north out of downtown Tampa and think, okay, I should be able to kind of zigzag over, hit the toll road that goes north out of downtown. Well, you can't. The ramp goes like this, but it doesn't go like this, right? You can only go the one way to get on it. I know something that's real crazy. I've never seen this. Is I'm used to tolling being deliberately, we're paying off the construction of the facility, in which case the toll is static, it doesn't go up and down, or the toll is dynamic because we're using it as a congestion mitigation tool, try to make sure we don't get too many cars onto the freeway, so we price enough people out so we keep the freeway moving. And maybe there's cases like the Portland Bridge project, Interstate 5 going from Portland to Vancouver, where they're going to try to do both, right? But it's the whole freeway, all the lanes are dynamically priced. But I'm seeing infrastructure show up in place here on a couple of the toll roads, the one over by the St. Petersburg airport, and then I think on that north toll road, I forget the name of it, going out of downtown Tampa, where there's like a carpool lane, like in a fast track express lane on the toll road. And I'm thinking, well, wait a minute. I'm already paying a toll. What do you mean? And on the sign I saw on the airport toll road tonight, it said additional toll. So going back to those categories, so you're charging me a toll to pay off the infrastructure that's static, but as a result, during rush hour means too many people may use the facility. And rather doing what I would recommend, which is do a dynamic toll, raise more money, and then apply that money to do capacity expansions to build onto the freeway, they want to just go ahead and front load it now and say, okay, you can drive on the existing infrastructure, but now we've added a toll lane on the tollway where you pay a second toll on top of the first toll so that you can have the privilege, and then that's a dynamic toll on top of the static toll. And I'm like, okay, it works. I've just never seen that done that way. I'm still old-fashioned where I'm like, well, just raise the gas tax and raise it, do a regional sales tax and build out a freeway network like Maricopa County, Arizona did around Phoenix, you know. But anyway, yeah, it's a toll on top of a toll. Anyway, let me grab the chat box here, see where we're at here. Nelly Bubba writes, content you do some of the best out there. Absolutely love what you do. Well, thank you very much. Adam writes, Easy Pass. Yeah, I don't think Easy Pass is... Okay, I think Easy Pass might be interoperable with SunPass, but the agreement that's between Texas Toll Tag, Pike Pass, Peach Pass, and SunPass. So I don't think you can use a Texas Toll Tag on Easy Pass, but both, it's like a Venn diagram. So Easy Pass works with SunPass, SunPass works with Texas Toll Tag, but Texas Toll Tag doesn't work with Easy Pass, and none of them work with Fast Track. The story with the California Fast Track, best I can tell, is it looks like California has a state law to promote privacy. You know, it kind of actually forward thinking of the world we live in now, where government agencies may be too easy sharing information with one another in a way that's detrimental to the end user, or sharing things with businesses that may be detrimental. There's a lot of laws that make it difficult to do things like all the flock cameras that are going in all over the country. You don't see that as much in California because there are some rules that prevent that. But that also means you're tolling information. So if you have a Fast Track account, but it's taking pictures of your license plate and keeping track of what toll gantries you went by, it's the sort of thing that I think the way the law is written is if the cops want to see that, they got to go to a judge and get a subpoena signed off to then subpoena the record and formally go through the process. And so the concern was Fast Track can't share information with anybody else. And so it sounded like last year there was legislation in Sacramento to say, okay, you can share the toll information, but only with other toll agencies. They were trying to make sure they weren't writing a loophole for law enforcement to go around the judge. It sounded like. I haven't talked to the bill's sponsor or anything, but I probably should, because it sounds like what they're trying to do is get around this legal hurdle to make the California pass and some of these other states interoperable and bring California into the agreement too, because best I can tell, the new California toll passes should be compatible. So there's the two aspects to making a toll pass compatible. It has to be technically compatible. When I did my story on interoperability in 2018 or 2019, at the time there were 3 different technologies, and I think they've all narrowed down to one they call 6C. I'm not an EE guy. I don't know what that means. I just know it's like different operating systems, different hardware, you know. And so if Fast Track's using 6C in Texas and Florida, they're all using that. Okay, that's good. The second is you have to have a financial agreement, because I'm driving around Florida racking up tolls, and they have to have an agreement with not just Texas and Texas toll tag. The Texas toll tag's not, it's a technology, it's not an account. My account's with Harris County, Texas, the county of Houston, you know, where Houston is. And so the Harris County Tolling Authority, they're the ones that have to then reimburse Florida when I drive through their tolls. And so Florida has to have a financial agreement with Harris County and the North Texas Toll Alliance, or whatever, NTTA, and all the different agencies that have the different, and in Florida, I'm sure it's the same. I don't know if Florida has a unified toll thing. I suspect the state being as populous as it is, there's probably different toll authorities throughout Florida, just as there are in Texas, and as there is in California. You know, my toll pass is with the Bay Area toll people, but there's the Orange County one. In fact, Orange County has 2. They have one for the toll roads and one for the 91 express lanes, and then LA Metro has one, and then the Bay Area has one, and I think the Bay Area might have 2. So you have all these different agencies. They have to financially talk to each other. So yeah, I can kind of see why it's been difficult to roll this out. And there's always a lot of cynicism. They go, oh, moving at the speed of government. I get it. If it was life or death, we would have, you know, all these agencies would come together and sorted it out in a year. But it's a lot of handshaking and legislation and everything to make this stuff work. But okay, let me take a look here and see what we got going on here so far. If you're just joining, we're in tonight in St. Petersburg, Florida. Behind me here is Lemonade Field. No, Tropicana Field, orange juice field. So I think they've got a football game tonight, but if you're a big sports fan like me, you'd be watching transportation instead. I appreciate that. Jay Janderaloon writes, Michigan has data protection in the Constitution requiring a targeted judicial warrant for law enforcement, but commercial data scraping, databasing, and sharing isn't blocked. And I would add, isn't blocked so far, right? So, you know, unfortunately, I think the way a lot of this stuff works, like the flock cameras, is somebody has to abuse it first, and then the law always responds to the abuse, right? But the good news is the data is old. You know, it's like, okay, flock safety and those vendors are gobbling up all these license plates of your locations. And for a time, that's valuable. But eventually the law will change. It won't be so easy for them to collect it. And it won't matter, because what car were you driving, if you were driving, what car were you driving in 2013? And are any of your locations of where you drove, if they had been scanning license plates back in 2013, would any of that have mattered? So, like, even a year ago, like, you might be driving a different car. So the data gets stale and goes away. It's not like permanent data that they're going to be able to use forever. And eventually, the law is going to catch up with them, because they're private companies. They're focused on making the most money off of that they can. And so inevitably, they're going to mess up, and people are going to get mad at them. Voyager writes, Central Expressway in Orlando, Turnpike Authority, and Interstate Express lanes are per county. Okay. Well, let's take a moment here. I'd really like to walk down the street with the gimbal. But the problem is I clearly don't know what I'm doing. And so I need to look up the instructions on this thing so we can walk along this freeway and check it out. Tampa Bay's Rays trail 2-0 New York Yankees so far. So if the Yankees win tonight, is that it? I don't understand how baseball works. Is it best out of 5? First to 3? Most players leave the field alive? Now it's 2-2. Oh. Well, anyway, I don't know. Okay, so I'm going to look up. So this is a DJI, it should say on here, something. And I should be able to, what's that? It's got a thing that pulls out, but I don't know what it does. Any idea? I'm kind of as I get older, I try to read the instructions more, but I was always a figure it out kind of guy, and I'm learning that I've broken enough stuff in my life. DJI phone gimbal instructions. User manual. Unfold the gimbal. All right. I think we got that far before. Okay. Before use, read the safety guidelines. How can you get hurt with this? Okay. So there's, oh, it tells me what all the different buttons are. Okay. So I've got 12 is the power/M button. What is an M button? All right. 11 is the shutter/record button. Why would I want a record button? This is a 10 is the switch button. We're being real specific here. 9 is the charging port. What's the button on the back, like the Nintendo one? That is called the trigger. All right. None of this makes sense. Align the marks of the phone with the, boring. Attach the magnetic phone clamp. Unfold the gimbal. Bluetooth disconnected. Why would I? This thing's way too fancy. I just want something that as I walk, it stabilizes. Okay. When powered on, press once to check the battery level. When powered off, okay, but how do I power it on? Okay, the zoom slider, move the slider in the plus and minus direction to enlarge the subject, or move the slider up and down to shrink. All right. How would it know? Oh, maybe that's what the Bluetooth's for. Maybe it's got all these buttons so that it can talk to the phone's camera. That must be what it is. Joystick, move horizontally and vertically to tilt and pan the mobile phone. The joystick direction can be set on the app. Okay, well, I'm not going to do that. Switch once for front and rear cameras. Okay, so pushing this button here should let me flip around which way's which. Triggers. Start or stop active track requires the app. I don't care about that. Charging port. Okay. Operating. Upright mode can be used without any further input. Underslung mode. Press the trigger twice to center on the mobile phone. This is real exciting stuff here, guys. Okay, so apparently I push this button to turn it on. All right. Doesn't seem very level. And then I've learned nothing. That's the problem. You go to all this trouble to follow the instructions, and then in the end it doesn't matter. Oh shit. Okay, that was fun. So if I do that, whoops, drop this thing. Okay, so I have to put this thing on the phone. All right, hold on, and then I put this on here, and then okay, now it's doing something. We'll see how long it lasts. I got to plug my mic back in here. Okay, So hopefully I have a mic. This is ridiculous. Come on. All right, good. Well, we'll go for a walk. We'll see how long this lasts here. Okay, and then in this tripod, I've got to shrink down a little bit so I can carry it. And then we'll get caught back up with the text here and see where you're at. If you're just joining in, I'm outside of, I don't know, the stadium. I'm not going in it because I don't really care about football. But I guess that chat, you guys are saying it's the Tampa Bay Rays playing New York. Or it can't be, I don't know. Person came by and was cheering on New York, but she was wearing a Yankees thing. But I don't think it's that season, so I'm rather confused. I can follow basketball, but that's about as far as I can go. Behind us here is Interstate 175, which literally goes nowhere. It just goes to downtown, and then you hit the water, and you're done. So, okay. All right. So now I've got to carry a tripod and a phone. And we're gonna go for a walk along the freeway here. Okay, now I should be able to go like this and have it flip around to me. No? Maybe if I go like that. Okay. I have no sidewalk. In fact, I don't even know if I can walk that way. So we'll go under the freeway here and see what's going on over here. Okay, question for Rob. What are your thoughts about grade separating railroad tracks and roadways so trains don't stop traffic when they decide to block crossing walkways? Oh, grade separation is fantastic. They've done that all over Southern California. It's just very expensive because you're building a bridge that can hold the train. So it's an enormous amount of money and work. But I don't think anybody's going to be against grade separation, but okay, hold on, I gotta pick up the tripod a different way. It's hurting my arm. Okay, but yeah, thanks for that text. Super chat quality, multiple super chats. All right, let's make sure I'm catching them all here. So we talked about, thanks again, Shreyas for your super chat about talking about toll roads. Got Adam Buser again. Good to see Adam. Writes, what happens with traffic when World Cup comes to town? Some stadiums may not allow tailgating. Maybe it takes up space. Yeah, I think it probably just depends on the city. So this is where if the freeway were to just drop off and become a city street, if they deleted this as a freeway, you could make that drop to city streets here. But anyway, so it's interesting because I'll go hear agencies talk about like, well, what are we planning to, we've got a lot of work to do because we want to have this project or that project ready in time for the World Cup. But I always thought that was kind of bad planning because if you think about cost for engagement, you go, okay, we're going to spend $1 billion getting ready for the World Cup. And it's like, okay, so you have, 100,000 people show up, 100,000 to $1 billion, you can buy everybody in the stadium a house. No, not quite that bad, but you know what I mean? Buy them a used Corolla, It's so, I think it's sort of a myth that you're going to be able to just magically spend all kinds of money and then have, this really great traffic-free World Cup. But the World Cup's really weird this year too because it's cities all over the country, which is neat, but it also means you can't just say, okay, well, one venue is going to take a hit for the team, and then, now you're having to do transportation optimization at 12 different sites or something. I mean, it's an enormous amount of work to be able to get all these different sites ready. LA, I'm not sure what they're going to do because I believe they're playing at Inglewood at the where the football team plays, the new stadium. And Inglewood has some neat ideas to bring transit to the stadium, but none of them are going to happen in time for the World Cup. I don't think they're going to happen in time for the Olympics. And so it's a long-term thing, not something that can happen quick. And so I just, like I say, you pose a good question that I don't even know the cities themselves have a great answer to. So you say some stadiums may not allow tailgating. Well, it's probably a parking issue, right? I could Google here real quick and just kind of see at a precursory search. I know there was an issue of the venue for New York, I believe was in New Jersey. And there was an article, I think in the New York Times or something, but talking about how a visitor from another country is gonna, they'll get off the plane and they'll take one type of transit, so they'll buy a pass, and then they'll get to the city and they'll take a subway and they'll take another type of, pay another kind of pass, and then they'll need a path pass to get into New Jersey, and then so they were trying to figure out, for the World Cup, could they come up with some kind of agreement just during the World Cup where the passes were good on all the different systems, which is probably the way it should be. I haven't been to New York, certainly haven't been to New York using transit. And so I've been to New York, but I never got out of my car. So this is, if you're just tuning in, Interstate 175, the first of, I'm sure, many things we'll look at tonight. But it's a viaduct that comes off 275 into downtown Tampa over there. Oh, we got a bridge. Let's go up on that. And it's kind of interesting because the city of Tampa and a bunch of St. Petersburg, get my towns right. The city of St. Petersburg, a bunch of advocates came together to imagine a St. Petersburg where this freeway were gone, what they could do with all this land that would now be developable, And, you got a nice city park on this side, and, the Tropicana Stadium on the other side. I'm not sure what the future of that is. But it elevated to where the Florida Department of Transportation is in the middle of a study right now. In fact, they say the results of their study, building off of this existing one, it should be done in the month of April. I'm not going to reach out to the Florida Department of Transportation because I have had not great luck on this trip getting them to respond. Stories I'd tell you one-on-one. I don't want to bust them publicly, but because I people doing their job and they're just trying to do the best they can. But I will say that the responsiveness for a state of this size is a little discouraging compared to my experience in other states, but I'll just leave it at that. So but it wouldn't matter. If they're in the middle of the study, there's not a lot they're going to say until they, have the study ready, and it's not ready yet. But their study looked a little more, it didn't look quite as ambitious. One of the things they were talking about wanting to change is these corkscrew. So the Florida one wasn't really looking at removal. They were saying, well, if we keep the freeway, are there things we can do to make it better? And one of them is this type of a corkscrew ramp to go up to cross the freeway. It looked like they were wanting to replace them with long, straight ramps that spin off in both directions, so that way you can have a more direct path. You're not winding around and around and around on both sides to go up. And I think that makes it a lot more usable. So I think they were showing this park, one of the ramps would come directly straight. This sidewalk would just go right on up onto this structure. And then I think they had I don't remember if they had both directions or to the left or to the right, but one of them going off. But this will give us a good view of Interstate 175 from here. But yeah, I can look and see if there's anything Inglewood has announced on World Cup traffic plan, Inglewood, because I'm not real familiar. So it sounded like mostly just a huge increase in buses, which makes sense. I would be interested to see the outlying parking areas, or are they just busing you to, there is, I think the 105 line is not too far from the stadium, so a lot of it is you can just bus you to the 105 line. Look how big this freeway is. It's really kind of, I guess this side's not so bad because once everything merges together, but this is an enormous piece of concrete that if it connected to a bridge and kept going across the bay would probably make a lot of sense. But the problem is it's not connected to that. It's just sort of goes to downtown and kind of ends, So yeah, it's I can see why there's an idea to remove it. What Florida DOT were talking about was saying, okay, this ramp coming off here, having it, okay, my gimbal's had it, I guess. I'll set the tripod back up. But it's doing that thing again. But instead of having it dump quite so close to that red light up there, giving it a little more room. But it really seemed focused on car operations, of trying to make this just kind of work better. Maybe work with the side streets a little bit better. I know one of the cross streets up here, I don't think it's this, it might be this light here, but it's a set of two one-way streets, and playing with it, saying, Tampa would really like, or not Tampa, sorry, St. Petersburg would really like to make these two one-way streets into two-way streets, so that way, instead of being like a big jetway of cars going really fast, Martin Luther King Boulevard, and I think the other was 5th or 8th, people would actually slow down and kind of enjoy themselves, But yeah, hold on, let me hold on here. Putting this in there we go. Got something here that won't cause problems. My hand is caught. Hold on. Okay. You now have my undivided attention. Anyway, it'd be interesting to see. And then the second one of these, 375 up there, I don't think there's been any serious research done on that yet at all. So that'll also be interesting to see what happens with that. But so we are at, let's see. But yeah, Adam, thanks again very much for the question about the World Cup, and the answer is it's got to be town by town. So that might be fun to look at, probably in the podcast this next month. I don't know, I'd be able to do a whole video on that before, certainly not before the World Cup. QC Suppressor, hello again, writes, do review YUL QC Highways and Roads, Montreal YUL. Okay, so I got to look up what that is. Montreal YUL. I have a buddy who just went to Montreal. Very first thing he texted me with no context. I forgot he was going to Canada. He win tickets or something. I'm trying to remember. There was like credit card points or something. Anyway, they just decided to take a vacation to Ontario. But he texted me a picture of poutine, no context, and I wrote back. I said, "Oh man!" I think I sent him back a Canadian flag emoji, and then I found out it was legit. So YUL is the airport, Elliott Trudeau International Airport in Quebec. So they must have, you were saying about the roads there, They must have something pretty neat going on with those, because I'm not real familiar. Like I say, I've never left the United States, unfortunately. I was really ambitious, and I got a passport back in, oh gosh, 2011 or something, because I thought, okay, I'm graduating college for the first time. I'm gonna go see Europe or something. I don't know. I'd saved up like $10,000, and so the year after I graduated, because I still living like a student, but I had a full-time job. That didn't last long. But anyway, but I also had a chance to buy a car, a good one. I grew up. My parents did the best they could with stretching my dad's paycheck, but it was kind of like the Weasleys on Harry Potter, where you're just doing the best you can. The house is filled with love and a little bit of cash. So they were really good about keeping old cars going. So you kind of rebel against the way you were raised, and so I was like, I'm graduating college, I'm going to go buy a new car, and so that was my down payment on my Honda Fit that I still have. So I never went to Europe, never used my passport. I was all set to finally go down with my cousin to Tijuana for the day, and then COVID hit, and then his kids got older, and we got busy, and so other than being in a little bit of Canadian airspace flying between Connecticut and Detroit, I haven't really ever left the U.S., so I'll need to change that at some point. But yeah, Quebec highways, I'd love to do something. The 401 is so famous, Thanks again for your super chat. Tan LD fan. Tanalpha Land. Sorry. Hi, the high vids vest, Rob. Don't want to get hit, LOL. Well, it's a branding thing now, right? It's so I have switched to, you notice the last couple of years I switched to the actual Class 2 vest or whatever this, because I was filming I was happy just wearing the orange, because that was, I'm sure you've heard that story of my very first video. I had the green shirt, the actual collar one, and I wanted to film a video complaining about Uber and Lyft, and I thought top of a parking structure with this small skyline behind me would be a very interesting place to do it, But I thought, well, security guard or somebody's going to come by and hassle me, so I thought, I'll put on an orange vest so I look like I know what I'm doing, right? And I just had this Class 0 vest that's just the orange, and that accidentally became my brand. So I kept wearing it again and again so I'd be recognizable, and it also fits in with, I'm not an engineer, but I play one on TV, right? So I was filming there was a story around 2021 where San Diego striped these bike lanes, but they didn't do any public outreach, and the neighborhood hated it because they weren't expecting it, and San Diego tore them out. They only laughed. They got down there and filmed them just days before they came out. And as I was filming, I run around. You shoot A-roll and B-roll. So A-roll is me on camera and the people I interview, and then B-roll is the footage that goes on top of that. Or when there's narration where I'm just talking. You always have to have something on the screen with a video. And so if I narrate and say, it was then when the city realized it was time to remove all the hydrants and put in new high-tech ones or something. Like, you put that down as audio, but it would be a black screen. So I have to go get B-roll to put on top of that narration. And so then I have to go like, okay, I better go get footage of a fire hydrant from this angle and a fire hydrant from that angle, and the crew installing the new one. And so if you're getting B-roll for a story, well, the rookie mistake is you get your camera out and you're at 6 feet and you film, right? And so you have a bunch of footage at 6 feet. So you start getting creative. You put the thing on a stick and put the camera way up high and point down. You film it at 3 feet. You film it down at ground level, so you get on your knees and you actually bend down to film. So I was doing that. I was getting a shot of the bike lane. It was kind of this time of night where it was twilight. It was maybe even a little bit darker than this. And I was kneeling down close to the road, and suddenly I heard brakes. 30-mile-an-hour road. They weren't going too fast, and this Asian American man, a Japanese American man or somebody, he gets out of his car, very matter of fact, not mad, not worried, not happy, not sad, just matter of fact. And he walks up to me and just blatantly says, "That's very dangerous. I could have run you over. You shouldn't do that." And I realized that class 0 vest is so useless that he's right. At that time of night, he's just driving over the hill, and all of a sudden there's this like barely visible orange thing kneeling down right next to the road, maybe right where he was about to drive. So that got me thinking, okay, I got to change the vest up. And so I had shot so much other material for other stories that it took years to phase this vest in, but now almost entirely everything's shot with this now. I don't even carry the other vest anymore because it is a safety issue. I'm out filming near live traffic. I never trespass. I never go out on a hot freeway or anything, someplace I'm not allowed. A lot of my footage is getting right next to the fence of a freeway and trying to shove the lens like right through the chain link. You'll notice that in some shots. You can see like the faint outline of the blurry chain link, and then I focus past that, because I can't get on the freeway itself. Drone is a lifesaver because then I can get up above the traffic and shoot down, and then I can actually get you a good shot because that's not trespassing because the drone's up high. But yeah, the vest it's more than a costume. It's actually a safety item. Plus, people leave me alone when I film. So yeah, thanks again very much, Tan LD fan. I appreciate that. Bennett, hi Bennett. Bennett with a double-digit super chat says, "Hi Rob." Well, thank you very much, Bennett. By the way, I shot you an email tonight, or CC'd you an email tonight. Check that out. Something I'm working on for a future story here, but Bennett will know what I'm talking about, and you'll know soon. Peter Martin. Oh, hold on. Bicycles by. All good, man. You guys going to the game?
Nah, we're
Just riding by? Okay. Yeah, have a good night. Okay. Pete Martin with a very big double-digit super chat. A feed me dinner-sized double-digit super chat, which I will tonight. There's a place called, it's absolutely goofy. It's open, I think, till 4 a.m. up here called, it's a chain, Salem's Fresh Eats. And they have things I've never heard of in my life, like right now they have a sale. I don't think I'm daring enough to try it, but I think $3.99 you can get a half pound of fried gizzards. I tried fried calamari. I've had that before, but not shaped like an onion ring. It's actually pretty good. You take this like onion ring thing, you dunk it in marinara. So being open late and this live stream, especially with the time zone not working in my favor here, having to start quite early. Pacific time, people are just barely getting off work. 7, 6, 5, 4. Yeah, we'll have the Pacific time people here joining us here in just a minute. But yeah, I'll probably use your money to go to Salem's tonight and get something to eat. So thank you very much. But you're right. Speaking of, ever done something on border crossings? Would they even let you film? Could be cool. No, I haven't, because especially right now, there's a culture in government at the moment that tends to be media, even media that could be helpful or tell it objectively, and if you're doing a good job, cash in a good light. All media is untrustworthy and bad, and so we should abuse all the media just because we can. And so I don't think that in general, federal agencies have traditionally been professional anyway, where they, transportation, they'll defer to state and local partners because they're trying to downplay their role. Example story I tell of that is many years ago, Federal Railroad announced that they had, I think, completed or nearly completed the national goal of putting train interoperability in on all the passenger rail trains, which is a big deal. Not train interoperability, what's it called? positive train control. That's what it is. Interoperability is the toll road pass thing. PTC, positive train control, is the train thing. So years ago, you had LA Metrolink going this way and LA Metrolink going this way. And this one had the green signal and this one had the red signal, but the guy didn't see the red signal because he was on his cell phone, apparently texting a minor, but that's another story. But anyway, he blew the red signal and the trains crashed into each other and dozens of people died, hundreds of people hurt. It was really bad. And so that kind of kicked off this idea of, we have the technology. Instead, when the operator gets in the train and pushes the lever to make it go forward. I'm not exactly sure what the lever on a train is, but I think it's like this, like an airplane. But you tell the train, go. It doesn't just take electricity from that switch and send it right down to the diesel electric motors and go. It goes to a computer, and the computer talks to the train network and says, is there any other train or is the track clear? And the infrastructure says, yep, the track is clear, and then that sends that signal back, and then the computer authorizes the diesel electric motors to move forward. And vice versa, if at any moment the infrastructure says, this track isn't safe, it just cuts power and the train coasts to a stop. And so that should prevent all head-on collisions on all PTC trains. So what a great story. I reached out to Federal Railroad and they immediately wrote back and said, while we celebrate with our state and local partners, this is for them to celebrate. Please reach out to them. In other words, Federal Railroad's not touching this. We're not going to do media on this. So that was back when things were functional in Trump 1.0 and Biden eras, you know. Trump 2.0, unfortunately, is very much the federal agencies just kind of seem hostile to media. And the media landscape's changed. Media itself is not as professional as it was 10 years ago because of layoffs and budget cuts. But even still, there's a lot of good media that I think could work with federal partners to be fair and tell the story objectively, and the things they're doing right cast in a good light. But now, with that landscape in mind, Customs and Border Patrol is a hot potato at the moment for a variety of reasons that go beyond the scope of anything I have any interest of talking about. But I don't think, hi, I'm a 200,000 subscriber YouTuber. Let's talk about the nature of border crossings. CPB is not going to be, it's funny, I just realized CPB. CPB is the Customs and Border Patrol, CBP, as opposed to CPB, the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, which was the other part of my career where we would get, the station would get grant money, and that was the whole defund NPR thing that happened last year. But anyway, CBP is not going to talk to me. So then you get into the question, well, I don't have to talk to them to do a story. There's stories I just did in Texas, and TxDOT tried to talk to me, but it didn't work out. I don't have them on tape. They were not available. But it doesn't mean that the documents can't speak for themselves, or other sources can't speak for what's going on. I mean, it's a First Amendment country. I can tell the story without a source. I just like to bring you a source because they know things I don't. So I don't have to talk to Customs and Border Patrol to do a story on the border. But you point out in your comment the second problem. What am I allowed to film? Like, I'm sure they'd love me doing some drone shots right over the border. You remember what happened in El Paso where they were concerned about somebody flying a drone or something and they shut the airspace down for 2 days? So I'm sure exactly what they need. But yeah, well, thank you very much, Pete. And just for you, I'm in St. Pete. Just funny, a friend of mine who's probably watching right now, who grew up in Florida, all the Miami people, there's a lot of New Yorkers and things, they all call this St. Petersburg, the full name, right? And so when Hurricane Milton happened, I was watching it on the news, I was talking to him, from California. My buddy lives out west as well now. And I was saying, yeah, I heard on the news that the storm's turning and it's going to miss Clearwater and St. Pete. And he'd never heard that. He goes, St. Pete? They call it that? And he teased me a little bit, you know, because like people do, like if somebody comes to California and they call it Cali, oh, how are things in Cali? And I'm like, well, I don't really know people in California who call it Cali, you know. I'm sure some locals do, but the one you'll never hear is San Francisco. Hey, how are things in Frisco? That'll get you shot, which is something because San Franciscans don't have that many guns. So I think it was one of those moments where he kind of ribbed me a little bit, like, St. Pete, that's cute, you know. So I came down here and I started hearing everybody say St. Pete. So I asked a kid who grew up here, in the Tampa area. I said, "So did people really call it St. Pete?" And they go, "Yeah, even the beach is called St. Pete Beach." And I asked him, I said, "Well, that's interesting because my buddy who grew up near Miami, he says, oh, well, that makes sense." He said, people in Miami don't call it that. That's the local thing." So anyway. So just for you, Pete, for your super chat, we're here in St. Pete. So thanks again for your dinner-sized super chat, which I'll enjoy eating. CR-POL with the super chat says, "Nice to see Rob live again." Yes, and it was not, I did not intend to April Fool's joke you. I hate April Fool's jokes. They make me sad. I don't like fooling people. And so, what I didn't count on, if you've seen it, is the day the rocket launched, I said, I'm in Florida working on stories. I've never seen a rocket launch, and the rockets that went up have boosters that in a little teeny tiny way my dad has been involved with for half my life, you know. And so I got on the phone, I called him, I said, "Dad, I'm in Florida. Why don't I buy you a ticket? I'll fly you out tonight. Tomorrow we'll go see that launch." Because he's never seen a rocket launch. He's worked on rockets his whole career. You know, you don't do rocket launches in Utah, you know. And so, but he's like, "Oh no, I'm too busy at work making rockets." So he missed it. I think he wanted to hang out with his buddies at work and watch the launch with his buddies, but that's my theory. So anyway, so I'm by myself. So I a lot of traffic, drove across Florida. Got there just in time, but I thought as I was driving across, I said, this is a live stream, you know. So just before I left, I made the thumbnail and I scheduled it to kind of let you know I was heading over there. And so I get the phone out and it drops and it drops and it drops and it drops. And the closer I got to the beach where there's a mob of tens of thousands of people, because it's the middle of the afternoon, it's a perfect time. You know, you don't have to, you know, some rocket launches are like 6 a.m. Who wants to, oh, you can come through. It's all good. I'm going to be here yammering all night, so. What up? I got to have better peripheral vision to make sure I'm not blocking the road here. But where was I with that? But anyway, I got the phone out and I just was not anticipating an afternoon launch with tens or hundreds of thousands of people and thousands on that cell tower, and it was gone. I wish I could have live streamed it because it was a circus. There was, right after the launch was over, everybody immediately wants to leave. I at least knew I was going to be stuck for a while. And so they all jump in their cars and immediately gridlock each other. And some woman was trying to direct traffic by, like, she would go out and she'd stop one car and then she'd like wave one out and then she'd stop the other car and wave one out. Okay, good intention. Well, you know, for traffic it's going 0 miles an hour. So it's like one car every 2 minutes, you know. But some old couple on the street didn't like that. So they start screaming out their window how she's not allowed to do that. And she says, of course I'm allowed to do that, which neither here nor there. But it eventually escalated to the woman standing in front of the car so they couldn't roll forward. So they started rolling forward anyway and pushing her. And so that's where a few of us ran over. And what do you say and something like that? So I just shouted. I just, to get the lady out of the way, I just said, they're wrong. It's not worth it. Get out of the way. They're wrong, just, but, I'm about to watch one senior couple run over another senior couple, Is that emblematic of Florida? I don't know. That's what I can't figure out about this state is this is like a really youthful, energetic state that feels like, not to get political, but feels very purple. Like you see a lot of like young, enthusiastic Republicans and Democrats, and they're just, and then you look at like politically what happens in the state, and it's ruby red. And all I can figure is that there's a bunch of elderly people who don't go outside and they fill out their little mail-in ballot and mail it in. And so that pushes the state to be ruby red, as opposed to just what I experienced. I mean, granted, I've been in the cities, but like this feels like a healthy, vibrant political environment with a lot from across all the political spectrum, So it's just kind of weird to see the mismatch, but those must be the people who run over pedestrians after rocket launches. But anyway, yeah, the traffic was insane. It would have been fun to put a drone up and do a whole video and everything, but I was just happy to get out of there. But what does that have to do with seeing Rob live again? Oh, the answer is I did not prank you intentionally. And thank Verizon for that. Well, the street lights are coming on, so pretty soon we'll take off here and start walking into town here. Abysslian out of Canada. That's some Canada here. Writes, if you think tolling is crazy there, try the 407 in Ontario, Canada. It's $70, and if you drive the whole thing, and yes, poutine is awesome. Oh man, I'm a sucker for French fries. They can't do cheese fries on the East Coast. So if you go to out west, particularly Utah's a more calories for the dollar kind of culture because Mormon culture, they don't have all the typical vices. Smoking is out, drinking's out, coffee's out. So they go for cheese and ice cream and sugar, and now the new evil of taking soda and then putting caffeine and brown sugar and vanilla extract into the soda. It sounds disgusting, but made a billion-dollar chain of restaurants all over called Sodalicious or Fizz, or I forget what it's called, but anyway. So you go get a cheese fry in the Rocky Mountains, it's good. Real cheddar melted on that thing, So I go to Steak and Shake, and I go, oh, cheese fries, that sounds great. And all they did was, they didn't even pour the cheese on it. They just gave me a little cup of cheese. There you go, you can dunk, here's an extra $1.50, you can dunk the fries in the cheese. And I'm like, it's not a cheese fry. Like, if the cheese came in a squeeze bottle, it's not really cheese. I'm not saying it's beneath me. I'll gladly eat the fake cheese. I just don't want to pay cheddar prices for the poutine's on a different level. So I thought it was just French fries with a little gravy on it. I didn't realize it was like a whole blessed endeavor of all kinds of fixins and things that you put on the fries to make a meal out of it. Yeah, I think the equivalent of that we'd have in California are carne asada fries, where you take steak meat, ideally, pico de gallo with the onions and the tomato, and oh man, I don't think you can get that kind of food around here. Things you take for granted, Trade-off, can't get barbecue in California, so I don't know if you can get barbecue in Florida, can you? But yeah, thanks for the super chat. And I must, the 407 must be, I'm going to look this up, public-private, because I can't figure out why the tolling would be so high. A lot of times what happens is so the roads aren't free. I mean, they kind of were in the Interstate Act, right? Where the federal government just took a big hit and paid for 90% of it. And you had economy of scale because everybody's building it at the same time. But But to build a freeway like this one, as short as it is, would be in the hundreds of millions of dollars, maybe approaching $1 billion to build one today, not counting even the very expensive land costs. And so to build something like the 407 was probably easily into the billions as well. 407 construction cost was probably $3.1 billion Canadian back in 1999. So probably double or triple that now. So you're looking at a $5 to $10 billion Canadian project. And so there's different ways you can fund it. The kind of big government approach, which is kind of the cheapest, is you just pass some type of a provincial sales tax or some type of a tax that pays off the bonds. So the province goes to the banks and says, hey, anybody, say, we're on our terms, we're going to issue $3.1 billion in bonds that will mature over the next 10 to 12 years with this new sales tax as being the revenue source to pay the bonds off. And so you owe interest, but inflation's on your side and it all works out. On the total opposite extreme is you basically have a private entity come in and you just say, you build the toll road, you toll it, and we'll give some minimal oversight, but basically we'll just completely privatize it and it's yours. And they would get excited because they'd say, oh, money. Would get people accustomed to driving on this toll. They buy a house along this toll road and then they're locked in, and then we could jack the rates way up. And so I think some of that may have happened. I don't know if 407 was private like that. And it's not to say all public-private partnership projects are predatory like that. Boy, we're into really a lot of alliteration tonight. Public-private partnerships are predatory, especially provincial ones. But but you do end up with having a situation where they can play games and do that. And because it's more or less private and there's contracts that go out maybe 50 years into the future, you're just kind of out of luck. I know Texas, another great story if I ever could get the right people to talk to, but there was some county where they had a loophole where they could back out of the deal and buy the toll road back at the original price it was worth. And so they did that. Because right now, the Gemini response may not be correct. Is saying this $3 billion highway is now valued at $30 billion probably because of how much revenue they can make off of it. And so that makes it difficult if you're trying to buy it back because, you know, at least the Texas one, they were able to kind of screw the banks over a little bit and say, well, yeah, well, we're going to buy it back, but we'll exercise our contract to be able to buy it back at the cheap price, you know? So, okay, well, let's cross over to the other side of the 175 freeway to exercise the patience of those the whole time. If you're new, this is one of two spur freeways. It doesn't go anywhere. It just takes cars off of 275 and sends them into downtown St. Petersburg over here, which is cool. You can get to downtown really fast, but it just sort of drops you in about, I think you have two more exits and then it just drops you to a city street. And the question is, you got two of these things, maybe you can get rid of one of them. Just have 375, tear this one out, turn it into city parks and things. And what's interesting is Texas, they are playing with doing stuff like this, or at least maybe not removing the freeway entirely, but definitely considering saying, hey, if we put the freeway below ground, we'll build the structure and maintain the structure, and then the city can come in and cap that structure and put in a park. And I think that's a very forward-thinking Department of Transportation that you wouldn't normally think of Texas as being, but it shows there's a lot of smart people in Texas too, as there are in Florida. So far, the study of the Florida DOT one, though, appears to not be that ambitious. They're just looking at making some minor tweaks, though one of them we talked about as we walked on the bridge is this curly Q ramp would go away. so you could get off the bridge in a more direct manner. You know, we would already be over to that street now and not just walking around in circles with nowhere to go. But okay, well, as we walk, I'm not using the gimbal because it is, to quote Darth Vader, failed me for the last time. So I need to learn more about what I'm doing wrong. There could be a weight limit, and I'm breaking the gimbal, but the gimbal malfunctions. I think I have a hard time thinking should I risk it? You think he's going to stop? Yeah, we'll risk it. Now that's an advantage of Florida over Texas, is sometimes drivers do stop for you. In Houston, I pushed those flashing rapid rectangular beacons, the RRFBs. They're little rectangular things that go boop, 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 you know, and just flash at a really, and they work really well. The compliance rate, the percentage of cars that actually stop for those RRFBs tends to be like 85%. So I pushed it on a street in Houston and nobody stopped. And then when there was a gap in traffic, I started on my way out, and then the guy slammed on his brakes at the last second and started honking and swearing at me for being in the crosswalk with the RRFBs flashing. So Houston is definitely, I'm not going to speak for all of Texas. I don't think that would be fair to judge the entire state off of Houston, but definitely I would describe Houston as hostile to people trying to walk on foot. So a lot of police out tonight. Probably makes sense when you've got tens of thousands of people all gathered in one spot, and maybe a little liquor that may amplify half of the fans' disappointment when, well, maybe not liquor, but definitely some beer that can amplify a fan's disappointment when the outcome of the game doesn't go their way. So we are probably on 3rd Street South, would be my guess. I'm guessing that the stadium takes more than one city block. And I'm working my way back up to 1st Street South where the bus is. We'll figure out from there where we want to go. In the meantime, as we walk here, let's take a look at the chat and see where we're at here. But yeah, Abyssalian, thanks again for your Canado, and yeah, I'll have to, I mean, definitely if I get to Canada, I'm gonna try poutine, you know, just. Okay, Laza92, another perennial favorite with a super chat. Good to see you on here. Laza92 writes, stance on 1 versus 2 plates for cars, any preference? Oh yes. I am the king. I am a snob when it comes to license plates. Not only do you need to have 2 plates, they need to be stamped. So my home state that always had fantastic, which would be Utah, but always had these fantastic license plates that were stamped, printed with a nice thick font, dark blue, usually on white or on orange, easy to read. And never heard anything on the news about fictitious license plates or anything, because you had something that was very difficult to fabricate, but also you had the front and back plate. They weren't overzealous about enforcing it, but you know, technically you needed both plates. And the reason I say that is because next door in Nevada, I believe they had both front and rear plates, I think. But I know they had a problem. They're non-stamped plates. All the paint flaked off of them all, and they had to throw them all away because nobody could read what the plate said. So they had to issue everybody in the state a new plate, and once you know it, the new plates are stamped. There's another more morbid reason for it. If the car catches fire and you find the melted ruins, you know, out in the countryside, the stamp plate's something you can read. You probably could still read the VIN number, but it just gives you additional 2 more plates to read. And the last thing about it is drill holes in the fiberglass, put a plate on it. And I go, I get it. You know, no, nobody wants to do that. Here's the reason you do. Yeah, my dash cam has a camera in the front and a camera in the back when it's working. And let's say I get rear-ended by somebody and then they back up and then ditch sideways and go down an alley. I no longer have any evidence of who hit my car because they didn't have a front plate, because the state only issued a rear plate. But I think wiser states like Texas and California and most of the states in the north realize that, you know what, that front plate's really helpful. Collision or a crime, you know, and there's a hit and run or something that would make them flee, you have double the chances of identifying the vehicle. And the motivation, at least for going to one plate, was just simply a matter of saving taxpayers. I don't know what it was, some really low amount. Was it $200,000 a year? Which are costs that they just pass on to people anyway, right? So if I go get a license plate and they charge me $24 versus $12 because I got 2 plates instead of 1, I don't think that's the make or break point that said, oh, I would have been middle class and had a family and raised kids, but the DMV charged me an extra $12 so I could get a second plate. You know, so I'm just sitting there saying, to me, it's just so obvious. Now, it does mean that, yeah, you have a beautiful car and you got to drill holes in the front bumper, but I got bad news for you. Your beautiful car is going to get crushed 12, 15 years from now in the junkyard. So, like, nothing lasts forever. So I might as well just, you know, my uncle was big into motorcycles when he was younger. Yeah, I think he's too old to ride them now. But he once said, if you buy a dirt bike, the very first thing you want to do is go out in the desert, tie a rope around it and drag it. Yeah, he's being facetious, but the idea is, you know, the bike's going to get all scratched up, you know. And the same with a car. I got my new car years ago, and I was so upset as I get more and more dings and scratches. But that's the game. Like, if I want something beautiful, I'll buy, I don't know, a statuette or something and keep it indoors under glass. A car lives its life outdoors and it's going to get messed up, and drilling 2 holes to mount a license plate in the front is probably the least of my worries. Now, if I have a real fancy vintage car, you know, the other option you have, don't put the plate on. Just take the ticket. You're probably only going to get stopped once in the life of the car, and you just pay the fine and move on, you know. But yeah, so like I say, I'm one that I really think the public safety benefit for the masses outweighs the mild inconvenience for somebody who doesn't want a front plate. I also don't feel it's a major crime that police agencies should spend an enormous amount of resources enforcing. If the front plate's gone, don't, you know, you write them a fix-it ticket or something, you know, you don't throw them in jail, you know. Okay, we're crossing 1st Street South, walking up to Central. If you're following along on the map, I have no clue what the cross street is. Martin Luther King. Doesn't have a number. It's been interesting to follow in the news cities that had named streets after Cesar Chavez. I know for Utah, the city of Ogden, Utah took their signs down, and I think Salt Lake City's in the process of renaming the street after, I think, his partner in the civil rights, or in the labor rights movement. I forget her name. She's the one who, now at 90-something years old, came forward with the accusations against him. And what's interesting about it is, typically on something like that, it becomes a real he said, she said for a while. Even the Cosby moment was kind of ambiguous for a little while, where we kind of were trying to figure out, especially early on, well, is this just somebody trying to sue for money, or is this a legit thing, and it took some time to find out it was incredibly and heartbreakingly legit. But with the case of the Cesar Chavez one, not even Cesar Chavez's own family is pushing back, saying, we will fight these filthy, filthy lies about our grandpa. It's kind of the result that makes it easy to say, okay, well, we better take these street sign names down. As city councils vote to change the name. The problem is, what do you name the street after now? I know California was playing with calling it something like Ruts Boulevard or something, you know, something to try to commemorate, because it's still a social cause that is very important to a lot of people whose parents and grandparents were agricultural workers who were treated badly and were able to start being treated like a decent human being. But at the same time, you know, the leader of the movement is now toxic and not somebody that you want to keep as the face of it. So anyway, that's just kind of an interesting challenge cities are going through right now. Look at this nice bike lane. We made it up to Central. The bus, am I on first? Maybe I'm only on first. Maybe I need to go one more block, because I was going to say, I see a bus station up there for the SunRunner, and the SunRunner runs on a one-way street that goes this direction. So we're not to Central yet. I think I have to go one more. So let's do that. But hopefully that answers your super chat question, Lazen92, is 2 plates all day, every day. Okay, what we got here? Got somebody commented, somebody parked wrongly. Was that the car getting towed away? Gimbal be damned, we're down to ride. Shout out Florida. Yes to stamp plates. No singles. It makes playing the license plate game harder. The harder to get the plate number of the morons tailgating me before they zoom around 120. Yeah, let's see. Adding on to this, have you seen the Veterans Expressway or Suncoast Parkway? So I did ride the first weekend I was here. This is not going to work right. At least they stopped. In Texas, I would have been run over. Generally, I found Florida drivers to be actually pretty good. I've been reasonably pleased with. They get a little crazy at rush hour, but otherwise they're not too bad. The big bridge, the name is escaping me. The famous one that fell down in the 80s that they rebuilt, and you can still see portions of the old bridge out there. I didn't stop, but I had to drive over it just to experience it. It won't be part of this trip, unfortunately, in terms of videos or content, but it's not going to be the last time I come to Florida, you know. But the challenge with that was also, it's so windy out there. All the footage would have to be with a drone, because it's, where do you stop to film it? And I've lost one drone on this trip. I don't want to lose a second one. So I'm getting a little bit antsy about where I fly. I'm trying to remember where some of these are, like Suncoast. I don't remember. Let's see, which this is. I wish I knew which street. So is this Central here? I believe it is. Find a map or something. So it's showing us at MLK and 8th. Okay, MLK and 8th. Where was they had a Florida rule that, and I'll get to your super chat here in just a second. I see one coming in about window tinting, but where in here, let me look at my notes. Was it 8th Street that had the, sorry, I'm doing two things at once. I'm usually pretty good at being able to talk and think at the same time, but I probably need to stop and drink some water here because I'm struggling to find, where's my Google Docs? Here we go. I'm pulling up Google Docs here. St. Pete Live. And then I have Florida Memo 5th and Central. So we got to go down a few blocks. They had some really beautiful street art, and Florida DOT made them and every other city in Florida take it out. And not like take it out over the next year. It was like take it out this weekend. And it was pretty traumatic for a lot of cities. And definitely some people felt it had political overtones, but which I'm sure it did. Everything does now. But the policy was implemented in a way that was kind of fair. It just was mean, but it was also had engineering rationale to it. But it was implemented in a rushed way that was mean. So I don't know. It's interesting, but we'll get to that here in 3 blocks. Meantime, window tinting. It's an interesting one because look at the pluses and minuses of it, right? So first of all, the plus is just the libertarian angle of it's my car, I should be able to do whatever I want to it, right? Okay, so there's that angle. There's the negative angle of saying, yes, but if I paint the windows solid black, I can't see other cars. I'm going to crash into them. Okay, so there's that angle. There's the angle of public safety of saying, well, a police officer might not be able to see somebody, in the back seat with a gun during a traffic stop, right? So there's that angle. Nighttime, particularly, it might work great during the day, but at night you can't see anything. And then, so the balance I've kind of seen of states is, okay, you can't touch the windshield. So the idea is forward visibility is so important that you can't. Now, I've done it. I had my tint guy put on a clear, it probably reduced 10% of the light coming in, so it was probably windshields are naturally 70, so 70% of the natural light makes it through. But I think what I did maybe took another 10% off of it, so probably took it down to 60, but it looked clear, and it was wonderful because it had material in it that was heat rejection. So in the inland deserts of California in the summer, you almost didn't have to use a sun shield. It would just kick it free. Not kick it free, kick the UVs free. Bounce the UVs off so that way it kept the car cool. And it was wonderful. Unfortunately, my windshield cracked, and State Farm said, well, we're happy to pay to replace any legal tint. And I never bothered to replace it because I said, well, it wasn't legal, so I'm on the hook for next time my windshield cracks for the cost of the tint as well. And so I thought, well, there's no point at that point of trying to keep paying, $300 or whatever. The tint was pretty expensive because to make a material that is clear and rejects UV heat, that's an enormous amount of work. And although I'm sure it's cheap for 3M to make it, 3M's R&D people want to get paid. So you're paying back all that research that went into their proprietary blend or whatever, The other thing too I looked at is I said, well, what if I bought it myself and tried to waste the money learning how to install it myself? And they have all these agreements of, you have to be a 3M authorized shop. And it's like you sign a commercial contract to become an authorized distributor, and then you can't carry any other products. It was definitely no interest in selling it to me. Now, if you go to eBay, you can buy a piece of it pretty cheap from China. So either somebody doing something gray market where it is the legit product and they're just chopping it up. You can make a pretty good profit out of that, because imagine the giant roll once you're an authorized distributor may not be too bad, but more likely they were selling me a black market product that it's really easy to put a 3M logo on something that isn't 3M. So I didn't do that. But so visibility, heat benefit, law enforcement. It seemed like when I was a kid the rules were stricter, where they seemed to really be concerned that somebody in a traffic stop, I'm gonna hold this up higher, somebody in a traffic stop was really going to hurt an officer. And my parents had to take window tint off at one point. The annual vehicle inspection test in 1995 or whatever, it failed. And so they had to take the window tint off and put a clearer one on. But that's changed now, where it seems like you have a lot of permissiveness most places I go. I think California is one of the stricter ones. I've also never known anybody in California to get a ticket for their window tint. So this restaurant has taken over the sidewalk here. So that's why if you're wondering why I'm wandering out in the street, there might be a pathway through there, but I don't know. It just seemed weird to interrupt diners. So I'm walking around it. So in my car, what I did is I said, well, I still want to be able to see out. So I tried to keep it pretty legal. So the back windows get one shade lighter than a limo. I want to still have some light get in there. And then the front windows, I went just a little beyond legal and took my chances, but I think it's close enough. I don't think the cop's gonna. And then just don't touch the windshield. You know, that's the one that I think is a genuine public safety concern. If somebody puts a limo tint on their windshield and argues, well, it's my car, I should be able to do whatever I want. Okay, but at night, limo tint, can you even see out that thing? So, now check this out. This is 6th and 6th and Central. If you go back on Google Street View, these bulb outs, I don't think we're here. I think they added them in the last 10 years. And so the curb, this is really clever here. The curb, the old curb's still here. The old drain is still there, it looks like. Because it would be very expensive to dig up the drain and put a new one in because you've moved the curb. So they just kept it there and just added this planter box on the outside of it to narrow the intersection, get drivers to slow down a little bit. They got some good alternates. You know, you've got the 2 freeway viaducts. You also have the 1st Street South and 1st Street North on both sides here of Central. So I think that's a nice addition. You know, if you do it right, traffic calming doesn't feel like you're putting the drivers in a penalty box. It just feels intentional. In a way, it's a kind of reassuring because you know for sure where I'm allowed and where I'm not allowed. You know, you've put these curbs clear out to here. Without them here, you might have a pedestrian wander out onto the asphalt a ways, but now as a pedestrian, I know there's so little asphalt left for the cars that I know I would feel very uncomfortable walking out into that space. It's not my space. You know, this really nice sidewalk, that's my space. Even this curb extension is my space. Facebook is my space. No, I'm just kidding. So I like that. Like I say, it's just really nicely done. I'll try to make a YouTube short of on a big suburban highway up north of town I've seen before I leave town of a curb, kind of a curb extension they did, but it's mountable, or it's half height. You run into a problem of this type of a corner. If you have a big like semi truck try to turn that corner, which you shouldn't because it's downtown and it's Center Street, but the truck needs a big swoopy angle or else it's going to run over the curb, you know? And so it's hard. It's like, oh, I want to make it tight so drivers treat it slow and drive where they're supposed to be. But also if I do that, then the semi trucks get stuck. So what they did on this big highway on the right-hand turn is they put a curb like this going out into the street, but at half height. So me in a car, I look at that and I go, oh, that's a curb. I can't drive on it. So I went slow around it. But I probably could. And a big rig truck is going to drive over and be just fine because it's a half height curb. So little tiny design elements whether it's downtown and you build it this way, or it's a 55 mile an hour expressway road far outside of town, just little things like that can make the pedestrian crossing just a little bit better. You know, that's what's so cool about this era of transportation engineering is, you know, all the traffic engineers who gave the profession a bad name back in 1990, you know, where bicycles and pedestrians were seen as diseases that needed to be cured from the roadway. Today's engineers, if you can't find a more bicycle-friendly group of professionals than traffic engineers. I've run into so many, both in the public and private sector, ride their bike to work. So it's definitely fun. It's kind of like I think there was a period of time many decades ago where you probably had executives, transit agencies who drove their car to work. And most transit employees you see now take transit to work because you got to use your product, or else, you know, who's going to show up to be an engineer at Ford driving a Toyota, right? You know, you use the products, you know what's wrong with the products, so you can fix the product. Although in that case, maybe driving a Toyota would be a good idea because then you know what you're doing wrong with your Ford. But anyway, all analogies that can stretch a bit too far. So this poor intersection here, you can even see remnants of what they were trying to do. This poor cabinet with all the pretty colors. Go, if you're at home, type in Central Avenue and 5th Street. That's where we're at right now. Central Avenue and 5th Street in St. Petersburg, Florida. And what you're going to find at Central Avenue and 5th Street is this intersection here with the most beautiful, non-political, non-message intersection artwork. I think they just painted over it. I don't even think they got rid of it. I think that's black paint. But they had this beautiful artwork, like a prism mosaic. And like within a matter of like a month, they had to get rid of it really, really fast because the Florida DOT issued a memo saying anything that wasn't compliant with the MUTCD of any kind must be immediately, oh wow, you hear that guy squealing on the paint. I think it's almost like they introduced a safety issue with this. If it's paint, well, that's kind of slick. I think it may have done more harm than good. So let me tell you the story of a man named Jeb. No, tell you about the story about this poor intersection here. So I've got the memo here. So it was pretty. Let me see if I can find you a picture of what it looked like, because it was a good looking intersection, you know. So let me get my current location here. Turn on satellite imagery and zoom in. And you can see there was this beautiful, beautiful mosaic. The intersection is just real pretty colors. It wasn't trying to send a political message or anything. It was just something that looked nice. Let's see if I get a street view of it here. Yeah, I mean, look at that. It was nice. It looked good. Well, now it's gone. They didn't even bother to grind it. They just painted black on top of it. And I think it's a challenge too, because the city, I imagine, had to do the dirty work on it because it's their road. But the order came from, if I say TxDOT, I mean Florida DOT. Forgive me if I keep saying that. I've spent too much time in both states the last month or so. So let me pull up my notes here. So the memo said, Engineering and Operations Memorandum, June 30th, 2025, traffic control device compliance on all public roads. Traffic control device compliance is a good thing. Making sure that red light and that red light, that it's a certain shade, that the red's on top and the green's on the bottom, unless you're in upstate New York, that the stop sign is a certain size, a certain shade of red, a certain font, the road signs, the right font, the signs are green. Like, all of this makes roads safer. So having compliance of traffic control devices isn't inherently a bad goal. The question is how much of a danger did this artwork pose, right? So anyway, they sent out this memorandum. Comes from Will Watts, Chief Operations Officer. Don't know who he is. Sure, he's a good guy. But he writes saying basically there's Florida rules, statutes requiring all traffic control devices, including pavement surface markings, paint on the ground, to be compliant with the FDOT design manual and manual for uniform minimum standards of design, construction and maintenance, the green book, all this stuff. Non-standard surface markings, signage and signals that do not directly contribute to traffic safety or control can lead to distractions or misunderstandings, jeopardizing both the driver and the pedestrian safety. That's a fact. That's true. Furthermore, uniform and consistent application of pavement surface markings is critical for the overall effectiveness of automated vehicle operation. Now, that's an interesting argument because a human driver's going to see that beautiful prism there that was there. Just show it to you again here. Just really nice looking thing. No human driver is going to see that and think, oh, that's something that I can't understand. So therefore, let's you just know it's street art, no problem. But the question is does an automated car see that and get confused? Evidently, FDOT makes that case that that's the problem, and so with urgency of something on fire, they wanted it gone, along with markings all over the state. Some were political. So for instance, there were rainbow crosswalks, like near the Pulse nightclub, that horrible shooting of a nightclub that catered primarily to gay and lesbians. It had a lot of straight people there too. And that horrible shooting about a decade ago. Well, the city painted a rainbow crosswalk network next to it, trying to commemorate what happened there and kind of let the shooter know that, hey, we're not intimidated by this, right? Well, that's gone. But on the other end, you go to, I think it was Tampa's police station, they had sort of a back of the blue, thin blue line type markings nearby. Well, that's gone too. So it was consistently applied. Some of the coverage you hear on the news was Florida's ripping out all the rainbow crosswalks. That's true. They also were ripping out symbols important to other people as well. They were ripping all the symbols out. And myself, I actually kind of don't mind they did it in terms of safety. My question is, why did they have to do it so fast? So to keep going, they go into all the justification of it, saying it explicitly prohibits the application of pavement or surface art on travel lanes. Okay, that technically, it's not really a travel lane, it's an intersection, but it's where, okay. Paved shoulders, intersections, okay, crosswalks or sidewalks. I'm sorry. Painting art on the sidewalk, that one I would change the law on. Because you can make the safety of motor vehicles in a travel lane getting confused by art. Okay, a little strict, I can get it. Intersections, I don't know that a mosaic was, if I'd made the mosaic out of colored bricks, I don't know. Would they paint it black? I don't know. But the sidewalk, come on. It's a sidewalk. Nobody's moving fast enough on a sidewalk to be a problem. I can maybe even make the case of the bike lane, because you are moving pretty fast on a bicycle, maybe 15, 20 miles an hour, and that's enough time you could get enough speed a bicyclist could get themselves into some trouble if they read the markings wrong. But anybody who's injuring themselves on a sidewalk because of markings, come on. So, okay, so this memo goes out. They need to meet the color, shape, and dimensions, otherwise you got to tear them out, including even a bicycle symbol has to be a perfect bicycle symbol from the manual. So I can't have a gay bicycle symbol or a back the blue bicycle symbol, or it has to be exactly the manual, So they got really strict on it. But here's the thing, they brought out the stick, carrots and sticks. Any public agency found in violation of established standards for traffic control devices on public roadways, including directing, they are to be removed, modified, or replaced in conformance with standards. Failure to remove non-compliant traffic control devices or pavement markings shall be cause for withholding of state funds. So now I would go, okay, well, let's imagine for a moment that this was a state highway, one of these two roads. I'd come back and say, that makes sense. The Florida Department of Transportation owns the road. They have a right to determine whether I can paint the thing, a beautiful mosaic on it or not. Okay, that makes sense. The best I can tell, this is not a state highway. These are two city streets. And at the top of the memo, it just straight up says, traffic control device compliance on all public roads. I don't know if you can read that. But, so a street that FDOT's not investing any money in, it doesn't have any direct ownership of, they're willing to withhold federal aid on the other streets that do get federal aid over a road that they have nothing to do, which I guess is their place, right? The 10th Amendment of the Constitution derives that power to the state government. It's up to the state to decide how they want to divvy it out. It's kind of interesting if you're European and you live in a country where it's all derived power, where the power starts at the top and then gets divvied out to, more provincial governments and city governments. The United States, all the power is kind of at the state level, right? So the 10th Amendment of the Constitution basically says all the power is at this level of state government, and then certain things explicitly designated in the U.S. Constitution, the Constitution grants that power out of state power into federal hands. Military, borders, trade deals, tariffs, anything involving interstate commerce. So, and that's where the U.S. federal government gets an enormous amount of power, is that commerce clause of saying, well, we can govern how drugs are made in the U.S. and minimum standards of quality for healthcare products, because those healthcare products move across state lines and therefore it's interstate commerce, right? So that gives an enormous power, but ultimately the power is at the state level. It flips the other way when you get down, you say, oh, well, the power is derived from the bottom, so cities should have all the power, and then they grant power to the county, who grants power to the state. It's the other way around. The state then divvies power to counties and cities, and it comes down like that. So ultimately, anything to do with governing transportation in the state of Florida would come from the state level. It just traditionally, since cities own this, they give an enormous amount of leeway of what cities can and can't do with their own property, and this is a very weird flex to just come at it and hit it hard. And I argue it's probably politically motivated. But the engineering rationale behind it is not political. Had they come out and said, God damn, I should fucking talk to him. You were on the bridge, right? Yeah. I see you. Good seeing you guys again. I would argue if they had come out and said explicitly, only rainbow stuff gets torn out. Your back to blue stuff, it can stay. That would be inconsistently applied. That would be a problem. So at least as mean as they were about implementing this, at least they were consistent in how they did it. So rest in peace, beautiful prism at the intersection. And oh well, it was I never got to see it. It was pretty while it lasted, but it just breaks my heart to see. I think the traffic signal cabinet, let's pull up the picture here one more time from Google Street View. The colors of the prism kind of match the cabinet. Maybe they were different. I was thinking that they were trying to thematically match what they had at the intersection, but who knows. But anyway. All right, let's get caught up on some chats of where we're at, and then we'll keep walking toward the water here. So I will refresh my chat window here. What do I think about window tinting? We talked about that. Thanks again for your super chat, Tan Eldifan, which I wish I knew how to pronounce that properly, but funny comment here. Ford engineers don't drive Fords because they know about all the cost cutting. That's funny. Let's see. I was once walking on the sidewalk and saw some chalk art on the ground, swerved and crashed my Pinto and petitioned the mayor to remove it. That's funny. Come to Tampa. So Tampa stuff's coming. Not as a live stream. That would be a little too much for tonight, but there are two videos. I've got one mostly filmed, and the other one I'm going to be filming over the weekend and into early next week. So, and then I'm crossing my fingers and hoping I get to do a story with a transit agency in a different region, but I haven't heard back from them yet, so that may or may not happen. Or I may just do the story without him, you know, who knows. But anyway, we'll find out. It's more fun when you actually can interview people and get the data. Getting rid of all the art sounds to me like when states get rid of all the public pools instead of desegregating them. That's an interesting take on that I hadn't thought of. Because what is a little bit different, we'll start walking this way while we talk, but what's a little bit different is that when there was no public safety, I mean, I'm sure they tried to make one, but having other human beings who just happen to be poor and have more melanin in their skin, or whatever it's called. The thing I don't have that causes me to sunburn in about 7 minutes. Don't for a minute, by the way, believe the Nazis lie that this is a master race. Speaking as somebody who genetically would have been executed after Hitler because of how little skin pigmentation and hair pigmentation I have. I need vitamin D to live, so why is it that when I go outside with this so-called master race, I die of sunburn after 7 minutes? It's not a feature, it's a design flaw. My ancestors wandered too far north and lost their ability to produce a really important thing that humans need to survive. So, no, I don't believe in any kind of supremacy whatsoever because I have to keep SPF 50 in my car and I have to wear it in January. No. Anyway, where was I going with that? So I'm sure there was people who maybe made some kind of public health case of, oh, well, we have to have the pools desegregated because this group of humans can't share with this group of humans because of diseases. Okay, well, that's BS, right? You know, if there was a hygiene issue, you could solve it by just making everybody take a shower before they get in the pool. So give me a break. But you're right, you know, that is one way. If there's something that's maybe socially makes a person uncomfortable, is you just make the thing go away entirely. And one thing that I know I've changed is somebody who 15 years ago was quite scared of gay people and, you know, supportive of ballot measures and things that were detrimental, that I've softened on a lot, is because I now have friends who are gay. And I realized, oh, wait a minute. They just want to feel safe. They just want to be able to, you know, I remember somebody had a t-shirt once that said the gay agenda, and it was like walking the dog, going to the store, and cleaning the bathroom or something, you know. And I realized, I go, you know, if I believe in a free country, people are going to do things I don't understand, but it's okay. They're different. Like, for instance, going to a Tampa Bay Rays game. Why would somebody do that? You know, I don't necessarily understand it. It doesn't matter whether I agree with it or not, but people should have the freedom. If they feel like God made them that way, that they can go down to the stadium and watch the game, you know? And so, that's what I'm saying. Like I don't own firearms, but I'm very pro Second Amendment, right? Because I feel like, well, as long as people are using them responsibly, then you have them, you know? I think fireworks are silly because they're loud and they hurt your ears, and I like my fingers, but as long as they're not lighting them off in places that are going to start a fire or, you know, blowing up children on accident, you know, as long as they're using common sense, free country, you know, go for it, right? So, okay, apply that here as well and say, well, one could argue on a street with a speed limit that's 20, I mean, look how fast that traffic's flying, you know? I would argue maybe the city has to demonstrate that they've introduced a public safety nuisance with their colorful crosswalk or intersection. And so that's where I would argue maybe a more nuanced approach would be to say, okay, on streets with a speed limit above 35 miles per hour, so, you know, or then you have to get really strict with the markings. But any street that's 25 miles an hour, you know, you have to demonstrate. Like maybe you could say, okay, crosswalks in a school zone. Oh man, we ran out of sidewalk. Shoot. They should have given me a warning before I got here. Well, we're just gonna go around it. But, because like I say, I have a hard time believing that this street, that prism was causing collisions. Now, if you've had 3 collisions in a year, and the guy gets out of his car and, you know, says with a cigar hanging out of his mouth, yeah, that intersection came out of nowhere, you know, then maybe they have a point, but I don't know. It just, for low speed limit roads, it seems overkill. Okay, well, we made it to Central and 3rd. What's kind of neat about it is those other 2 roads are just as important as Central. So instead of all the downtown being on one street, in this area, it's just such a great setup, right? Because the transit can run on the first street and run on the other first street. They're one way, they move a little bit faster, but they're still part of the downtown. And then this street, everybody can kind of calm down and go slow and enjoy. I like that a lot. That seems like a good, well thought out design. And, you know, maybe those other 2 streets are a little quick, but let's see if people stop for us here now that we have the walk sign. This looks like they got a pretty good, like, restaurant corridor here going on. Got all the different dining outside and buffering the dining area from the traffic with parked cars. Although it looks like tonight they're using St. Pete PD to just close the whole street off entirely. And that's something, you know, when you have development done the right way, where you've got a lot to do and things to see, and, you know, kind of an adult entertainment district with, you know, restaurants and brew pubs and things, nightlife stuff, you know, that you could close the street entirely, and by closing the street you make more money than if you kept it open, right? I think they got a little corral for the rental scooters here. Now this is interesting. Tampa has a legit streetcar. I got to ride it. It was pretty cool. I talked about it some of the podcast, but on the Patreon one. But looks like their replica streetcar here doesn't have tracks. It's just on rubber tires. It's still fun though. Not sure how this guy got through the cop closure. Oh, we got something going on down here. It looks like a tow truck. Oh, maybe it's a cop closure because we had a crash. Well, that's what we get for painting art in the intersection. That intersection came out of nowhere. Let me come check this out and see what it is. Now see that Maserati, I can see him not wanting to drill holes in the front for a license plate. You know, I get it. Like that car is just not, where would you put a front plate? But then I come back. In Europe, do they have front plates? I know they've got those really wide plates, but I'm just thinking, you know, when the Europeans build a car like that, you'd think that they'd be planning ahead of where to mount it. And then I would think you'd have number plates on both sides. Well, let's come down here and see. So we've got a car getting towed away. Maybe it just broke down. It does have a CVT, so it doesn't look crashed. But it's just interesting because you have cops blocking off both sides of the street. You got a tow truck here, but you have a car that doesn't look wrecked at all. So I don't know what the story is on that. That's interesting. Well, let's get out of the crazy here. I'll set the tripod down, get caught up on the chats here for a minute. We've now made it to University Way, 2nd Street, with 7 seconds here to cross. So let's get on this quick here. Is it just me? I get creeped out by condo towers after the one in Miami. I know that was a 1 in a million case, like being afraid of flying after a plane crash. And you look at the stats, you go, actually, that kind of building's probably safer than anything, but I don't know, something about a big, tall condo tower sort of scares me now. I developed a fear of high-rise buildings after 9/11 for some reason, totally irrational. And one of the things that got me out of it was, I had a class in a high-rise building in college, but also Las Vegas. You find a deal on one of those big casino towers, it's like 10 years ago when you get good deals. And they'd be like, okay, you're on the 28th floor. And I forgot I was scared, and I got on and I went to the 28th floor, had a good night's sleep. I got up in the morning, I go, oh, wait a minute. I was in a tall building all night and I wasn't scared. Exposure therapy, I think they call that. Okay. Window tinting, we talked about that. We got another super chat. I got to walk all the way down to 71st Street. I'm just kidding. 71st Street with a double-digit super chat writes, good evening from North Gresham. Hey, you're getting an In-N-Out burger pretty soon. Or at least, like, Troutdale is, but you're out that way. North Gresham off of, like, 185th or something, I think. If you didn't travel so much for work, do you think that your choice of vehicle would be different? Electric, maybe? Okay, so that's a very good question. This vehicle would have been electric already now. The traveling, charging on the road, I never saw as being a problem. There's so much, especially now that everything uses the NACS port, the Tesla charging port. You can use the Tesla chargers everywhere. I never saw that as a problem. The issue I ran into is charging an electric vehicle is a lot like eating out. If you cook your food at home, it's pretty cheap. But if you go and get fast food all the time and eat out a lot, it can be very expensive. And the places I have lived, I'm a tenant in somebody else's house because I spent all the money on work. And so I spend very little on where I live because I'm single and I don't need a lot. And I haven't had a reliable, like if I own my own house and, heaven help me, maybe someday I will, and I could pull in the garage, grab that 220 and plug it in every night, I probably would have bought like a used Chevy Bolt, or if I was a gambling man, an Ioniq 5. I don't know if I'm ready to make that kind of gamble on a Hyundai yet, but the Prius was kind of like, well, I'm not at a point yet where I can charge, so I might as well just get something that uses gasoline as efficiently as I can as a bridge. Now, in fairness, I bought the Prius solely because of the type of work I do. I anticipate putting 100,000 miles every 2 years on that car for work, So I needed a car that has shown a track record of being able to go 500,000 miles without needing a lot of maintenance and repair. And apparently, as long as you keep the... This guy's got a system. I don't know if you can hear that. I mean, he's driving even like the classic Caddy there with the... I don't know. It's exactly the type of car you'd expect to be making a sound like that. And you can't fault them. There's just certain cars that have to be driven a certain way. You got an old 1990s Cadillac on the really like thin wheels. You got to pump the face out of it. Now, I wouldn't buy one of those. What would I buy? I still own it, the 2012 Honda Fit that's the sort of mascot for my channel. The blue car that's been in everything. I even got the green one, and then I gave it to my sister, and that's a long story. But the blue Fit on its last 2 film trips had problems. You might have joined me for a live stream I did in Portland probably about 2 years ago, where I was kind of complaining about the being concerned the car was going to have problems. Well, shortly after that, the alternator went out again. And then on a trip to San Francisco, the clutch hydraulics were going out. So the pedal was spongy and I barely got it home, and then the clutch hydraulics went out in the driveway. So I can't complain about that. But I knew I had to get something else out. And growing concerns about how the auto market, which has been in real trouble since the pandemic with supply chain issues and with cars going up market and a lot of the kind of cheaper cars going away. I probably would have bought another Honda Fit, honestly, if they were still around, but you can't get them because Honda went up market. They got rid of the products on the bottom. And I got that deal on the Prius used, and I got it. But what would I buy if I didn't drive that much? I'd probably get the Civic hatchback, either in manual. I don't think you can anymore. I think only the SI is in manual. But if I didn't drive that much, I wouldn't need a hybrid. So I'd probably just get the, although I've heard the Civic hybrid is a beast. So the new Prius, they bumped it up to 200 horsepower. So they made the Prius smaller and then faster. So it's actually kind of cool. I like the older Prius because it's cheaper. And I also like being able to stuff stuff in the car, all my equipment and stuff to camp in the car if I have to. I try not to. But the new Prius, even though it's really small in there, the thought of having 200 horsepower sounded pretty good. But to keep up with that, the Civic hybrid now has something like 200 horsepower, and I think they manage it better where it feels more fun to drive. So that's probably what I get. The Civic hybrid now, but yeah, when I'm driving 40 something thousand miles a year, there's no contest. You just sorry, I'm watching stuff blow away. Florida is a windy place. Wonder if they ever get hurricanes. All right, so thanks for your super chat, and I will be keeping your in and out in my thoughts and prayers, so to speak. Okay, where are we at here? Is this in the Berg? Yes, this is St. Petersburg, about 2 blocks from the ocean. We're making it from the bay. We're working our way that way. Everybody's watching the Artemis landing. Oh shoot, that's tonight. Why did you guys vote for Friday? I offered Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Wednesday, Thursday. I forgot what days I offered. And the consensus was tonight. Why'd you pick during the Artemis landing? What's going on with that? Has Artemis landed? Yes, they touched down at 8 p.m. Okay, so it's 9 now. So people start wandering their way back here because everything's fine. That crossed my mind when I went out a week ago to the launch, was being worried that was I about to watch something like the Challenger explosion, because there's so much, like, when I'd never seen a launch in person, and I didn't realize how much force there was pushing that rocket up. On TV, they make it almost look like the rocket takes off about this fast, like, about this fast off the ground, almost like it's a hydraulic lift. But you gotta look at that thing. No, that's a rocket. It's boom. And so there's so much force. It's like staring into an arc welder or something. It's so bright. Almost need special glasses, I think, to look at the plume of fire. And it's humbling because it's one of those moments where I always wondered, even amongst people who aren't all that religious, like, the saying is Godspeed, as they're about to take off in a rocket. I think Neil deGrasse Tyson talks about how he himself's not a particularly religious person. And so a few people got on him like, well, you're not that religious. What's with saying Godspeed to the astronauts? And he goes, well, it's convention. But I also kind of get it. Like it's really hard, no matter how unreligious a person may be, to watch tons of fuel exploding underneath, 5 or 6 human beings and not be like, And say a little prayer for you. You know, it's like, because I don't know. And so as soon as the booster's detached and it disappeared, and it is like, okay, I think they're safe. They made it, you know, because it's I don't know. It's something that I didn't believe it till I saw it, and then I saw it. It's pretty overwhelming. So, okay, where are we at here? We'll start walking here. Find something fun to talk about here. I picked Friday, and I'm watching. I appreciate that. Are you stopping by the pier while you're down there? There's a pier? Okay, we'll go find that. I think he's in and out, supposed to go on the corner of Hogan and Burnside, where the Sherry's was. The Burnside's north of the 84 freeway at that point, right? I know when I looked it up, it's north of the 84 freeway, and I try to remember where Hogan is, but yeah, that sounds about right. It was a former Sherry's. I think was it Sherry's, or there was one other one that competed with Sherry's, but there was a restaurant that when I was filming in Portland a year and a half ago or whenever that was, next to my hotel was a Sherry's, or I want to say Norm's, but Norm's is the California one. Oh, Elmer's. Whichever one abruptly closed was Elmer's or Sherry's, but it competes with Denny's. It's like a Village Inn type place, Portland. So I went in, I ate dinner, and then I went back to my hotel, and then a day or two later, Oregon Live, it says it went out of business. All of them overnight. So I was like, well, I'm glad I ate there one last time. So anyway, it'll be fun to see. Let's go down another block or two. So we're walking down Central. We're at 2nd. If you're following along Google Maps, we're heading west toward the end of the wind. It's kind of weird here. The Tampa Bay area, the ocean's everywhere. So I went first time I went and actually touched the bay with my feet. I went just for a few minutes to St. Pete Beach. And so because it's the Gulf of Mexico, it's on the west side. So that makes sense, Florida, Western Beach into the Gulf. But or I should say now, the Gulf of Florida. But anyway. But because it's a bay area, there's beach all over the place. So now we're on the East Coast, where we are going to the east to go to the water because it's the East Coast. But we're on the west coast of Florida, so it should be to the west, but because it's a bay, it's to the east. So anyway, I can lie and say we're heading toward the Atlantic, but that'd be a lie. Used to be able to watch the shuttle from Tampa as a kid. Oh, you could see it all the way from Tampa? Sherry's closed all their Oregon locations. Okay, yeah, so Sherry's was fine. It's kind of like, you never notice Village Inn, like you can't find them anymore. And it should be a big deal, but it's not. You know, I don't know. It's just like, oh, Village Inn is gone. I didn't know that. It is really windy, by the way. I hope you can hear me. If you can hear me over the wind, the mic has got some pretty amazing sound cancellation. And if you can't hear me, it's got some pretty amazing voice insulation. So, okay, I'm gonna set this tripod on the ground because it's just blowing like crazy. Keeps changing directions. It was blowing here to here, but now it's blowing side to side. So, first, which is Florida Orchestra Way, and Central here. I should put this gimbal away in my backpack here before I lose it. Although it doesn't seem to be working very well anyway. We got a super chat. Happy Ducky Man writes, living in Florida, I miss Wiener Schnitzel. You do? Because I have Wiener Schnitzel in my town. And every time I go, I somehow live sadder than when I started. Like the ads, they look all right. Like you look at that, you go, that's not a very high quality hot dog. But the cheese, the fake cheese, and the chili and stuff, I'm like, okay, it's gonna be all right. We'll try this like chili cheese dog French fry thing. All right. And I buy it, and the price is okay, and I eat it, and the taste is okay. But like, I don't know. There's so many foods that I'm so much happier after I ate them. And Wiener Schnitzel just never pushes the happy button enough to make me want to go back to Wiener Schnitzel. I'm not trying to, well, I am kind of dumping on it, but you know, I don't know. I just don't get that excited about it. Maybe I've been ordering the wrong things, but at least the California ones, when you go to a place and the drive-thru's empty anytime you've gone there, it just kind of, I don't know, it's kind of hard to get excited about a fast food place that nobody else is at. Where, like, I mean, bless their hearts, like, I don't know what Raising Cane's is so special about. I mean, they're just chicken fingers, but that place, the drive-thru's always out the parking lot for some reason. So I don't, you know, that when you see a crowd mob mentality, when you see a whole bunch of people wanting to go somewhere, you think, oh, this must be awesome. I could go there too. But when you go to Der Wiener Schnitzel and there's nobody there, it's like, well, I don't know, das empty. No. Okay, we have made it to the water, but the now the question is, where am I going from here? So if I get looking at the map, you said there was some kind of a pier, but where is it? I'm looking here to see. So I see South Straub Park, Fresco's Waterfront Bistro. Well, that sounds promising. So maybe if I go past the park, Second Avenue. All right, well, let's head that way. One of the fun things is that there's nice, cool breezes.
The Blues Fest this way?
I don't know, unfortunately. I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm from out of town. She's asking where the... Oh, thank you. She's asking where the Blues Fest was. I guess there must be a Blues Fest this weekend. That'd be fun to go out on, but it's gated, members only. Which I think was a brand of clothing back in the 80s. Nothing screams Costco more than a jacket that says members only. I don't know. I don't know my clothes, so. There are certain things that sounded fancy to me that I later found out, like Mervyn's. As a kid, I was like, I don't know, Mervyn's, Nordstrom, they're basically the same thing, right? And I have had a girl correct me to let me know that Nordstrom and Mervyn's were definitely not the same thing. So, for one of them's still in business. Look at that skyline. That's a good looking skyline there. Those towers looking out on the bay. Can you imagine being a snowbird or somebody retiring from New York, and your whole life you're in this crowded and congested city. It's cold, and then it's bad air conditioning in the summer, and it's just overpriced. And especially like in the 90s, to come down here when it was really affordable and cheap, and be like, your retirement would just stretch so far, and you can live in this beautiful building overlooking a beautiful bay. And yeah, it was hot and nasty in the summer, but all winter you're just lovely. Like, I get it. I can kind of see why people are snowbirds, you know. Okay. Bojangles and Popeyes are better than Cane's. I haven't tried Bojangles. Popeyes I thought was a little overpriced. I think they had some fun with the flavor. Like Raising Cane's you don't go to for if you want like flavorful chicken, you just go because the chicken's kind of cheap and they're open late. The coleslaw was pretty good. I like most coleslaws. And the Raising Cane's ones wasn't my favorite, but it was good. It was, you know, I'd trade the toast in, say, since I couldn't eat it, and say, all right, give me two I liked that. Not many places, I'd say I can't eat the toast. They'd say, oh, well, would you like to trade it in for extra fries or for extra coleslaw? It's like, extra coleslaw, yeah. So that kind of won me over. But I haven't tried Bojangles. I should try that while I'm here because I don't think they have Bojangles out west, or at least anywhere near me. Country fried steak is the closest thing to an Austrian Wiener Schnitzel. That should be nothing sausage or hot dog about a schnitzel. Yeah, well, der Wiener Schnitzel, the restaurant chain's barely a hot dog, let alone a schnitzel. So that's what I'm saying is it's the St. Pete Pier. Here we go. So that's the excitement here. So I assume it's just another public street that goes this way then. Feel a really nice breeze coming in off the bay. Now it looks like they've got some lighting going out to it here. If you can see the blue, is that? Oh, that's the restaurant itself sending that out. Okay, I don't know if you can see, but they got all these jet skis, and then like one of them has a like a fiberglass shell on it of a sports car. I was going, that actually for me would. And he'd come and say, Rob, you want to rent a jet ski? I'm like, I don't know. If everybody else were, I've never rented one. I'm sure they're fun. But if they go, Rob, we're all going to rent these things that look like a Corvette, but they drive on water. You want to? Oh yeah, water Corvette. Sure, I'm all over that. That sounds fun. Like a little kid to mask it in something to take a fun thing and make it seem more fun, The St. Petersburg Marina, and then they've got like a little pelican bird on the icon next to it here. St. Pete Yacht Sales.com. If you're in the market for that yacht, the favorite mistake. Well, that's not a ringing endorsement wanting to buy it. That's where all the cliches come in. How much is it? Well, you have to ask. You can't afford it. Boat stuff just doesn't. Oh, it says you're live. Did I drop off? Maybe I have to wander back on land. If we're going to start losing cell service, I'm not playing that game tonight. A floating money pit. Indeed. Yeah, 80% of the skyscrapers went up in the past 30 years. Yeah, well, that's what I was saying. I moved back in I guess the 90s were 30 years ago, but I'm saying like back when it was expensive, but it wasn't like, crucifyingly expensive, I'd keep wandering down the pier, but I'm worried I'm going to lose cell service because it did drop out once on you guys, so. Go the direction you're looking. Well, we'll see. If the cell phone drops out again, then I'm going to turn around. Some kind of festival or something going on. Maybe that's what the blues festival that woman was looking for. Here's some music over there. Excuse me. Somebody's having a party on their yacht. Pier to Paradise, huh? The Pelican. They're .0 fun. So I don't know what else is on this pier, if it just keeps going or... Let's see. Somebody says you shouldn't lose service. I hope so. So far it's staying connected, so we'll find out. Another nice bulb out crosswalk here. Not that I'd expect people to be speeding on the pier. There's nowhere to go. That's kind of a lot of the arguments I would make about needing to keep roads fast. Is a fast road makes sense when you have a lot of long distance trips. people needing to go point A to point B. But those arguments start to fall apart when a community's a dead end. You're coming up to the water, there's nowhere to go. So do you need a 65-mile-an-hour freeway coming into downtown when there's nowhere to go, And same with this pier. What's that? It's like a little tram thing. What's that all about? It looks like more like a Disneyland thing. Yield to tram. Oh, that's fun. A lot of honking, but I'm just curious what it is. There's like a whole plaza here. So, Lightning Fan writes, the marina on the right there, a statue of Benzinus Flyer, first commercial airplane. Oh, really? I must have walked right by it. Okay. So the pier gets fatter and fatter. I was thinking it was a pier, but it's like a whole outlet. I gotta stop here for a minute and get a drink of water. I'm getting real thirsty here. Oh, Walt Disney World, because I'm in Florida. I was talking about the tram going by. Yeah, it's always going to be Disneyland for me. Now, I did drive through for the first time ever the roads of Disney World. Disney World's a little out of my price range and time constraints, but as is Disneyland. But I've been to Disneyland as a kid back when it was cheaper, and so for me that's what's always going to be the magical one because it's the one I know. But it is fun to see the just huge network of not just entry roads, but the whole freeway network that Disney operates under that joint powers agreement or whatever it is that allows them to have sort of that public-private entity. I forget what it's called. It's the one that for political reasons the state of Florida and the governor went after, criticizing something that I think was questionable, but for political reasons. So it was weird. It's one of those situations where I felt like I wanted both the governor and Disney to lose. I was annoyed with both of them. But it's kind of neat what Disney has built there. It's pretty cool to see an entire freeway network. And the thing I thought was interesting, speaking of MUTCD compliance, if it's so strict that every public road it has to be totally compliant with the MUTCD or they come painted over, why does Disney have a bunch of overhead signs that are purple or pink or some weird color, and the fonts are all wrong, and some of those signs are very difficult to read? MUTCD is about having the sign simple, and so you only have like 1 or 2, 3 lines of text maximum, and Disney would have this little tiny font and about like 8 different destinations with the arrows going different ways, and you approach that thing at 45, 50 miles an hour, you just can't read it. And so a lot of the signs at the Disney parks I wasn't real impressed with, not because I'm an MUTCD stickler clearly, but I just didn't think it was change for the sake of change. They aesthetically made it look good, but it lost a lot of function. So I expect the governor to bring in the black paint and paint it all over, right? So, okay, let's figure out where to next. If you're just joining us, we're in St. Petersburg out on the pier. And we went earlier in the stream, looked at a mosaic that got painted over, a center street that's fixed up really nice, has got a lot of pedestrian activity. And early on in the stream, even rode a bus rapid transit that worked pretty slick. I tapped my card and paid, and off we went. So I should have done a poll if we wanted to come into town or ride it the other way and go out to the beach. But I thought, well, there's nothing to see at the beach. We're out here. This is a little more interesting. So I'll keep an eye on the chat and the super chats to see what you guys want to do next. You're right. Their signs are purple. It's called the Reedy Creek Improvement District. Okay. Yeah, I knew there was some type of a specialized. Well, there's a St. Petersburg police in a gator cart. So does this thing keep going, or do I turn here and go this way? Maybe we'll turn. There's nobody down that way, and I'm hearing blues music as you go this way. So I wonder what that tram thing is. Keeps honking its horn. That over there with all the neon lights, my first instinct on the lawn is, oh, it's a nativity. But I don't think a nativity would be purple or up in April. So, oh, there's a bunny rabbit. You see it? There he goes. Speaking of Easter. Okay. Let's see, it keeps going. Well, my problem is I just don't know St. Petersburg enough to, one, even know this thing was here, and two, where we're headed. You know, am I committing myself to a 5-mile walk or something, you know? I'm tired from yesterday. I was running around filming for one of the stories I've got coming up here. And I thought, oh, well, I'm not doing the live stream till the evening. I'll be fine. And I'm getting older. I said, okay, it's time to leave for the live stream. I thought, oh, man, I'm beat. Disney gets to write their own rules. You're right. That's why there's a tram. It's quite a walk. Yeah, looks like we're getting to the end here. I think this is starting to be. They've got some kind of a thing over there. I'm not sure what building that is. But over here, I see water. It was interesting going out to St. Pete Beach because they call this the next city over Clearwater, Florida. I never really, you know, you hear names of things, but you don't really think much about what the meaning of the name is. I gotta stop here for a second because in fact, I'm gonna lower the tripod and sit on the seawall for a minute because I'm tired and I need to stop for a minute. Not tired of talking. We can talk for a while. You keep chatting with me, I'll keep chatting, you know. But my legs have to stop for a minute. I'm getting old. So, but you hear the name Clearwater, Florida, and you think, okay, yeah, it's named Clearwater, Florida. And then you go out to St. Pete Beach, and I'm used to the Pacific Ocean where it's kind of cloudy and cold. And I put my feet in the water and go, not only is it kind of warm, it's clear. Oh, Clearwater, Florida. Okay. I didn't realize that was where the name came from. But all right. Do they still have purple? Let's see. Oh, where are we looking at here? I'm trying to get caught up in the chat. Where are we talking here? Reedy Creek Improvement District. You're less than 2,000 feet from the end of the pier. 2,000 feet, that's a half a mile. Let me look on the map here. I'm used to like the Santa Monica Pier where you can see the end of it from the street. Oh man, yeah, it goes a ways. Well, we can stop and talk here and then you guys can talk me into going the rest of the way. Later. All right. let's see. I feel the folks near the coastline forget how magical oceans are. I think that every single time I go to the ocean in California, you got all this trouble, and I go stick my feet in the ocean, and it's magical for a few minutes. And after a while, it's like the novelty wears off, and it's just like, oh, of course, like everywhere is great. This is just one of all the great places everywhere, right? And then you go to some place like Lawrence, Kansas. You're like, oh man, I'd kill for a hill, let alone a body of water. Nothing against Lawrence, Kansas, but I'm just trying to think of somewhere that's farthest from the water, you know. That's why people pay through the nose to buy condos and things near places like these, you know, because of just, yeah, how lovely being by the ocean is. But, you know, there's no doubt I'd love to live by the ocean, but, you know, I have to live 90 miles away. It is interesting how rarely I get out to the ocean. You know, I'll have a meeting in Irvine, so I go down to Irvine, do my meeting, and I turn around and come back home. And I try, if I can, if it's early enough, to say, okay, I'm going to go leave the meeting, and I'm going to go pay $6 for parking, and go stick my feet in the Pacific Ocean, even if it's just for a few minutes, just to remind myself the privilege of being within an hour or 2 hours drive of the ocean, you know. Because if you don't do that, you never get down to the ocean, and then what's the point of living near the ocean, you know? It's one of the challenges I think California's had with its housing affordability crisis is if people are going to leave, they want to live by the ocean, but if they have to leave the area by the ocean because they can't afford it, well, moving to Riverside County or moving to Denton, Texas is the same thing. You're far enough away, you're not going to get out to the ocean that often, so it doesn't matter, you know. And so California loses a lot of talented workers to other states, not because of taxes or not because they hate culture war items or whatever. Like, frankly, California and Texas aren't that different, other than a few hot button headlines. It's housing affordability. And other states are going to have the same problem. You know, if you get to the point where somebody can't afford to buy a house in Texas anymore, then they go to someplace else. And so, you know, until, I'll say it till I'm blue in the face, until California addresses the ability to build the 2 million housing units that are missing and have them available for sale so people can, you know, actually buy and start their lives. Until that addresses, we just got an affordability crisis across the whole country. Hey, I see some super chat. Hey, we got a super chat from 71st Street. I don't want to walk all the way out there. Sorry, I think it's a good joke. I'm going to use it again. I'm a little nervous about In-N-Out going in at Burnside and Hogan. The intersection is already a bit wonky. I guess I'll have to wait and see. In-N-Out do have a drive-through problem. It's something they're pretty good at managing. One of the things In-N-Out do, they don't quite go to the lengths of Chick-fil-A, where Chick-fil-A now do a double drive-through the whole way through to double their capacity. In-N-Out still does a single barrel, but they will double up the order area with employees going out with iPads, and so that helps. They'll try to snake it through the parking lot the best they can. And I know in my city, the city approved development that has In-N-Out next door to a Chick-fil-A. So what they did is they had the developers put in a continuous right turn lane. So when the drive-through falls out onto the street, the right turn lane could grab it, so cars can go straight through. So if we look at that site, let's see, Hogan and Burnside. This is outside of Portland and Gresham, if you're following along on Google Maps. So Hogan and Burnside. I keep typing in when I've been in town here, going to different filming locations. Tampa, California. So I almost put in Gresham, California, but anyway. Hogan and Burnside. Oh, That was not the side I thought it was. Hogan and Burnside is on the south side of the 84 freeway. Okay, that could be a problem. That oh no, that's showing me Hogan and Burnside. Hogan and Burnside. Okay. Anyway, if you're following along on the map, we're talking here. So, what that freeway? The story I did about Oregon and the freeway that never got finished. Well, there's a rural section and there's the ghost ramp in the city, and the freeway in between. The Mount Hood Freeway never got built. Well, the rural section dumps onto Burnside, and it's going to go right by that site. So good location for an in and out, but yeah, potentially bad for traffic. I'm trying to figure out where that Sherry's was. I thought it was going to be Hogan north of 84. Hogan and Sandy. Oh, is it Hogan and Sandy? Might be looking at the wrong side here. Let me pull the chat back up and see what you're saying. Burnside and Hogan. I thought it was Sandy Boulevard and Hogan. You might want to double check that because I feel like. But anyway, In-N-Out are pretty good at trying to contain it. Now, what I've seen from In-N-Out grand openings is that the traffic is awful for like about a month. I think one of the times I was filming in Portland, I found out in Kaiser near Salem, Oregon, there was an In-N-Out. Trying to find affordable fast food in Portland is very difficult. I can always find a spot in almost every town where there's some local chain or something that gives a good deal. In-N-Out is one. If I'm in the South, Brahms, the kind of Missouri, Oklahoma chain, has cheap food. Here in Florida, I've been going to Steak and Shake a lot because they've got some deals. That's a very weird fast food restaurant. They apparently accept Bitcoin, have Tesla superchargers, and fry their fries in beef tallow, which is fine. It just feels like, I don't know, it feels very RFK musky, but the food's good. It's a good price. I think it's a fun novelty, whatever it is they've done. They're making a political statement. I have no opinion one way or another. Beef tallow fries taste yummy, as do regular fries. So, but that's cheap. I can, feed myself for like 12 bucks. In-N-Out's the same way. Feed yourself, live like a king for 12 bucks. And so that was a challenge I had in Portland. I was going, well, most of the fast food places, Burgerville was good, but it was too expensive, and there really weren't any Del Tacos in the city. There was McDonald's, but it was overpriced and it's not very good. They're just fast food options in Portland. The Dude's Grill was good, but it was a ways to drive from my hotel, and so I started just going to Fred Meyer and buying groceries and just eating in my hotel to save money. So to have genuine In-N-Out locations in Portland would be great. Now that said, I complain about Dude's Grill being too far away, and then In-N-Out's in Gresham or in Beaverton, so. But anyway, yeah, it'll be fun to see Portland finally get an In-N-Out. So thanks again for your for another super chat, 71st Street. Let's see. I grew up 5.5 hours from the ocean. I like going to the beach. I'm about as far from you as I can get in North America, and every time I'm near one, I'm enchanted. Talking about the ocean. Hey, we got a nice big fat super chat from Sexy Dork Mo. I don't know if that's a sexy dork in Missouri or if it's a dork Mo who happens to be sexy, but regardless, they opened the first flyover of the Tulsa, I'm assuming Missouri if we're talking about Oklahoma. They opened the first flyover of the Tulsa Stonehenge from I-44 westbound to southbound US 75. Woo! Well, that's good to hear. I'm excited because the story, as you've seen, is the football goalposts, the Tulsa hinge, the ramps to nowhere. And I saw that story maybe about 2022 or whenever they first built it. I thought, man, if I ever get out to Oklahoma, I'm doing a story on it. And then it was like my sister lost her job in Arkansas, and I had to go out and help her with her house. And so I was going to pass through Oklahoma. And they had just funded completing the ramps. And I said, okay, I better, if I'm going to get these vertical columns with nothing on them and do a story on that, now's the time. And thankfully, like I expect from departments of transportation, Oklahoma was responsive and enthusiastic, and we're able to get somebody, and what a great story, you know, to have a couple 100,000 people learn about the ramps and how they build it, and, you know, and then from there, recommending I talk with the Turnpike Authority. We had 500,000 people learning about how the Turnpike Authority rolls money into the next project, and that keeps the tolls low. And you know, there's a lot of neat that can come from just objectively showing off what people are doing. It's like, I'm a little heartbroken that I struggled so much in Texas and never got, you know, and like I say, right now, Florida having trouble getting the Florida Department of Transportation to respond to an inquiry I put out with them. You know, they kind of pitched me on a story or for an ad buy, and I pitched them back a story, and frankly, I wouldn't mind if they wrote me an email and said, we tried, it's just not going to work out. Thanks for applying, right? Thanks for, that's what professionals do, and I'm not entitled to any access to anything. I think it would be in Florida's best interest to want to do a story with me, because I think it would be a neat way to showcase a project that they're really proud of, so much so they want to buy ad time. But they didn't do that. They have made it almost impossible for me to get a response from them. Yes or no. So I'm assuming it's a no. I think they're assuming I will read between the lines and assume it's a no. But that's frankly a little unprofessional, I think. You really should just tell somebody no. I'm a professional, it's not gonna hurt. I mean, be disappointed, because I think it would have been a fun story, but you know. So that's what I'm saying. We're Oklahoma, Wyoming, Utah, California. So many states are so enthusiastic to want to tell their story. The attitude I've seen in California is that it's almost like Caltrans knows that there's going to be other people who are not going to be objective like me. They may be intentionally wanting to do a hit job on Caltrans. You know, make a good TV story or a newspaper article to attack Caltrans on something. But what I get from Caltrans philosophy is, well, they're going to tell the story with or without us. By golly, let's get in and at least try to tell our side of it. And so they do. Caltrans is very media proactive, and I think it helps their agency. Doesn't mean they're always going to get positive press coverage, but nobody can. And it's hard to see back east, or at least here in the southeast, the philosophy seems more shy, almost as if, and I'm not trying to speak for an agency, I may be reading it wrong, but it's almost like they're afraid to talk to the media because they're afraid if they touch the story, they're going to make it worse somehow. And I think that's wrong. I think that everybody else is going to tell Florida DOT's story without them. Wouldn't they like to have a voice in that conversation? And then if it's somebody like me, the truth is, when have I ever been mean to a Department of Transportation? Like, even if they screw up, the story isn't Florida screwed up. The story is, hey, they tried something and it didn't work, and this is a neat thing they've learned from it and figured out, now they do it the right way. It's a positive story, right? Because I'm more interested in the engineering of learning how to do things, right? You know, how to make things better. Civil engineering, you're going to screw up, right? Like that's just part of the learning process. And so that's why I'm saying I can't speak for Florida DOT. I don't know why it's reached a point where they won't pick up the phone from my cell phone. I feel bad. It's probably a little unprofessional of me to air this dirty laundry, but I'm just confused. I understand if they have a different media strategy where they don't want to speak to me, and that's okay. That's fine. I may disagree with it, but it's their department, and they've got a media plan they want to follow. All I would ask is just a courtesy email to let me know. I'm already making the assumption it's a no. They're not on my calendar. I'm not planning to be up. But that makes me sad because this has some of the best transportation infrastructure in the nation, and there's a lot of innovative things. I would love to talk to the Florida Department of Transportation about, as I mentioned earlier in the live stream, the State Highway 54, where they designed it where you come around the corner and they have a low curb that a semi-truck can drive over that makes cars turn the corner slower so that pedestrians can be safer, but allows a semi-truck that needs the wider turn to drive, the rear wheel can cheat and drive over that. And there's thought they put into that. There's some smart engineering that Florida's doing. Don't they want to tell that story? I'd love to tell that story and get a couple 100,000 eyeballs from around the world and around the country looking at it, so they can feel proud of it. But that's okay. Again, they don't have to, but I'm here. I would love to work with them. I'd love to work with other departments of transportation, but it's going to be self-selecting. You know, places like Wyoming, Oklahoma, Utah, California, Nevada, and others that enthusiastically reply or work with me and pick up the phone, or they're going to get a chance to tell their story to a few 100,000 people, and huge states like Florida miss out, and that's their choice. I'm just sad about it. So anyway, enough of me complaining about Florida not picking up the phone. But that's exciting that Tulsa has that flyover, the first one open, because that was a fun story. And some of the engineers who work. So the guy I interviewed, very knowledgeable, a guy named Trapper, is one of the big engineers of that project and for the whole district in that part of Oklahoma. His colleagues and people who work with him were at the ATSA Safety Conference. So we had fun chatting, off the record just about Oklahoma and everything. That was really neat to run into them and hear about the project. So that was pretty exciting. Okay, let's see. Where are we at? CSX tracks aren't used that much. Talking about train stuff, I guess I'm out of the loop on that. Steak and Shake has been completely pandered to the current administration fans. Yeah, I didn't want to say it, but the food's cheap. It was good. Beef tallow fries taste all right. But the funny thing is, the subsection of people that you would imagine would be pandered to were not I've eaten 4 or 5 different Steak and Shakes all over the Tampa Bay area wherever I'm filming. I have to go there tonight, but it'll be closed, so I'll go to Salem's instead. But pandering or not, I don't care, right? It's a business decision. They want to pander to something, that's fine. But I just find it funny. The other thing I still can't quite wrap my head around is Tesla has always been a statement of the environmental left. It was a California statement. We, until the Doge circus happened, called the Model 3 the California Camry because there were more of them on the street than there were Camrys, right? So it like hurts my brain if I try to think of the world as 2 different competing sports teams to be like, okay, Tesla is the left sport team, and then there's the right sport team. But then you go there and you're like, okay, beef tallow fries sounds like something that would apply to liberals in California who are like into weird health nut things. But apparently it's pandering to the right. Having a bunch of Tesla superchargers at your fast food place sounds like it's pandering to the left, but apparently now it's pandering to the right. It's the same like Bitcoin, which used to be like a Bay Area tech nerd thing, but apparently that applies to the right now. So because you can pay for your food with Bitcoin, apparently. They even have a hamburger that has like a Bitcoin logo stamped in it. Now, I think Bitcoin is dumb, but It doesn't matter what I think, right? And so, I don't know. It's an interesting time to be trying to even wrap my head around politics, because these very clearly defined boxes that existed 20 years ago have kind of been leaking into each other. And then it's like in the last 2 or 3 years, everything just got tossed in the air. Like, I never thought I'd be like, okay, protectionism is a democratic thing to preserve union auto jobs, and right wing is free trade because of Reagan's philosophy that better competition results in a better product, right? Okay, cool. Well, that got thrown up in the air. So who's for what anymore? Like, and in a way that maybe is a good thing, because if we just vote purely on team sport, we don't think. And clearly we need a lot more thinking right now. Nobody's doing any thinking at any level of anything, anywhere, voter or elected official or national leader. You know, so it is a little scary when you go, okay, we're at the cusp of some kind of weird war thing. Who's in charge? The Ayatollah, okay, scary. Who else? President Donald Trump, concerning, go on. Benjamin Netanyahu, all right? And that's it. Oh, all right. Sounds like a good group. Of the three, our leader's the most sensible. And yeah, that's not good. Well, we'll see what happens. All right, where are we? Try not to dabble in politics too much here. There's a big war, so. So somebody writes, Bitcoin's about freedom. It is and it isn't, right? So it is kind of neat, the idea of having a way of completing a transaction without having to... Howdy!
Hey, I saw you on my TV.
Come on in. What's your name?
Hey, I'm Steven.
Steven, come sit down.
Sure. You want a local?
What's going on? Yeah.
You want a local?
You live here locally?
Yeah, I moved here about a year and a half ago or so.
That's cool. Where'd you move from?
California, actually.
Which-
exactly like you just described.
Which part of California?
San Jose.
So having lived in
Silicon
both Bay areas, tell me what's the biggest changes between one versus the other?
Oh, they're totally different. Yeah, California people are a little more California, a little more, like, honestly, a little more nice, a little more laid back, all that stuff. Florida, it's a little, like, especially this part, it's very...
Too many New Yorkers?
No, not anymore, actually. Once it's
really?
because it's getting hot again. This is snowbirds.
So they're all starting to leave?
Yeah.
Is there a culture change between winter and summer?
There's a culture change. There's a traffic change. There's all the events get more crowded. It's definitely a thing. And like, you talk to the service industry people here, and they definitely feel it.
How so? Like what changes? Because I haven't spent any time or much time in the Northeast at all. I just know. And again, not to be political, but whether it's Kathy Hochul or Donald Trump or the former mayor that just left, they all seem like jerks. I don't have a real high opinion of New Yorkers at the moment.
Yeah, and I think that's more or less the type that we get down here, unfortunately. So I understand what you're saying.
It's like with the food service industry, like really demanding customers.
Yeah, exactly. Or just poor tipping and stuff like that. It's
You think they'd be good tipping?
I know,
in New
right?
York?
I know. I don't get it either. Yeah. But yeah, it's cool.
Howdy. You coming to join too?
Yes, sir.
Grab a seat. What's your name?
Seth, nice to meet you.
Howdy, Seth.
Hey, man, Steven.
Steven, nice to meet you.
So what university is that? Is that
University of South Florida?
Yeah.
We have a
USF?
campus right here.
Yeah, you
down
can see the
street,
buildings down there.
Okay.
But main campus up in Tampa.
University of South Florida has a huge, I wish we were lit better, but I'm sure people will be fine. The view's fantastic behind us.
Mm-hmm.
But University of South Florida has a huge transportation research facility in there. I'd love to eventually get to know those people. There's probably some good stories out of that.
You interviewed one of them,
I
what,
did.
5 years ago, 6 years ago.
Yeah, that was over Zoom, the bus rapid transit, whatever. But then I never thought I'd actually make it out to Florida. And now that I'm here, I'm like, oh man, I wish I'd stayed in better touch with them, you know? So, well, what brings you around?
I saw you were here and had to come down.
So what do you do? What do you do for work?
I work in healthcare right now.
Yeah?
But I have a background in radio.
Hey, where'd you work?
Just in high school and college.
That's cool. Which university?
South Florida.
South Florida. So they had a station back in the day then.
Student-run station, yeah. My high school had a student-run station as well. 3,000 watt FM transmitter in Fort Lauderdale area. Reach of 1 million people. Took some market share from the big boys.
Hey, if you can get, did you guys subscribe to the ratings so you can see if you showed up?
Oh yeah.
That's what's fun is when you got the early stations I worked at. I think the guy he was a 1,000 watt AM. He was too cheap to. It was weird. The Salt Lake City market, it's kind of like stretchy, like Miami, and so you get some of the outlying areas where it's technically part of the Salt Lake market, but his coverage wouldn't make it into Salt Lake. So he's like, "Why am I paying for Salt Lake ratings?" You know.
Yeah. One of my co-DJs from back then, good friend of mine, lives up in Syracuse right now.
Okay.
And
Does he do any radio stuff anymore, or is he out?
no, he's out, but
Okay.
he turned me on to your channel.
Oh, cool.
He turned me on to what used to be the Wave up there,
Oh yeah.
but they went bye last year.
That's too bad. Yeah, the original Wave was the LA one. Well, I'm going to talk to you next. So
I'm patient.
keep doing musical chairs, but
All right.
that's cool. Well, how long have you been in this region?
I moved here in '96.
So you've been here a while. What's changed?
Everything. Everything. This pier is brand new. I haven't been out here since they reopened it.
Oh, really?
About a decade ago, I think about a decade ago, they tore down the old pier, which was an inverted pyramid.
Describe an inverted pyramid.
Upside down pyramid.
So, well, I granted, but I mean horizontally or vertically or what?
Vertically.
Okay. So is this one, because this one's built like a causeway.
Oh, the length was still there the whole time, but this used to be a drivable street all the way down and had a drivable circle around the actual pier down at the end, the actual pier building.
Right.
Again, I haven't been.
Oh, okay. So I can see what the old one looked like.
Yeah.
Here, following along at home, you can see that's the old pier
Go to the St. Pete Reddit. It's like one of the top. They post on there right now.
of what it looks like.
Well, that's what. Yeah. From that picture's from.
Wonder if I'm trying to figure out if there's a way to sit where the light shines on us, because we're pretty dark. The three people sitting in the dark here, you can see our.
Would it be better just a few feet down?
Yeah, when we walk down a little ways,
Cool.
I still love to sit because I'm getting old.
How late are you going to be streaming?
I don't know. We'll see how long people keep wanting to chit chat on here. In fact, we'll catch back up with some of those here in just a second. Looks like we got ourselves a light on a tree here. Maybe there's enough light splashing here that if we sit here, it won't be too bad. Give it a try anyway. See if I may have to put that further back. Let's see if it picks us up here. Okay. That looks a little better. Okay, let's see. So we got an argument about Bitcoin. Let's see. So yeah, we just talked about the flyover in Tulsa, McDonald's not being good for 30 years, Steak and Shake pandering to certain people.
Steak and Shake was close to like declaring bankruptcy a few years back, so they're leaning all in on this trend.
Yeah, well, it was cheap and the fries are skinny and yummy, so
Yeah, 20 years ago, it was like this fun 50s style fast casual place.
Yeah, more like a diner.
Yeah.
I went into one in Victorville, California back then, and it was weird because they had a drive-through, and I said, oh, "Okay, it's a fast food place." And I go in, and they're like, "Oh, well, just a minute, we'll tell you where to sit." And I'm like, "Never mind." I've never heard of a place evolving from a sit-down diner to fast food.
That would be more like devolving.
Devolving. But I thought it was tasty. Like I say, I like the food. I just very greasy, but you know.
Well, here in the South, you're not bound to find anything and everything greasy down here. In fact, you mentioned Salem's earlier as I was walking up. Great little local fast food chain. I haven't been there in a minute though, but if you like buffalo style chicken, great buffalo chicken sandwich.
Hey,
Really spicy though.
have you tried the stuff that's like fried gizzards?
I have not, and I even though I've been down here for 30 plus years, I'm still a Yankee at heart.
Because I'm not entirely sure what a gizzard is. I'm picturing like the thing on a
think
rooster
it's-
has under the beak.
I think it's something in the neck area. I
Yeah.
don't know.
I think it's something like that. I don't know, but so I grew up in Florida, bounced around the country a bunch, and then every time I'd like bring home a girlfriend to meet mom and all that, I'd have to take her out for some fried gator and stuff like that. It's just like rite of passage down
You
here.
actually find a place that serves alligator?
It's
A
not
lot
that
of
rare.
places. A lot of places.
Yeah.
It's not like some kind of protected creature or something like
No.
fried manatee.
No. Yeah, that'd be messed up.
I saw at a city park a sign that said, beware.
Not feed or molest the alligators.
I haven't seen that one.
I saw that one on the way here, right over on Mirror Lake, a few blocks down the road.
I don't want to know how you molest an alligator.
I don't want to find out.
So somebody's saying go Bulls. I don't know if they're playing tonight.
Go Bulls.
They playing tonight?
I don't know. I think they had a baseball game, possibly.
Which Bulls?
USF.
Oh, USF Bulls. Okay, that suddenly makes a lot more sense. I'm going. I get Jordan bounced to baseball for a while, but I didn't think the whole team did.
No.
Different Bulls. Like I get you, Jazz fan. I can't root for the Chicago Bulls, unfortunately, but.
That's all right. We can't root from down here either.
WUSF, talking about humidity.
Oh yeah, the NPR station's out of the college, right?
Yeah, the
Right.
NPR station is there.
Yeah, so the looking here to see. Okay, so I think I'm caught up on the chats here, but yeah, so then you're in healthcare. What do you do for work?
Software engineer, yeah.
What type of software?
Like back-end systems and stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
How has everybody's panicky about changes in technology and everything? From on the ground, what are you seeing in your world?
We're just as clueless as everybody else. Like, we don't know what's going to happen, I think. Anybody who does tell you they know what's going to happen, they don't know. Everybody's still figuring it out. The news this week about that, what was it? Anthropic's cyber security software that they're not releasing. That's kind of scary because that seems legit. But yeah.
Yeah, I had been paying for ChatGPT just because it's useful to feed things in there, and then Anthropic had something about, and I didn't follow it that closely, but a Pentagon contract where they wanted to have a few more safeguards than the others. I thought, well, okay, well, maybe I'll switch. I started paying for the Anthropic one instead. I actually like it a little bit better. And now that, even if it's a publicity stunt, but still to say, hey, we have this thing and we're concerned about it, so we're not going to release it to everybody yet. I was like, I like that attitude. That makes me happier than, oh, well, we'll just release it and see what happens.
Yeah, it's Anthropic Mythos, I think is what they're calling it, and it was stuff where it was finding vulnerabilities in pretty much every operating system they threw at it. It was finding ways to exploit things in every web browser they threw at it. Like, it seems legit. So, interesting times.
Yeah, that sounds like a bad beta to get leaked into the wrong hands.
Yeah, it'd be like, remember, what was it, Die Hard 4 or something like that, or 5, the one with the hackers?
I haven't seen it.
Oh, you're probably better off. But, yeah, it's just where, like, hackers just kind of take over everything, and it's just like, yeah, that could be a thing. Or, like, yeah, like, back in the, 90s and early 2000s, hackers were constantly, like, disrupting things.
Well, play a really oldie here. Either of you remember, or do you remember, the 1995 movie The Net?
That was Sandra Bullock, where there was like a little pi symbol in the bottom of all web pages that took you to like a government CIA control server or something like that.
Well, today
I was young when I saw it.
Yeah, the victim, the not victim, the villain du jour today would be what's that huge tech company that everybody's scared of at the moment? All the data collection and the cameras and
the camera one.
I forget what it's called. I remember the name if I heard it, but it's based out of Colorado, and they tie in Palantir.
Oh, Palantir.
Yeah.
That's a military contractor one. Yeah.
Right. So it was kind of, if you haven't seen the net, it was kind of like a Palantir type back end that all these government websites and big business websites were. But the hack was all you had to do to get to the back end was at the bottom of the web page, click a little link that was the letter pi. And suddenly you had access to everything. I'm like, yeah, some teenager's not going to figure that one out in 30 seconds. So it's one of these movies where you watch it now and it's over the top ridiculous, but the internet was so new, we didn't know, kind of like now being scared of AI, we didn't know what to expect. And so, you know, we were right to be scared, but we were scared in the wrong way because we didn't know how the thing was going to work out. But change the subject. You've been here since '96.
Yep.
How's transportation changed around here?
Well, we still don't have anything better than buses, unfortunately. Each county tends to do their own thing, so there's not a lot of interoperability between Hillsborough County and Pinellas County, which are the two main counties here. Plus, having a big bay in the middle does not help things much.
Right. Well, and you're limited by bridges and, you know.
Wasn't Hillsborough trying to actually not even go county by county, but even the metropolitan area would be funding, they would be taxed extra for their transportation stuff, and the more rural areas would have a tax decrease.
There was a county it's kind of like something we voted on probably 10 years ago, maybe a little less, maybe 6, 8, 10 years ago, to increase the tax by a penny to fund transportation. And then they deemed people sued the county, and then the state came and said it's illegal. I forget all the details, but we ended up getting refunds of that penny sales tax back for Hillsborough County residents.
They calculate that out.
They gave you $100. But I would have liked to have
submit all your receipts.
Yeah, I would have liked to have seen some improvements in transportation infrastructure here. In the city of Tampa and in parts of St. Pete, just the roadways, obviously in the older areas, narrow, no room for turning lanes. Then when you get out to the suburban areas, you have a lot of traffic. Yeah. You have stroads that are 4 lanes each way, and traffic moves at a snail's pace through them because everybody's trying to get to the same place at the same time.
Well, you have some, I'm staying up quite far up north off Highway 54, the big east-west road that really probably should be a freeway.
It was supposed to be a freeway at one point. So there are a lot of areas that have remnants of what should have been freeway infrastructure that was planned. Pinellas County had some planned in the 70s. Hillsborough County had some planned in the 70s. There's I-375 up here coming into downtown has some stub ramps that was supposed to connect to another freeway going out towards, I want to say, Madeira Beach. And there's an intersection at alternate 19 and the causeway that goes out to, believe it's Madeira Beach, that was supposed to connect the freeway to downtown, and that was all that ever got built. Dale Mabry Highway in Tampa, they were supposed to build a freeway through that, and they have 2 interchanges, one at Hillsborough, one at Bush. That's all they built it at. Back about 20 some odd years ago, they were talking about making 54 a freeway. That never happened. In fact, 30 years ago, 54 was a 2-lane road. The Suncoast didn't exist. State Road 56 didn't exist. You can go 20 miles and see 3 traffic lights and nobody out there. And just in 30 years, how much that area of Pasco County has grown up.
It's one of the things that was interesting to see in Texas when I was filming. is, you've been to Texas, they have those one-way frontage roads on every freeway, even out in the country. And I go, well, why'd they do that? And something I hadn't considered. This road like Highway 54, you go, okay, 30 years from now, this is going to need to be a freeway, but we can't justify now in the year 1995 or whatever, building a full freeway. But what they could do is build the frontage roads. And then today they'd have this big open field now, whereas they could fund it, they could one interchange at a time slowly build out that freeway. But now they can't because, you know, the businesses connect to the road, but they connect to the frontage road. You still have that open field in the middle, but that's gone.
Didn't they do that in Vegas and Salt Lake?
They did, yeah. So Salt Lake, they in the South Valley, they're doing that, and then Vegas, the whole Beltway. The Vegas, the southern portion of it has the frontage roads, but the northern portion, I think they just planned it as a freeway from the go. But
before they built it out, didn't they have it go down the exit ramps?
Yes.
Before they built all the overpasses?
And I suppose they could have done something like that for 54 too, is say, well, we'll build it to freeway standards, but everybody drops to the exit at each ramp. They could have done that. You see that, I think there's part of Kansas City, there's something like that. And I'm trying to think of other places where there's freeways that
They
drop
did
to the
that
ramps.
down in Fort Lauderdale back in the mid-'80s before they built I-595, right in the middle of State Road 84.
Right. And that's where it's hard because you want to get ambitious. You have, I should say, regions I don't think want to be ambitious with a huge freeway plan. It kind of looks environmentally unfriendly. It's maybe overshadows other improvements they could do in the city. And so nobody wants to come and say, okay, here's our regional plan for Tampa Bay and the 9 new freeways we're going to build over the next 30 years, you know. But then what happens is the people move anyway, and without that kind of ambitious plan, and so that's where Phoenix, Arizona, when they did get their sales tax revenue, they went for it, and I think they're kind of glad they did. Now they got to build the other stuff.
I lived out there for a year, and everybody out there complained about the traffic, and all the freeways are 5 lanes each way, and outside of the Broadway curve, and maybe a little bit of the West Valley during rush hour, things move fairly smooth. Like, people are complaining about traffic. I'm like, this is nothing compared to places in Florida, nothing compared to Atlanta, nothing compared to LA, definitely nothing compared to New York, DC,
Yeah.
Philly. Yeah.
I think there's another aspect to this, though, where it's like a lot of people, I'd say most citizens don't want the place to grow. They want to keep it small and local and cheap and all that. And actually St. Petersburg right now is still struggling with that, I would think. Like, there's a lot of people who hate people who moved here recently. But yeah.
Well, I looked at St. Petersburg as a complete streets plan that they implemented about 10 years ago. And they pointed out, or the consultants who wrote it for them, pointed out that you have a city that's already built out. St. Petersburg itself can't build out. It's all developed.
Yeah.
So they have to fill in, right? Now, the advantage they got going for them is St. Petersburg's a big grid. So grids can grow up. You know, one of the issues when I was doing stories in Atlanta last year was Atlanta's not a grid. Even downtown Atlanta isn't really much of a grid. And so the problem is, as Atlanta inevitably grows up, because it will have to, it just doesn't, it struggles. It doesn't have a good backbone to support it. This town, St. Pete, has a really good backbone to support it if it were to double in population.
Yeah, Central Ave, it's really good, actually. And that's actually what brought me out here was I don't drive anymore. Like, I can just walk to everywhere I need to go. So yeah, it's really nice.
Yeah, at the beginning of the stream tonight, one woman at the bus stop was saying she doesn't own a car. She wishes she could. But, you know, if you're transit captive, it's nice to have that SunRunner. That saved me a fortune on parking. How late does that thing run? I got to make sure I get back to my car tonight. If not, I'm walking 20 blocks.
No, you're not. No, you're not. You've got local friends now.
Yeah. But yeah, it's kind of fun to see. You know what? You know, like I say, the rural areas. See, somebody says, "Sorry, Rob, been busy watching the Artemis 2 splashdown." I thought it splashed down already.
That
Yeah,
was like 8
a while
p.m.
ago. He went and got dinner first, and then he came back. So other examples, other people point out, Highway 54 used to be cow pasture, somebody says. US 301 through Riverview.
That's where I live now.
Okay. Which part of town is that? I'm not familiar.
That's, 20 miles east of here, right across the bay.
So is that coming off 75, kind of like
Right along 75.
Is that as you go east of downtown, you hit Brandon? Is it kind of out that way?
It's the next city south, or next town south of Brandon.
So another road that should have been a freeway.
Actually, they are talking about extending the Leroy Selman down 301 into Riverview.
Okay. I mean, I'm not stoked if it's a toll road, but it's going to still be better than nothing, you know?
The area could use another way to get out of that area. I'm fortunate in the fact that I work south of Riverview, so I don't have to deal with all the traffic getting into Brandon and Tampa in the morning.
Coming up through Clearwater, I noticed something interesting is you have US 19 in a big wide street with the businesses right on it, and I said they're screwed. They'll never build and then it looks like they shoved little itty bitty frontage roads to grab the driveways and then squeeze the freeway in the middle. And I'm like, wow, they've somehow squeezed a freeway into an arterial street, and it seemed to work pretty well.
And those frontage roads, half the time they go from 2 lanes to 1 lane, back to 2, back to 1. And so you never know if you're in the lane that's going to bring you back onto the freeway or the lane that's going to keep you on the frontage road.
I imagine that's just space constraints.
Definitely.
But, and then are they continuing that north? It looked like they're doing some construction on 19 after the bridges end.
I haven't been up that way in at least 5 years, so
Okay.
I couldn't tell you.
I suspect they're making that freeway-ish longer. And then out that way, too, I noticed there was another road that was kind of freeway-ish just to the east of 19.
The 49th Street / Bayside Bridge / McMullen Booth Road.
Exactly. Yeah, and I'm
Yep.
going, this has room and potential. It's just missing some money to build some bridges and connect it to things. So I'm like, unlike Atlanta, where the hills and everything kind of constrain them and they're stuck, this area is making a lot of the same mistakes as Atlanta, but the flatness of it and the fact that there's kind of a grid to things, and they built enough freeway pieces, I'm like, this I think this can be salvaged. Like, I think you can still build a pretty good freeway network out of this. It's missing the sales tax money that got struck, you know?
Yeah, I think the other part, though, is, like, to develop these areas, you have to take out what's already there. And that's never popular. Like no business wants their taxes raised and all that. So that's just a guaranteed way for a city commissioner not to get reelected.
Well, a lot of it is you have to warm people up to the idea that the benefit is worth the cost. If you're in Maricopa County, Arizona, where they suffered for decades with basically no freeways, it was an easy sale. The second they went the first time and it lost 60-40 in the 70s, but mid 80s it won 60-40, and it's an easy sale since then. Every time, twice now, they've had to renew that sales tax. It passes handily because people see the benefit. They're like, there's no problem paying an extra penny on that sales tax to get all the freeways. So,
And it makes that area a lot easier to get around.
Yeah.
I couldn't imagine having to drive Baseline or Grand every day or 17th just to get around the city.
is Grand the diagonal one that goes out of Phoenix? Yeah. And even that one, they'll never be able to make it a freeway, but because there's a railroad track nearby, they're playing with creative ways to kind of reduce the cross traffic to make it somewhat of a freeway.
Yeah, and it's very interesting driving through there because they've designed all these 5 and 6 point intersections all differently with freeway style overpasses going over Grand and the railroad tracks. I think they've done it at Bell. I think they've done it at maybe Glendale. I don't remember. I didn't spend as much time in the West Valley as I did the East Valley.
Now, if each of you were to paint a regional light rail system for Tampa Bay, where would you have it go?
I do know the you probably might be able to fill me more on this because I just know the spare details. But the new bridge that was built between St. Petersburg and Tampa, it just opened the last year.
So the new Howard Franklin, yeah.
Yeah. That I was told it is designed to support an elevated light rail down the middle of it. So
that would be wise to do. Let me look that up, see if I've been on that bridge.
yeah, it's
It's
like,
I-275.
yeah.
Oh, the 275 bridge. So
Yeah.
is it replacing an old one?
Yeah, so the original span was one span, 2 lanes each way. I think they built that in the 50s, I think. Then in the 70s, they built a second span. So then they had 4 lanes each way, 4 on each span. And then the oldest span, they just replaced with this new span. And this new span, I want to say it has maybe 6 lanes. I think 4 general purpose and 2 express lanes.
Somebody asks what you guys think about if Pinellas County were to build either rail or just try to just get more BRT up and going like the SunRunner.
I think the SunRunner, I think it just lost like a bit of its dedicated lane it had just recently because of something like. So there's aspects of the city that's fighting against stuff like that, which is unfortunate. But yeah, like I think it would be great to have more rail. Like when I lived in California, like there was 3 different rail networks around where I was in like the South Bay of California. Like,
Well, because you have the heavy BART rail that almost doesn't. I wish BART did a full loop. You know, I'd love to see something like that here, where it does a big loop. You know.
Yeah, the BART loop I think it is in progress. They were planning on doing that, and like when I left, they just expanded it out to the south end of like Milpitas or something like that, which is.
Well, it's got to go through downtown San Jose, and it's becoming unbelievably expensive because it's got to go underground, like it does through San Francisco.
Oh, I didn't hear about it going through. That's a long trek.
Well, it's probably going to be 20 years to build it all out because it's got to go underground.
Just like the high-speed rail, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But
I'm counterintuitive. I believe California high-speed rail, despite all of its cost overruns and problems, is more likely to get finished than Brightline West.
Oh, I doubt that actually.
That's an interesting take. I mean, I would at least like to see them connect the Fresno portion to maybe at least get up to San Jose and connect up to San Fran. But have they started working on the depot in Vegas yet?
Well, they're building a parking garage. I don't know if I'm building a rail project that a parking garage would be my first choice of things to build.
All the original Brightline stations on the East Coast have parking garages associated with them.
Oh, when you said Brightline West, you're talking about the one from California to Las Vegas.
Yeah.
Right? Oh, okay, because we're getting one here too.
It's flat here. Flat's not a problem.
Yeah, and the rail already exists, so.
The problem with Brightline West I'm seeing is 60 Minutes just did a piece on high-speed rail problems, I think last Sunday. And they finally got some people to talk to. I wanted to do a high-speed rail story for a while, but I knew anybody who's knowledgeable is not going to be objective, and anybody who's objective is not going to be knowledgeable. And it doesn't matter. Nobody's going to want to talk to me anyway because it's such a hot potato. And so 60 Minutes got the Secretary of Transportation for California, California High-Speed Rail Authority, the president of Brightline, and a guy who was retired from Amtrak. They got a bunch of people together to really kind of take a critical look at the thing. And the challenge I'm seeing with Brightline West is that I think they've got all the ingredients to do it, but they're missing, their whole thing hinges on private investment. I think they need $4 to $6 billion of private investment or something like that, and they're struggling to raise it. And so that's where I'm saying the California one is on the back of California taxpayers. So if it takes them 80 years to build it, it will eventually all get built. You know, that piece of infrastructure, we could cancel it. We could say, we're done with high-speed rail. Okay, but you've got this 5-mile viaduct in Fresno, and somebody 15, 20 years from now, a new generation of elected officials are going to look at that and say, you know what, let's finish this thing, right? So that's what I'm saying. I don't know if it'll be in our lifetimes, but the California high-speed rail will get finished. The Brightline one is contingent on private revenue coming in. And just like Express West before that, and Desert Express and the others, I think what's going to happen is Brightline, the money's eventually going to fall through, and then it'll go dormant again, and then somebody else will resurrect it, and then they'll struggle to until it gets tapped into actual tax revenue to build it as it's why big projects like these are always built publicly and not privately, is it's really difficult to raise private revenue for infrastructure.
Really quick regarding Brightline West, is part of the problem with it the fact that it's going to go only to Rancho Cucamonga and not all the way into LA County?
I don't think so, because they're converting the Metrolink station so somebody could grab Metrolink, and then, when it was going only to Victorville, that was a problem. But I think the cost of getting it down the hill, the Cajon Pass has the San Andreas Fault basically run through it. And so you already have a real mess. When the big earthquake hits California, you've got Interstate 15, you've got a freight rail corridor, you're soon going to have Brightline joining in, you've got high voltage power lines and underground jet fuel lines that pump up jet fuel up to the desert. So it's like the perfect recipe for a nice big explosion and fire and something to really complicate a post-earthquake response. And then everybody's stuck and can't go up it.
Have you heard of I just looked it up, the Cascadia subduction zone?
Yeah.
That's recent, like 1990s.
That they discovered that?
Yeah.
It's the reason why Oregon's bridge to Washington on Interstate 5, which has now probably doubled in cost again, is still going to happen as support of both governors, because they're like, okay, cancel or postpone everything else we wanted to do, but with the bridge itself. And I go, why is there so much commitment to the bridge? Because the alternative story is they do nothing, and then one day that earthquake goes off for a megaquake and people die. It's a Baltimore Bay Bridge level disaster, except you have 100 or 200 people dead. And then the federal government comes in with their checkbook and pays to replace it. And I think the thought is, we're Oregon, we're Washington, we already have some federal commitments anyway. Let's do this now and save those 200 lives now. Plus, not to mention the economic benefit you get from having the bridge fixed. And then, it'll dump into some screwed up interchanges on both sides, but they can fix those later, So that sounds like where they're at right now.
That sounds very rational. I wish we were that rational down here.
They're calling Oregon rational. That's
Yeah.
but they will build the bridge so the train can go across. That is a non-negotiable.
So they'll finally have a train that'll connect Portland into Vancouver.
And then if, again, 20 years from now, a different generation of elected officials in Southern Washington realize it, they may go, hey, why don't we create a joint powers authority pull the rail out of TriMet, create a joint powers authority, and then do a big loop of Vancouver, maybe even have it come back over next to 205.
And connect into the airport?
Yeah, and then all of a sudden now you've really connected the region where your capacity issue on the freeways drops a lot, because you can move a ton of the people on this transit loop. Right now, the current group of elected officials in Southern Washington are very skeptical of the rail coming in. They feel it's an enormous amount of money for something that is just an amenity to downtown Vancouver. It doesn't really help most people. In the same light, a lot of Portlanders they go, the old bridge is fine, we just want rail. If anything, it should have fewer lanes. It's where the Washingtonians, they go, no, the lanes are important to us. We want capacity improvement, and I think it's going to bump up to being 4 lanes in each direction. It's they would have had they not torpedoed the last deal 10 years ago, they would have had 5. They actually had the Portland City Council okay with 5 lanes each way on the bridge. Now they get 4 because Washington torpedoed it. So let's check in here and see. So we're talking about alternate 19, Big Bend, SunRunner runs till midnight. Good to know. 301 insert. So there's got to be more chats than that. Let me refresh my chat window. Well, the chat is very quiet at the moment. It looks like because I'm missing out because probably let's see, Cross Bay Ferry, is that here too?
Yeah.
Tell me about that. I haven't heard about the Cross Bay Ferry.
Have not been on it. I've been really looking forward to it, and there's kind of some contract disputes going on, or like selling contracts, but it's a joint thing between a few of the counties here, and it's a ferry that runs from just south of here, like by half a mile or so, and it connects into like Ybor City area in Tampa.
Right.
Yeah. So
That's cool.
Yeah, it seems really cool, and like, yeah, I want to go for it for like the Bolts hockey games and all. So
that's cool. Yeah. Coming out, the Ybor City area is fantastic. It's got the old brick streets and the trolley. You know, I said, wow, has this trolley been operating since the 1800s? Oh no, they brought it back about 1985, but it was still really cool. I debated doing the live stream tonight from Tampa and showing that off instead, but St. Petersburg just seemed like a fun change since I'm doing some stories in Tampa for upcoming videos coming out later this summer. So
it's a little more relaxed down here. Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely a chill environment out this way. Let's see, Josh writes, hi, what are you doing here? I'm on the other side of Bay. Hi. Hi. How are you doing?
He's right over there.
Well, let's start walking back toward town, and because sometime in the next hour I got to make sure I catch a bus
No, we'll make sure
back
you're
to my
okay.
car
Oh,
before.
yeah. I'll give you a ride or whatever you need. Okay.
You have your car here?
Yeah. I
Okay.
live like half a mile from here.
Okay.
Yeah.
It'll all work out.
Yeah.
Well, 20 blocks wouldn't be the end of the world, but still, I was too cheap to pay for the parking, you know. So I thought, well, that might be kind of fun.
I think this pier closes at 11:30 though.
11:30.
Yeah.
Okay. So they'd be booting us out of here in the next half hour anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, the time zone's not working in my favor. Usually, I like to start early enough. I got some daylight, and then, if I go late, it's fine because I pick up everybody. But the problem is people just barely getting off work out west. You know.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I still work for a West Coast company, and I regularly have to work till like 1 a.m. sometimes.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, it's not.
Anything not confidential that's interesting to talk about your job?
No.
No, okay. Not interesting or too confidential?
Not interesting.
Not interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, my sister got laid off from tech this last year, so.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Okay.
She's getting into the insurance industry at the moment, so I'm not.
Okay.
And
That's stable.
Well, yeah, I think she'd rather have kept her tech job, but but it is something. So it's hard. She says she's a UX designer, and she says the entire field of UX design evaporated.
Yeah.
It's just completely gone.
There's not as much attention given to it as it was 10 years ago, 20 years ago.
Well, I almost as if they think, well, do we go up the hill?
You end up in a weird cul-de-sac if you keep going straight here.
Okay. But it's just interesting to see how this whole new field, I never heard of UX till about 10 years ago. I had a colleague in radio actually was doing UX, and I thought, oh, it's kind of cool. What a neat new field, and how important it is, because so many shopping apps have really bad user experience. The Walmart app is pretty good, but most of the time I just want to know what aisle an object is on, and they either intentionally or through incompetence make it very difficult to find that, because they keep trying to push me into shopping online. Okay, so they run this to give you a ride to the end of the pier, because it's so long.
It's only like half a mile long. It's not. I walk it just for like recreation.
Right.
They were using these under the previous iteration of the pier as well.
So how long was the pier closed while they were rebooting it, rebuilding it?
I don't even remember how long. I want to say at least it was a few years.
Like during COVID, or like relative to COVID, was it the old pier still here, or?
I honestly do not remember. Like I don't get out to this side of the bay much anymore.
Right, because you came all the way over from the other side.
Yeah, I used to work here in St. Pete until a couple of years ago. In fact, that's where I park, where the hospital I used to work at. But
Yeah, we need to go that way.
And somebody asked about sunsets here in the Bay Area.
Yeah, not this part because we're on the inside of the east side of the bay,
Right.
or the inside of the peninsula facing into the bay. But yeah, St. Pete Beach and everything. That's where you'd go, and there's a lot of restaurants set up just for that.
Yep.
Yeah, because it is kind of. I was mentioning at the beginning of the stream tonight how I'm used to going west to go to the ocean, and St. Pete Beach feels very California because I'm like, okay, I'm on the West Coast, you know. Mm-hmm. So that makes it kind of fun. But
what's nice here is you can go watch the sunrise on the East Coast and the sunset on the West Coast all in the same day.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, because you got this little island here, you know.
And what's actually really cool is there's trails connecting it all. It's only about a 45-minute bike ride across.
You're getting lost here. Wandering through
Where's the
this.
main pier here?
Yeah.
Okay, we're almost back.
Yeah.
This is that transit way that was where the bus was honking.
Mm-hmm.
The train,
Yeah. So that's somebody mentioned. Is that the museum of the first airplane then?
I've never been in that one.
First commercial airplane or something like that.
Yeah. So the first commercial flight was between Tampa and St. Petersburg.
Oh, okay.
The pilot was a guy by the name of Tony Janis, and they have a really cool courtyard concert venue out here, a couple blocks away, called Janis Live, which they named after him.
Oh, I didn't know that's what. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I guess a flight between the two would make sense because it's relatively short, but serves an.
And it's annoying to drive.
Well,
there
probably
was not. I don't think there was a bridge back then. Oof. Or if there was, the Gandy was the first bridge that got built out here.
Probably a very bad bridge that wasn't really meant for somebody driving over it. No.
I mean, you're talking 1920s.
Right.
Tramps coming.
Oh, honking at us.
We're fine.
Get out of the way.
Yeah,
It's not going to zoom up on us. It's not a light rail train. It did surprise me to see a region as big as Tampa not have at least some kind of a light rail or something, you know.
Yeah. I haven't heard any news on any try for that.
Well, if this transportation sales tax got struck in court, then
that was only in Hillsborough County.
Oh, Hillsborough County, but still, you know, that's the type of revenue that pays for operating something like that. You know, if you don't, I'm trying to think of other ways to pay for transit besides the sales tax, because you don't have a motor fuel tax or something for transit. So is this the waterfront street here, or is this Bay Shore? Okay. So that's the entrance to the pier there. Then that's cool. Okay, we have somebody right. It flew in 1914. Did you ever think Brightline from Tampa to Orlando will ever get finished? I'll defer to you guys because you guys live locally.
I'd love to see it.
Yeah. I mean, they finished the Miami one, so
They finished it from West Palm to Orlando. That was a feat to itself. So.
Right. It mostly runs
goes,
at grade, though, right?
Yeah. The stretch to Orlando, they ended it at the airport. It does not connect to the Sunrail out there, which means you cannot connect to downtown. It doesn't connect to any of the tourist areas. So
That's interesting. Say,
Sunrail though, like I've heard it's just like from what I've heard from my family that lives out there, it's primarily used just for like hospital employee commuters.
Yeah.
Because it connects to a bunch of hospitals.
Yeah, it connects to the two main hospitals in Orlando, connects to downtown. And so it's more of a commuter line.
it's one of the challenges of if you say, well, nobody takes the transit line, and they go, okay, so you draw a map of the transit line, you go, okay, now imagine that was your road network, but you want to drive. It's kind of the same thing. It's you have to have enough of a network to make it usable, otherwise nobody's going to use it, you know.
But they also took that line and
We can
put it on.
stop here for a second. Right.
So they didn't build their own. They didn't build their own rail infrastructure.
They just stuck it on the old Amtrak.
Yep.
Yeah. So it's, let's see. Yeah, somebody writes, runs at grade and uses FEC tracks. I'm not sure FEC.
Florida East Coast Railway.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
like the old cargo rail, I think.
Yeah, the old rail.
There's two rail lines that run up the. See, I lived in South Florida.
Yeah, you guys come in the shot if you
when I
want.
was younger. So there's two rail lines that run between Miami and West Palm. One's the Florida East Coast line and one's the CSX freight line.
Right.
Amtrak runs along that line. So does their commuter rail, Tri-Rail. And then the Brightline runs along the Florida East Coast line.
Right.
And then those two lines split in West Palm. The CSX line goes northwest into the interior of the state through Okeechobee and Sebring and Winter Haven before it splits to either Lakeland and Tampa or up to Kissimmee and Orlando. And then the Florida East Coast line runs along the coast.
Right. Yeah, and I think that's partly why I haven't been like, oh, I'm in Florida, I got to ride Brightline. As I go, it just kind of sounds like a nice Amtrak, and you know, I've ridden Amtrak, and so if it was all grade separated, and you know, maybe it'd be more exciting. I think.
I did the Brightline a few years ago. And it was a nice ride, very relaxing. You know, new train cars and good customer service, but if you park there, you got to park in the garage and pay for parking. So they kind of get you coming and going that way. But they also have a couple different levels of service. Like my brother's taken it up to Orlando a couple times from West Palm, and he'll buy the upgraded because he'll get some free snacks and some free drinks and a little lounge to sit in before the train leaves.
Well, and that's kind of what I feel like. Transit agencies, I feel like it's almost like a public library. Like they would make the train free if they could. Like the goal isn't to make a ton of revenue; it's just to
help with operating.
Make sure it operates. Versus the trouble is something like Brightline. As exciting as that is, I mean, the idea that you could have private money come in and greatly expand the rail networks is very exciting because that scales. But the problem is partly why private money would be exciting coming after it is they want to be able to generate revenue. And so once the train starts paying itself off, rather than lowering the cost like a public transit agency would, be like, okay, we're penciling and we don't have to charge as much. They go, okay, cool, now we've got revenue to turn back to investors. And so you never, as the end user, you never get to that stage where you get to share in the good deal. It's always going to be pricey, you know.
I've looked into taking it down there before, and for the cost and the time between driving straight, go Bulls! Between the time taken to drive down there versus driving to Orlando and picking up the train, the cost, doing a cost benefit analysis, it's much better just driving straight down there instead of having to get on the train.
Yeah, and so I'm excited that they did something, but it's got some challenges, and that's where I come back to California high-speed rail. Is it's so ridiculously ambitious what they're trying to do. What California high-speed rail is trying to do is have that big plan of like, this is how we're going to connect every city in California together, and go way over the top of the design of like, hey, we need to turn a corner. Well, Brightline West through Las Vegas, they got to turn a corner. They put a speed reduction in. They say, okay, the train's going to slow down and go around this corner. high-speed rail, they bought out the entire industrial park, not a building, the whole park, because the train had to make a corner at speed, right? And so that's what I'm saying is I'm so much more long-term optimistic, because you don't run into this issue of like, well, the train just goes from Miami to Orlando, and you can drive in the same amount of time, the same amount of cost. Why would you use it? But if it was part of a Florida statewide network where you could travel all over Florida, maybe it'd be worth the extra hassle.
And that's why the next step is to build it from Orlando to Tampa. Now, back in the early 2000s, there was a state amendment that we voted on to approve a rail project from Tampa to Orlando, which is why Interstate 4 has a really wide median.
Oh.
Almost all the way from Tampa to Orlando. And then in 2004, there was another amendment that ended up rescinding it.
Oh.
And
That's
I'm not
too
going to
bad.
get into the politics of that.
Yeah, well, transportation's inherently political. Doesn't have to be partisan, but it's political.
This was partisan.
Yeah. The good news is in California is there's both plenty of Democrats and Republicans who don't like high-speed rail, but not enough to rescind it. That's the thing. It's like, there hasn't been a groundswell of an effort to say, well, let's get it back on the ballot again. Everyone just kind of shrugs. We all make fun of it, and then it just quietly in the background, more and more of it gets built. But
Well, they're getting the buy-in of the Central Valley, right? Like, it kind of like they moved it from like following the coast to like going up the Central Valley.
well, it was never going to follow the coast, but what it is you have, if you follow the Central Valley, there's two routes you can go.
Yeah.
So the story on the Central Valley here is, by the way, guy Joshua writes, I like trains. Good. It's a good topic. We're talking about trains.
On the road channel.
I like, well, it's a railroad.
If you like trains, when you leave Florida, if you get a chance, Folkston, Georgia has what's called the Folkston Funnel. All rail traffic coming into the state of Florida comes through this town of Folkston. And they have like a neat little, it's not even a rail station, it's a kind of a mock-up of an old station. And it's just a real neat thing to see the trains coming through.
That's cool. And like a ton of it all shoveled.
Yeah, because all the freight lines and the passenger rail lines that come in from the various parts of Georgia come right through there and into Florida, and then they all split in Jacksonville.
Well, that's cool. Yeah, the high-speed rail has the original voter prop in California was LA, San Francisco. So if you follow Interstate 5, that's the more direct route. But the goal of it,
Driving that every time I'm out there.
driving I-5,
In the Central Valley, it's horrible.
it's not. I've broken down on it twice. It's like breaking down on Mars.
I'd rather be on 99.
So this, I'm not making this up. This is a guy on the radio who said it, and he was right. He said Route 99 is the weed highway, and Interstate 5 is cocaine highway. So he goes, if you're on Interstate 5 from LA to going up to the Bay Area to Sacramento and everything, it's a straight shot, and it's full of a guy in an Audi who took something, and he's going 94 miles an hour in the left lane, and there are people still trying to pass him. Like, it's just insane, right? Going around the trucks and just,
It does make sense to get past the Harris Ranch as fast as you can.
but it's really intense for how, and there's nothing. There's, next gas, 60 miles, 99, it's the guy with the Chevy Astrovan, and one of the windows is blown out, but he has a garbage bag, and it just flapping as he's going about 55 in the fast lane with a big smile on his face, and everybody's waving to him, and that's what he says, is weed highway. It's just everybody going slow and chill and having a good time, and it's just, so, and it's right. And I started taking 99 because it really only adds like 10 minutes. It's not that. You get to go through all the different towns. You want to stop and get something to eat, get some gas, get gas at a Costco. Like you're there, right? Where on 5, it's like you get to that one gas station. It's like Well, back then it was like, before the war, $5.75 a gallon. Now I hate to think what it is, $8.99. But so it's just so much more fun. But high-speed rail was the same thinking. If the goal, which is what was sold in the voter prop, is to get people from LA to San Francisco as fast as possible, you'd follow I-5. It would probably be done, right? But they realized, and I think they were wise to do this, the goal of high-speed rail is not to replicate what airplanes already do. If you want to go LA to San Francisco, take a plane. But what their goal is to say, hey, we've done a good job connecting every metropolitan area and regional freeway system and everything together with this nice state highway network. We had the vision back in a century ago, right? And they followed that plan out. Now, what if we connected everybody's transit systems together? So LA Metro connects to San Diego's, which connects to the Inland Empire, which connects to, eventually, if there's one in Palmdale and Bakersfield and every town. So as they build their transit systems out, they can tie in. So now the transit systems are useful. If I get on a bus in Bakersfield, I can eventually end up on light rail in Sacramento,
Sure.
right?
Okay.
Then you sit there and say, okay, if California's population were to double again in the next century, it doesn't all have to be going out. Not because sprawling out's a bad thing, but it's because in California, we're going into places that catch on fire. They're not good places to build.
Or don't have the water.
Right, right. If the goal is to just build a bunch of single-family houses up in Palmdale, that might not be a good idea. But what you can do is now start to sit there and say, okay, if we are going to build up in the cities we already have, now it connects to the freeway. So if somebody's living without a car or with only one car, they can still move throughout the state because they can connect to that high-speed network. And that's what's built in. And boy, they're doing a bad job selling that. Like if that's the intention, that's an amazing intention, because now all these towns that you never think about, like Madera,
Yeah.
I don't even know what order Madera is in the line of towns.
Yeah.
But they're gonna
Try not getting that mixed up with Modesto
right
or Merced
or Fresno or Modesto or Stockton, or you have all these different towns, but now they're all connected, and so they can. It's no longer just the Bay Area, LA, and San Diego, and that's it. It's like now everything's tied together. It's all one big market with redundancy. They're not taking state highways away. A lot of people I still drive, but now I've got a friend who doesn't have a car in Sacramento. They can take the train. So
and by more people taking the train, you create more space on the freeways and the highways for those people that want to drive. It's a win-win for everybody.
right, because otherwise, again, if California's population doubled, you'd have to double all the freeways, right? And there's a lot of places that's just not practical. Cost-wise, that might not be practical. And so California will still expand freeways, but you could still engage in a lot of economic activity. That's what I'm saying. I'm so much more enthusiastic for California high-speed rail's future, even though it's not winning the PR war right now.
True.
Even supporters badmouth it. So versus Brightline West, I wanted to be successful, but to me it's just an amenity that may or may not get funded,
That's true. Yeah, it's just that Brightline West is just commercial.
Have somebody writing saying a CSX train is going by their house right now. So as fellow rail fans, the big boy is coming to Pennsylvania soon. Is that huge locomotive engine? I'm not real familiar with my trains. The big boy. It was supposed to, years ago, somebody told me it was supposed to be at the Pomona Fairgrounds. I drove all over the Fairplex. I couldn't find it. I said, how can you miss it? It's a big train. But anyway. Our
Brown got in and moved it.
Yes. Wish we had more trains. The speed limit is 60 on the bridge. I'm trying to go the speed limit, but people are going 80. let's see, drive over the Howard. Is that
Howard Franklin.
Howard Franklin? So the speed limit's 60.
It used to be 65 before they built a new bridge.
Okay, now it's lower.
I believe, yeah. I know they lowered it to 60 during construction. I haven't been on it since it finished.
I do know each region sort of has a different attitude toward speed, and a lot of the Midwest in particular, and other parts of the South, Tennessee and things, it felt like the speed limits could be low and people drove them, you know. And then I went down to New Orleans, and New Orleans was, I would describe it as happy insanity. Everybody was doing about 35 over the limit, but they all seemed to be having a good time. Like, it wasn't angry speeding, it was...
Well, they got to drive through daiquiris.
The New Orleans live stream, I very grainy, but I caught somebody drive by me, and he's nursing a thing while he's under behind the wheel. Like, not just open container, brazen open container.
Yeah, that's the big easy.
Yeah.
Houston drivers were kind of fast too, but Florida, I'm still trying to figure it out. It's like
On the main roads and around the cities, it's fast, but
Yeah.
like when you get out to the more rural areas, you actually have to be very careful because a lot of cities get their significant amount of their income from speeding tickets.
right.
So
Another thing that I've noticed, the wider the road, the faster people go.
That is an engineering principle. So that's a human psychology thing.
So yeah, so when you're on like a 4-lane primary arterial, you got like a 45 mile per hour speed limit. Then it drops down to a 2-lane undivided, not much alongside the road. Speed limit goes up to 55. Everybody's still doing 50. Won't
Right.
go any faster.
Yeah, well, and in downtown, I should bring up something interesting because downtown St. Petersburg here has a lot of one-way streets.
Yep.
And as much as I praise First Street North, First Street South, I drove it last night, checked, like I say, scoping this out for the live stream. I got going pretty fast. I had to be careful because you get an apron, like a runway, and you feel like, oh, especially when it's wide open late at night, you just feel so comfortable because it's straight, it's predictable, it feels like a freeway, versus if they turn them into two-way streets, now there's only one lane each way, and it's unpredictable, and there's traffic approaching me from the other direction. It would slow me down.
one thing they do here that's actually pretty cool too is the big streets, both going north and south, they actually time the lights. So they're actually timed at like 30 miles per hour. So as long as you hit 30 miles per hour, as soon as you hit that green, you'll hit every green on the way down.
Downtown Tampa does the same on a couple of their main streets as well.
And that could be a form of speed control, because if you time it intentionally, that if you get your fresh green and then I take off and I go about 45 and then I hit a red intentionally and it makes me wait and then it turns green and then goes because it's part of the signal sync, it could be a way of getting everybody to slow down, because eventually you get bullied by the lights into compliance without even realizing it.
In fact, in downtown Tampa, there are signs that'll say lights timed for 30 miles per hour.
Same.
Or 35 miles per hour.
Yeah, same on like 4th Street here, on the north end entrance to it. So they advertise that as a way to, I hope, to slow people down.
Well, and if you look at it, it's interesting because you have all roads fit into two categories: interrupted flow and uninterrupted flow, and that's it. Those are only two categories. And so city streets are interrupted flow, and freeways and country highways are uninterrupted. So on an uninterrupted flow highway, long distance, speeding kind of saves you some time, because if you do 75 instead of 60, uninterrupted flow, you can just do the math and figure out, okay, I'm cutting a certain percentage off. But in interrupted flow, going 45 and then stopping for a red light, then 45 and then stopping for a red light, may take longer, even though it feels faster, than 30, but you get a green progression.
Up in Tampa, one of the roads that connects the university to I-275 was 45 miles per hour for years and years, and it was a slog going down the road. About 10, 15 years ago, they lowered the speed limit to 35, and it flows much better now.
Well, I'm imagining they probably did some signal timing with it. Because you can make a 35 mile an hour road drive really bad also.
Well, they actually added some pedestrian crosswalks with the amber flashing lights. So, that interrupts that continuous traffic flow from if you time the lights anyway.
But then you maybe pick it up again at the next light.
Yeah, and there's only like 3 or 4 lights between that 2-mile stretch. But.
Well, and that's Carmel, Indiana, where they just did roundabouts, because now you go the other way, which is now it's still an interrupted flow, but it works more like an uninterrupted flow because you have random arrival of departure of the cars.
And I wanted to bring up one other thing with speed on the interstate on 275, and I have no explanation for this at all. In Tampa, it's been 55 miles an hour for most of the city since I've moved here 30 years ago. Here in St. Pete, it's 65. And here in St. Pete, especially between the downtown area and the Skyway, there's a lot of left entrance and exit ramps.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
But it probably isn't just that. It could also be the horizontal geometry. There's some weird, around Tampa Airport, there's some really weird highway geometry that feels kind of outdated.
Over on the Veterans?
Well, I was thinking 275, but
275?
yeah.
Yeah, they're working on that. There's long-term plans to improve the interchange with State Road 60 and Veterans Expressway, the airport interchange.
Yeah.
But the only thing I've ever heard about the lower speed limits is because of how the highway undulates over all the overpasses. When they rebuilt the freeway between downtown and the airport, well, they smoothed that undulation out a little, but they never raised the speed limit.
Well, and the thing with the speed limit is they have to be respected to make them enforceable. One of the challenges of cities that they'll hear, oh, your chance of survival getting hit by a car at 20 miles an hour is so much better than at 30. Oh, so we'll pass an ordinance, we're going to make every city street 20. Well, the problem is 20 is very difficult to enforce without significantly changing the physical infrastructure of the street to make it a 20 mile an hour street. And same with the freeway, you can't just come in and just say, we're going to make all the freeway 60. You know, I mean, Nixon did that in the 55 mile an hour limit, and I think they were very difficult to enforce, according to 1970s rock songs that I've heard. And
Or 80s rock songs.
One of my best friends, his very first car when he was 16 years old, had a 55 mile per hour governor in it, and it was hilarious.
I didn't know they'd actually put governors in them. I know they'd have on the speedometer.
Yeah.
They'd make 55 red.
It's squared and bolded.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, he's a 16-year-old guy, and he gets that thing up to 55 on like a 75 mile per hour road, and it just starts choking.
Are you sure it wasn't just a crappy car?
No, it was.
What kind of car was it?
God, I don't remember.
Don't remember?
I don't remember.
Yeah, but it's difficult. The urban legend of Caltrans was the California government basically said, well, you can pass this federal speed law, but we're not going to enforce it. And then Federal Highway came out and said, well, if you don't comply, you lose your federal aid. And then California goes, on second thought, we're going to enforce it.
They have been doing, especially in the area more like into the city of the downtown, they've been doing like the road dieting thing, where you can actually see like the double curbs, where it's like this is where the curb was originally when it was built, and then they have like an extended curb out, and the gutters are weird and all that.
Yeah, we walked by one, I think it's 6th and Central or something like that, earlier in the stream. And what's neat about that is you can make the argument, oh, we want to shrink the intersection down, put those curb extensions out, but the gutters are already there and it's so expensive. And what they were very clever here is they said, well, just leave the old gutters. We'll just put gutters next to gutters, and so the water still has somewhere to go. It's still the low spot, but then you could still shrink the intersection. That saves a lot of money. So that's a clever thing they did here.
Yeah. That's, again, like I moved to this city because of YouTubers like you and stuff. So like just learning about,
That was a contributing factor, huh?
100%. Yeah, to be honest, I was more city nerd, but
No, that's fine.
like he did a tour of the city, and I was like, okay, that's it. And like I grew up in Orlando, I wanted to be close to Orlando, but not too close. So this was like, this ticked all the boxes for me.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah.
I'm surprised when City Nerd came down here. I didn't know he was coming down here until after the fact.
I just decided, I was I could do Tampa, but I've got 2 Tampa videos coming out, so.
You were trying to do the launch last week, weren't you?
Yes,
I
so.
think I got the tail end of that.
Yeah, the launch was great. The attempt at a live stream, because I thought all the traffic of people leaving would be a fun stream, but there's no cell tower service at all.
Yeah.
That all fell apart.
Oh, yeah.
But
Yeah.
we've got a nice steady audience hanging on tonight, but the chat's been kind of quiet, or my phone's not updating. So I want to. That's why I'm not reading so many chats, is because I felt like I got caught up. Oh, we got some new ones here. Speaking of Tennessee, what's your opinion on split speed limits for trucks and cars? Tennessee does it, California does it. Does it really make roads safer if there's a delta between the vehicles that's greater? I know I learned, but I can't find anything to back it up, but I learned in college, 10 miles an hour or greater between vehicles is when the crashes start to get bad. And so the idea of a freeway is you want to try to keep everybody going about the same speed. California has truck speed limits. What I do find is that because the trucks have to go slower than the cars, they're really good with their lane discipline, and the trucks all stay on the right side of the freeway and we all pass them on the left. And passing a truck is easier because if they're putzing along at 55 or 60 and we're doing 70, 75, it's easy to get by. So is that safer? I don't know if anybody's ever done research on it to know. And so it's an interesting question of, California just does it because of inertia. I don't know if they lowered everything to 55, and then as speed limits increased in the 80s, 90s, 2000s, if they just raised it for cars and left it for trucks. It'd be fun to dig into the history of that, but on paper, it sounds like it shouldn't be safe. You should have all the traffic going the same speed.
I wonder if it's emissions based too. Like 55 miles per hour is going to be a lot more fuel efficient. And so for a truck, that's a big deal.
Should we see if we can get Gemini to hallucinate something here? Let's ask.
And then add to that, you say saving fuel, but also the what do you call it? To reduce the pollution.
Yeah, the emissions.
The ecologic effects of.
Why does California have a different truck speed limit? Is it an environmental thing? Let's see what it says. While environmental benefits like improved fuel economy and reduced emissions are a positive byproduct, California's 55 mile per hour truck speed limit is primarily a safety and engineering decision. I don't know if it's safety. Stopping distance. A fully loaded semi-truck takes a lot longer than a passenger car to stop. The lower speed limit allows it to. Now I hadn't thought of that. That's true. A truck going slower can stop a lot quicker.
Yeah.
Heavy vehicles. Yeah. Heavy vehicles have a higher center of gravity. Don't I know that? I drove my friend's moving truck from Tampa to Salt Lake, but I noticed that it was windy. I had to slow down, which is like, windy, it shouldn't matter, but the faster I went, the more it wanted to tip over. But also going around a corner, heavy vehicles have a higher center of gravity, making them more prone to a rollover or during a sudden lane change. Collision force, the slower speed dramatically reduces the kinetic energy in the crash. So if I have a car that's dumb and going 45, so what I was thinking of is I was going, okay, well, I'm in the car doing 75, the truck's doing 55, 20 mile an hour difference, bam, we get in a crash, right? That's bad. But what if you flip it? Okay, so I'm in the car doing 55, and I'm in another state where the truck's doing 75, and it hits me. If you're going to have a 20 mile an hour vector, it actually matters which way the vector is, right?
Yeah.
So if because the truck's going to have more force, so maybe the thought is we just keep the truck going slower. Okay, maybe digging into this, maybe there's a story to this. But here,
not all transfers of momentum are equal.
But with the rapper's delight, isn't it? The only rap song I know of, we're in the middle of it, it's a commercial for an antacid. Like, it had to get a bottle of KO Peptide. Anyway. So with the asterisk that it says Gemini is an AI and can make mistakes or invent crap, the limit is a holdover from the 1974 national maximum speed limit, which set a nationwide 55 mile per hour cap to conserve fuel during the oil crisis. And let us hope we don't have to live through that again. When the federal mandate was repealed, I ain't driving 55. Actually, I might. Depends on gas prices. When the federal mandate was repealed in 1995, most states raised truck limits to match the cars, but California chose to keep a differential speed limit to minimize the severity of truck-involved accidents.
Did Illinois do the same thing?
Could be. Well, let's ask Gemini. Let's see.
Again, it's Gemini. They usually tries to link to sources.
Generally, but it made stuff up when I was asking it about Beltway 8 in Houston. Which states have differential speed limits for trucks on freeways? See what it invents.
Googling with Rob.
I'm incredibly sour about AI, and I'll probably be wrong. So California, Washington State. So California, it claims limits to 55. That sounds right. The trucks go a little faster than that. Washington State 60. Oregon is 55 to 65. Although I don't remember seeing truck speed limits in Oregon. So
I'm wondering if that might be out east along 84.
Yeah.
maybe because in the city it is difficult to find stuff much above 60 anyway.
And along all of I-5, it's difficult to do anything above 60.
Montana 80 for cars, 70 for trucks. Idaho 80 for cars, 70 for trucks. Michigan 75 for cars, 65 for trucks. Indiana 70 for cars, 65 for trucks. Arkansas, I just was in Arkansas. I don't remember seeing it, but 75 for cars, 70 for trucks.
5 miles per hour. That's nothing.
Yeah, I mean at that point,
You very rarely, you sometimes see semis going over 70, but a lot of the company trucks are governed at 68, some are at 65.
Penske has their moving vans governed at, I think,
74.
something. Have you driven one?
From Tempe to Tampa, yeah.
And it's and when that governor kicks in, the fuel shutoff is not smooth. It just boom, no fuel.
Yeah, and every time I would be on a downhill, it would turn off the cruise control as well.
Yeah.
So I just kept the cruise control at 71.
And I kept it at 70. I kept it at whatever maximum it would let me set it to.
Yeah, 71 was it for me.
Yeah. But yeah, California remains the holdout of having the strictest differential, largely due to its unique terrain, high traffic density, and specific state-level mandates. So that's where I could probably look back at old legislation and see what the rationale was if I ever wanted to do a story on it. But yeah, anyway, that's, again, what Gemini claims are the reason why California still has a truck speed limit when everybody else has either a very minimal one or none at all. Okay, check it back in with the chat here. We got Iowa has speed cameras in Des Moines. Oh, and how? I almost got one of those. And Cedar Rapids through the city. It kind of feels like do the speed limit or we'll beat you into submission. I have a hard time with most photo enforcement, not because the technology's bad, but because of the way the contracts tend to be to get it. If the state of Iowa bought the cameras and owned them, and then they could set enforcement based on a scale, right? So if it's like, okay, 0 to 10 miles an hour, or 0 to 7 miles an hour, we'll ignore you. 7 to 15, we'll send you a warning to shame you into it. 15 is $100, 20, and so you start to get, because ultimately, me doing 12 over on the freeway is not the safety issue. Everybody's doing a little bit of that. But that's where the camera's going to make the most money. It's a bell curve, right? So everybody's going the median speed, and then the bell curve of people just going a little over the speed limit, that's the most people. You go up to 50 miles an hour over the limit, that bell curve's zeroed out. There's nobody there. So if I set the camera, if I'm the camera company and I get a cut in the profits, 50% of the ticket revenue, and I set that, say, okay, we're going to start writing tickets at 25 miles an hour over the limit, I won't write very many tickets. But if I talk them into 4 over the limit, I'll write tickets all day long. And so it's punishing the wrong people. You should be punishing the people who are imposing a real safety issue and then slapping the hand of, but they get most of their revenue from the hand slap group, the slide speeders.
When I lived in Arizona, in Phoenix, they had speed cameras at that time. They got rid of them not long after. But every mile or so there was a speed camera, and right where those speed cameras were, everybody was slamming their brakes, and then right after the camera sped up again, slamming their brakes, and that's where you had your accidents. And that's why they ended up getting rid of the cameras out there.
Yeah,
At that time, I heard they were trying to bring them back. But.
Well, my argument is create camera, and the problem with the cameras is you have to have a whole back-end system to maintain it. Wow.
The trucks.
What is the deal with the Carolina squat? That does not make any sense. It looks bad. It just looks bad. Like,
It's a culture thing, man. I don't know.
what, a culture thing? Like I chopped off my foot because I thought it looked cool. Like the Carolina. If you don't know the Carolina squat, the hot rods in the '60s, long before my time. But they put like little tires in the front and big beefy ones in the back so that all your power could go to these big beefy ones you drive by. Okay, it's dumb. The Carolina squat is you break your suspension so you're driving like this. So the front of your truck is pointed at the sky and the back of the truck is dragging the ground. And it looks terrible. I don't know. Okay, I live in Southern California. People low ride their truck. They drop it to the ground. You know why they do that? Because they can turn a corner really fast because their center of gravity is down low, right? Same way people lift their trucks. Why? Because they can drive off into the dirt and go to Moab and stuff. I get it. Most modifications have a purpose. The Carolina squat is purely for aesthetics, and the aesthetics are bad. It doesn't make any sense.
It's a state sport here to like modify your truck.
But can't they do a good lift it, lower it? Even the little goofy lights he had on his truck they look cool, but the squat doesn't make sense. Okay, where were we here? What were we talking about? Speed cameras. Oh, yeah, that's what I'm saying. If Arizona owned their cameras, and they could say, okay, look, don't slam on your brakes for the camera. We're only going after people doing 20 over. We want the egregious speeders. And just tell people that. Then people aren't slamming on their brakes because they know the tickets start at $20, right? Or at 20 miles an hour, I mean. But yeah, it's the camera vendors write the contracts in a way to help them make the most money, and by doing that, they go after the wimpy speeders, not the.
Have you heard of New York Ave in DC?
No, I haven't heard
It's a
about
speed cam that's pretty famous, but I feel like that's a very let's say alpha type personalities that go down that road because it takes you off the lobbying firms and all that.
Right.
I've heard that speed cam takes in about 5 figures per day.
Wow. Yeah, that's a problem.
Yeah.
Now, my thing is now you've got a legal issue because the fines ain't working. Because you got a bunch of fat cats who could just write tickets all day long and hire lawyers to get out of the points or whatever.
Yeah.
What you got to do is make it community service hours. Uniform community service hours. The more your time is valuable, the more it costs you because everybody's got to do that 10 hours of community service. And you don't get to pick what you're doing. The court picks it.
That would be great, actually. I'd really like that.
Yeah, actually, I'd be in favor of speed cameras if you got community service as the fine.
Yeah.
But that doesn't make the vendors money, right? And so that's the problem is it's this idea of, photo enforcement that's free. It doesn't cost the city anything. And I'm like, no, nothing's free. You're just making the company money.
How much does it cost to plop a box on the side of the road, though? Like, I know it's going to be more than.
I think it's running about $100,000.
That's not insane, though. Like, you could make up like if you just covered the operating costs with the ticket.
What I'm saying is it's the back end, right?
Yeah.
So you got to have a way of using software to process the image. Of course, nowadays you probably could just get a license with GPT.
I'm actually surprised that they don't do that with the toll roads here, because they don't even need cameras. They got like point A, point B, time, distance over time.
Yeah.
Just speed.
Well, that's why you always wonder, like, why is it cheaper for Sun Pass than it is? Like even my Texas Pass that I'm using, I get a discount over pay-by-plate.
Yes.
Is because a certain percentage of the pay-by-plate will either be, you got to use human labor to figure out what's in the picture, or they just are uncollectible. There are people in other states who just rip up the letter and, you know, so they bake that into the toll price versus anybody with a Sun Pass, it's guaranteed payment because they've got the account. It's already loaded with money.
I'm saying I'm surprised they haven't enforced a speed limit on those, is what I'm trying to say. Like, because that'd be, they don't even need a speed cap for
I don't
that.
think they're allowed to by law, though.
Yeah,
That's interesting.
Probably state laws that govern that.
That's a bridge too far.
That'd be a little bit overreach, yeah.
I mean, is it any different?
So somebody writes about the Carolina Squat and rubber band tires.
I don't know enough about that.
Yeah, me neither.
Let's see. We got somebody saying, I used to work in the building behind you with the two red lights on the top.
Hey!
Okay. Oh, no, that one. Two red.
About the Morgan Stanley over
The
here.
Morgan and Morgan.
Well, there's Morgan Stanley over there.
Oh, Morgan. Oh, Morgan Stanley. Okay.
Which
There's a lot of Morgans.
Yeah.
Probably Morgan Stanley because I don't think Morgan and Morgan's showing up in the.
Yeah, it's not in the frame.
Company owner parked in the fire lane in the front door every day. Penalty was just a fine, so he just accepted it. You know, that's the problem. As I'm saying, the issue is there's a philosophy, and it's not a bad one, is that government programs should be self-sustaining. Self-sustaining is good because then you can, if it self-sustains, then you could self-sustain 1,000, right? You can provide enough. Like it's kind of the Reaganomics mindset of if things can fund. It's not all bad because if things can fund themselves, you can do more, right?
Or,
you know, if everybody had subsidized housing, we wouldn't have enough housing because you'd never have a subsidy big enough to cover everyone's housing, right? But if you can get where market-based forces can provide housing people can afford through market forces, then you can have all the housing you want. That's the theory anyway. You know, it didn't work because we ran out of land and there's zoning and investors, but that's another topic. And so I could see, where were we going with this? Were we still talking about cameras?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the theory was if you have cameras that pay for themselves, then you can have all the cameras you want because they pay for themselves. It scales versus if you, oh no, I know what it was. I was talking about the court. So if people just pay the ticket and then that pays for the court, then it's a system that keeps going and going versus the court running at a loss because they have to manage this complicated thing of thousands of people coming in each week for community service hours that they then have to hire a babysitter to make sure they do it. And, you know, and, but I'm arguing we'd have a better society, even though that'd be very expensive, because people like Mr. Park in front of Morgan Stanley every day in the fire zone will learn his lesson after the third time he has to go spend 10 hours of community service teaching kids to read or picking up trash in the park. It's, that's my opinion, but what topic you avoided because you thought it would underperform even though it matters? I think any topic can work. I've hit some. I've got a video coming up that's not. It's a story about a park that I'm wrapping around a transportation wrapper. I think anything can be interesting, but I'm sure there are topics that I think the issue I run into is not so much whether I think it'll underperform. I've had some. I mean, I just tell you, it didn't stop me from doing Atlanta traffic reporters, and that video bombed. Like, it didn't do well at all. Because it was a good video. I loved the video. It never got to 100,000. I think it was sitting around 60,000, which is fine. But like,
I have not seen that video.
Right, because I don't know how to market it. I'm not sure what I keep changing the thumbnail. But I really liked that video because I thought it was interesting in 2025 how they do traffic reports. It's all hub and spoke now, and
I like the history behind it, especially coming from a radio background.
Yeah, and Bernie Wagenblast, who lived it, and she was great. I emailed her, and she's like, I would love to talk about the history of inventing the traffic report. So you kind of see the bookends of the industry the business is evolving. There's not nearly as many people working in traffic reporting as there was in the 1990s, right? Like, it's definitely a field that is evolving into its next thing. I don't think it's ever going to totally go away, but it's definitely evolving. But to see the bookend of the early days where they're running around with CB radios and helicopters to what it's become today, it was a great. I thought it was a great video, but I just never. But like I say, that's a video that in theory you'd say, well, that's off topic enough. It's going to underperform, but I did it anyway because and the reason I did it is there was John Sibley at iHeartRadio pitched me. He's like, hey, come on down and let's show you what we do. So if there's a good source, it's not going to stop me. Like a good source is a good video. I think what stops me is I want to do a story, California High-Speed Rail. Who's the source? You know what I mean? And if I don't have the source, I don't have a good document. I don't have a good person. That's what discourages me more. The performance issue, I feel like, well, you play with the clickbait long enough, somebody's going to click on it, so.
Talked about, or are you aware of what's going on with you talked about 275, but the 375 arterial?
Yeah, so we went over and checked out 175 at the beginning of the stream, and then 375 over
that way.
What?
175 is by the drop.
Yeah, and then 375 is the zigzaggy one.
Yeah, that's the north one. Yeah.
But it sounded to me like there was a stakeholder group that really got ambitious of saying, let's just tear the whole thing out. And then FDOT study that right now is kind of looking at very modest improvements to make it a little bit better. But it was just very different from TxDOT right now, who in every single one of their major downtowns is playing with spending $1 billion, put the freeway below grade and put a cap on top of it. So it's kind of interesting. Huh. Yeah, I was kind of thinking, well, Florida would probably be even more aggressive at that if Texas is doing that. But it sounds like, but Texas also has more money to play with, I think.
Yeah.
So
Florida's soil is there's no solid rock beneath us,
Yeah.
Like Miami's sinking.
and yet they were still able to build tunnels in Miami.
Yeah.
Well, what were the tunnels for?
So there's 2 tunnels along state routes, one in Miami, one in Fort Lauderdale. The one in Miami connects the interstate system to the port, so it goes right under one of the channels and then right into the center of the
you're talking
area.
like bona fide tunnels.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm picturing like a Caltrans tunnel of the freeway interchange was getting too tall, so we decided one of the ramps will go underground.
No, underwater, and there's an old underwater tunnel along US 1 in downtown Fort Lauderdale that goes under the New River.
Okay.
And that's been around since I think the 60s.
Well, they probably, if you do a deep water tunnel like that, they probably are gotten pretty good at them. It's probably more, I want to take the freeway and put it below grade, and now, it floods out every day. I think that maybe gets them into trouble more. I don't know, I'm not a soils person.
There used to be a lot of sinkholes around here. It's stopped. Yeah, that was a big problem though in the 2000s.
We're wandering.
Oh, we're wandering?
I'm going to turn that just a little bit. Okay.
But sinkholes scary.
Sinkholes terrify me because the story, I think it was here in the Tampa Bay area where the guy was just in.
This is, suburb of Tampa.
And he was just chilling in his house and just fell him 20 feet into the ground.
They never.
Well, he died.
Unfortunately, I don't think they found him.
No, they that became his grave. They couldn't get him out, and they tore the house down. That was the end of that.
My most vivid memory of the sinkhole is one opened in Orlando right below a Porsche dealership. And so all the news helicopters were just filming Porsches going into it.
That reminds me of the Corvette Museum.
But wasn't there that big sinkhole in Winter Park
Yeah.
back in the early 80s?
Oh, that I wasn't here in Florida for that.
I don't remember much about it. I've read about it, but I don't remember much of the details.
There must be something weird about the soil here that causes
Limestone.
that. Limestone.
Yeah. I also heard they weren't the best with water management back in the when they were really building out in the 60s through 80s. So like a lot of the water would just you'd end up with like drying out the aquifers because the rainwater just couldn't get in. And,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Yeah, and like I say, water and all that's all new to me, so I don't know
It's a big thing out here in Florida. So.
how that all works. I just know it terrifies me a little bit. Like I live in a place where at any moment, in fact, when I was last home in February, I've been gone for a while. My cell phone, ding, 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 alarm goes off. Earthquake coming, and I'm like, oh
yeah.
Okay. So I live in a place where the big one could happen any day, and I sleep like a baby. The house shakes a little bit. You're like, oh, I wonder if that was an earthquake. No problem. Wildfire, no problem. I'll smell the smoke. It'll be fine. But the minute you talk about a sinkhole, I'm like, no, thanks.
Yeah. Actually, have you heard of soil liquefaction?
That's where I grew up. Go on.
Okay. Yeah, that scares the hell out of me.
Or liquefaction or liquefaction.
I don't know how it is.
A lot of people testing their turbos out tonight.
This is the richer part of the town.
Speeding ticket's only $350? Let me check the ashtray. No. So soil liquefaction is the earthquake happens and the soil's like a sand. And when it's not shaking, it's actually kind of strong. The sand kind of holds up. So you build your building or warehouse or whatever on it. And then the ground shakes. Well, suddenly wiggly sand particles, well, it doesn't like to hold weight. So then the building starts to sink. And so that's what knocked out famously the double-decker bridge in 1989 in Oakland that killed a bunch of people.
Okay.
Is the engineers in the 50s, they thought that soil liquefaction would dampen the earthquake.
Did you do a video on this?
It was one of the first ones I did.
I remember because this is all sounding very, very familiar.
Yeah, at some point I may go back and redo it because it was one, maybe when I get to the 10-year anniversary of it or something. But yeah, the Caltrans people thought that and they didn't know because California went through an earthquake drought from the early part of the 1900s until about 1974 or so, where they should have been getting earthquakes regularly, but they weren't.
Is that Silmar?
I think 74 was that Whittier or Silmar? But anyway, yeah, one of those, a pretty big one. And then they started having freeways fall down in 74, then Whittier, Northridge, and so they learned a lot. And now they're quite good at going around and maybe not retrofitting freeways to survive the earthquake, but to make sure humans survive. So the bridge falls apart, but big cables catch it as it comes down,
Okay.
or that kind of thing. So they've done a lot of that. But in the 50s, because they were in that drought, they may have learned that engineering had they had earthquakes in the 40s and 50s. But they didn't learn it until the 70s or 80s because the earthquake drought. We're in another one again. They haven't really had major earthquakes since Northridge in 94. So we're in another earthquake drought. And what concerns me is what seismic lessons should we have been learning that when the next big earthquake hits Southern California, or heaven forbid, the big one hits, we go, oh no, we didn't know, and more seismic engineering gets written, But stuff they don't have to. I don't think they get earthquakes around here. So
we know that there's going to be problems because, they're constantly updating the building codes. They're constantly there's 100 years of bad building out there. So
right,
yeah.
But
just like there's 100 years of bad building here.
Right. Well, I know California. They had the problem in Northridge of the apartments with the parking underneath them. Not a parking garage, but literally like you're framing a wood frame building.
Oh, yeah.
And you just sort of like frame a garage underneath it, and so you have this big open area under the apartment, and there's not a lot of horizontal support for movement of the ground shaking this way. So the whole apartment just sort of like tips this way and falls down. And those, they call those soft story buildings. Los Angeles County, after 94, said, thou shalt build a metal structure under there or tear it down by, I think, 2016 or something. And they held to it. So those have either been retrofit or torn down. So hopefully in the next earthquake, that's not a problem. But I've never heard anything that strict. I mean, I'm from Salt Lake City originally. The big one is going to hit there too, but Utah doesn't get the routine earthquakes like California. And most of the earthquake code in Utah is not proactive. It's, if you do a major renovation to your building, you have to update it. And so I don't know. I'm a little concerned that when in 2020 Utah had a very soft 5.6 or something, it's real moderate. It busted up a couple of schools. Thankfully they were closed for COVID. The whole trailer park, all the trailers fell off their jacks.
Oh, really?
Wow. Friend of mine's, my brother's friend, they went around with forklifts and lifted them all back up, put them back on their jacks. So actually, he did pretty good. But there was enough of a oh shoot moment. The famous for the Mormons, the temple, the statue of the angel Moroni fell off in the earthquake. So and the timing on that was kind of neat, because if you want to follow a really fascinating, expensive, crazy civil engineering project, the LDS Temple in Salt Lake City is a granite building on a stone foundation. It has no reinforcement in it. It's a stone building on a stone foundation in earthquake country. And I went to BYU, and people being true to their faith, but a civil engineering professor would say, in the big earthquake, who here would want to be in the Salt Lake Temple? And being very devout, they'd say, yes, that's going to be, it's God's building, it's going to be one of the safest. He says, no, that's the last building you want to be in. It's really not built for an earthquake. So the Mormon church is spending, I don't remember, it rivals the restoration of Notre Dame, in the billions of dollars, to go in and take an entire building that weighs as much as an aircraft carrier, because it's stone, and build a new foundation underneath it with rubber isolators, and then drill and put metal from the top of the roof all the way down to the foundation, and they can't get off by more than, I think, 1/8 of an inch. and the towers are like 8 stories tall, and like just a crazy amount of money, just totally crazy amount of money they're spending on, because it's next to the state capitol. It's probably the second most iconic building in the state of Utah, And so, if you're a civil engineering nerd, a seismic engineering nerd, that's probably one of the more exciting seismic, crazy amount of money projects they've got. And don't cry for the Mormon church. They got lots of money. So they're going to be just fine. Okay. Let's see. What type of infrastructure do you think provides the best return on investment? Could it be education? No. I'm quoting.
That's a tough question.
Do you guys remember the SNL Will Ferrell as George W. Bush against Al Gore debate? Strategery, and they have some long thing that Governor Bush, you said at the Economic Club of Detroit, every 2-child did, I will. What did you mean by that? Could it be education? So anyway, but as far as transportation infrastructure, or just infrastructure in general, because there's probably, I think a really underspoken thing is municipal last mile fiber. I think every building in the state should have last mile fiber to it. I think it's a game changer, because like, we don't know what's going to happen with oil this summer. There's a ceasefire. It's a shaky ceasefire. The strait's reopening. Maybe not. We're still getting oil deliveries that made it through the strait.
That's going to stop.
But that's going to stop next week. Yeah. Wouldn't it be nice if all of a sudden we had another COVID-style lockdown that was self-imposed because gas is $10.99 a gallon and people struggle to go to work, that those that don't have to go to work could have a fiber connection at home? Like, it just, to me, it seems like so much, like the whole goal of transportation is to allow economic activity to happen in an efficient way. And a car driving on a street burning gas is actually pretty good at that. It's really good at it. But there are other ways besides that to do it. There's transit, there's freight, there's air travel, but there's also telecom. And I'm arguing that there's a lot of places, like I don't know much about West Virginia, but it would seem to me, if I were running for president and I wanted to reinvest in this country and win some of these areas that might be skeptical of me, I would say, hey, we are going to create basically a match money program or even just a straight up grant program to run last mile fiber to every house, starting with the poorest state and working our way up. So we're going to do West Virginia, Mississippi, and just start working our way up. Because the truth is, California is going to be fine. Utah is going to be fine. Arizona is going to be fine. Florida is going to be fine. But see, some of these other states are in trouble. And I feel like I could throw a lot of road money at West Virginia. It probably wouldn't hurt. But it just seemed to me like if I wanted to really just kick West Virginia into gear, running fiber to every house would be something that's going to pay dividends well into the future. But I don't know.
Maybe. The 5G stuff, though, it's pretty good now. Like, I don't even know if fiber would even be needed if you have a good 5G signal.
Well, there's things I can't do with 5G. Speaking as somebody where I live, T-Mobile home internet is all I can get.
Okay.
Unless I want DSL.
Yeah.
And I'm never going back to DSL.
Yeah.
I see the signs. Frontier is now part of Verizon. And I'm like, I'm so sorry to hear that. I hated Frontier. But anyway, Frontier Fiber was good. I just didn't have it in my neighborhood. I think that's what they're talking about with those ads. So being able to push things to and from the cloud and back up my computer, there's a lot of high demand type of stuff that you just can't do over 5G. I do it anyway. I back up to the cloud over 5G. It's very bad. But if you can have a lot of creativity, people could create home servers and everything.
Yeah.
If they have a fiber connection to their house. It's not about coming in and saying, hi, I'm here from the government and I'm here to tell you this is how you're going to save yourself in West Virginia. It's more like, I'm going to give you the tools, and then some 18-year-old kid is going to also create a whole new business because we came in and subsidized that business by putting in the fiber backbone. All he has to do is pay his ISP fee for $25 a month because we brought in the infrastructure. That's what I'd love to do. To me, I think that beats, I could go into Wheeling, West Virginia and build a light rail train, but don't you think building the fiber out to everybody would be better? I don't know. So that would be my answer to the question is fiber.
Would there be demand for light rail in Wheeling, West Virginia?
Right.
Where would you go?
The one city in West Virginia that has a light rail or similar would be Morgantown, and that's for a very good reason.
Right.
The university.
Right. And even then, it's like, okay, well, we have this limited amount of money, we're spending it to subsidize university students, versus the fiber. It's like, well, if I could cheaply get it to everybody, then it's not really a subsidy anymore. It's now just an entitlement. Like, it's just this thing that everybody gets. Right here, Starlink is better than T-Mobile at your location, possibly. Maybe the T-Mobile connection's pretty good. I got grandfathered in an old plan where I've got unlimited up and down, and T-Mobile's been all right for home internet. So I've been pretty happy with it. If I was traveling all the time, I'd probably get the Starlink mobile plan or whatever. But the type of traveling I do, I use hotel Wi-Fi, or I've been going to the library, things like that. Got a comment here. I've heard good things about Frontier Fiber. They are available in my town, but not in my apartment complex, so I'm stuck with cable. And cable's good for coming down. It's a little slow going back up, where you can get 300 down, but 25 up. I'm saying until we can get 500 everywhere, you kind of stifle what I think people can do. Once everybody in West Virginia has 500, and then they just pay the ISP bill. They could probably pay for something cheaper, but the capacity's there. How long is the stream? I gotta go help my 77-year-old mother transfer her SIM to a new phone and eat dinner, and it's still going. Well, this phone's almost dead, I think. Oh, maybe not. Hold on. The charger thing is... I thought I had it on. It's charging again. Now, was this one... What's the battery on this one? I have it plugged into a battery, so it... 50%. So here's, the deal I'll make, you folks, if you need to take off, but if we'll probably wrap up here, we're almost to midnight. We'll probably wrap up maybe in the next 10 minutes or so, unless anybody, sometimes what happens toward the end is I say I'm wrapping up, and then all of a sudden a few people are like, well, let me hurry and get my super chat in real quick, and then it goes another hour because everybody starts sending stuff in. But barring that, maybe we'll wrap in the next 10 minutes because it's midnight here, and I was on my feet filming yesterday, and I've probably got to do it again tomorrow because I still got one more story to. There are parts of West Virginia that use 5G, Wi-Fi, and other radio communication due to radio telescopes in the area, and they really could use fiber. That's the other point is you're fighting over so much spectrum that the nice thing with fiber is the places I've lived that have had it, you set it and forget it. It might be a hassle getting it set up, but after that, it's like electricity. It's just there, you don't think about it. It's just quiet in the background,
Well, it's all those mountains aren't doing the radio any favors.
That's true. Although they do have some great hills to put the antennas on. But good luck if you got to go over the...
Probably doesn't help as much for AM signals, though.
No. AM, let me get on my soapbox for a minute. So AM. So the National Association of Broadcasters are a bunch of geriatrics who have had backwards thinking ideas for 30 years, and that's why the industry's in the shape it's in. Because it turns out if you go to other countries where they didn't voice track everything and run the industry into the ground with 12-minute commercial stop sets, radio is actually still viable in parts of Europe because they actually cared. And so NAB 20 years ago said the future of saving this industry is HD. And I'm like, okay, so how's it work? Well, we're going to use a proprietary chip that only comes from one vendor that's very expensive and require you to buy a new radio. And so, and then we're going to do it on the same band. So we're going to squash it into the existing FM signal rather than trying to convince the FCC to give us new bandwidth. Okay, so that was a disaster, and it sounds like a really bad MP3 when you get your HD signal. Okay, so they did that. And then nobody has an HD radio because it's proprietary and you can only get it from one vendor and it's expensive.
Well, you got them in the cars, though.
Yeah, but when you're paying $30,000 for a car, you don't notice the, $25 HD chip or whatever that's, you don't notice, people have like little portable HD radios because they'd be too expensive, So then the next thing they said is, well, we're going to mandate every cell phone have an FM receiver in it. So they spent all their effort, instead of trying to, provide a good broadcast product or realize, hey, maybe we should have some program directors that are 35 years old instead of a bunch of 60-year-olds trying to tell us what hit radio should be like. Okay, so they waste all their efforts trying to lobby Congress to put mandate FM chips in phones. That went nowhere because nobody cared.
They had a Motorola Tesla that had an FM phone.
Yeah.
And I loved it at the time, but that was a long time ago.
Yeah, it was kind of neat, but my argument is if there was market demand for it, they wouldn't need to mandate it. People just didn't want it. Okay, so then the next thing they went after is they said, okay, well, I'm hearing that these newfangled electric cars are woke and don't have AM in it, probably because they don't like Rush Limbaugh. So we're going to go to Congress and we're going to mandate that they put AM radios in all the cars. And I don't know if that legislation passed or not. It might have. But they run commercials now saying, you know, when you buy a car, make sure that the radio, that it has an AM and FM radio and that it's easy to use, you know, and I'm like, they're running these PSAs for this right now. And I'm
Run them for like 5 years.
yeah, I mean, it's like, okay, I counter and go outside of a few major cities, KNX in Los Angeles, which is now on FM anyway, 1010 Winds in New York. AM is critical when you have a natural disaster. You show me an AM station in most of the country that when the big disaster hits isn't going to be playing the best of Sean Hannity on automated loop. AM is a ghost town of automation. And so no, other than maybe a couple of mom and pop AMs, if you're lucky in a few small towns, like AM is dead.
Yeah.
They
Country roads, like if you're like in the middle of like, I don't know, like Midwest area.
Right, but even then, like most of the mom and pop stuff's on FM anyway.
Okay.
And then on top of it, it's not some conspiracy theory that the people at Tesla are a bunch of woke people who are trying to get AM radio so you don't hear stole the values of Michael Medved. It's the electric motor in the car interferes with AM because AM is amplitude modulation.
Does it?
FM is frequency modulation, right? So you have the wave going like this, and FM, as you talk, it squishes the wave in and out this way.
Okay.
So it's clearer. It sounds, plus it's at a higher frequency anyway. It's a better fidelity, but it's why when the lightning strikes and things, FM still sounds good. AM is amplitude, so the wave's like this, and then it spikes it this way up and down. And so it picks up power lines, and if you have a junky old car, it'll pick up your spark plugs. I mean, it's horrible. And it's, I think, extremely expensive to build an AM antenna in an electric car that's not picking up all the electric motors and everything in your car. So they would just get rid of AM because they go, well, who listens to AM? Well, apparently, a bunch of geriatrics at the National Association of Broadcasters are now going to spend an enormous amount of money lobbying that we keep AM in electric cars. So, anyway, I'm a little, as somebody who worked in broadcasting a long time, I'm a little sour.
I'm going to play around with that. I'm fascinated now by this. Like, I'm not even sure if my car has AM, actually, so.
It probably does. What kind of car?
It's an electric, so.
Oh, maybe it doesn't.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'll have to find out.
Yeah, so I think it can be done, but you know, when you're an automaker, if you can save $2.75 on it, you know, you'll do it, you know.
I mean, I feel like it's like
and
that.
Still charge 10 grand more.
Yeah, but like I feel like it's like that Don Draper meme of like.
It's funny. I've been binging Mad Men this
okay,
week.
cool. Yeah, but the whole like I don't even know who you are. Like what they wouldn't even think of AM. Like,
right, yeah. Exactly. The meme, if you don't know, is from the show Mad Men. Don Draper, John Hamm's character, and one of the creative guys comes in, and they're like having a little argument, and just as he steps off the elevator, he goes to Don Draper, and he goes, "When I think of you, I just feel sad." He goes, "I don't think of you at all." So that's kind of what it is. It's like the NAB is like, when I think of your woke electric cars, I just feel sad. And the auto industry is like, oh, like who cares about the National Association of Broadcasters anymore?
Yeah.
I have spent 25 years arguing with people older than me about how out of touch youth-oriented programming is on the radio. Automating the night shift? No, I know that's not a lucrative shift, but that's when young people are tuning in. That's when you need to be hitting the phones and the texts and just like going crazy, working with the audience to interact with it. People are not showing up and listening to, what's the station around here? 93.3 FLZ or
That's
what?
the top 40
Yeah.
station, yeah.
People don't tune in to WFLZ for the music. They think they do. They're tuning in because they're lonely and they want to hang out with other people. Now, most parties are lame, so they do play a lot of music because that's part of what keeps the energy of the party up, right? But you could say 93.3 FLZ, commercial-free Monday, no talk. Like, that's not going to get the audience.
No, not when you're hearing the same song every 20 minutes.
Right. So now you're getting into cum versus TSLs. So your audience is cum, the total cumulative number of people who tune in over the course of the week, multiplied by the average amount of time they spend listening. Time spent listening this way, cum's this way, multiply it together, you get your rectangle of the size of your audience, right?
Okay.
So if you're, trying to think of a good example, but like the classic rock station, you might only get that many people tuning in because it's kind of niche. Or a better example, the University Jazz Station.
I was going to say that, no, the classic rock, because like every construction yard is going to be playing it.
Yeah, but like another one would be like the University Jazz Station. Only that many people are going to tune in, but they're going to have the radio on all week, right?
Yeah.
Now the opposite of that would be like 1010 Winds in New York, right? People, they're going to hit it, get their like 22 minutes, and they're out, right? Yeah. But you get everybody in New York.
That's what they marketed it as back in the day.
You give us 22 minutes, we'll give you the world. They still do, right? So the idea is you got people, their commute is 22 minutes long, but everybody in town listens.
I don't know about that up there.
You know, well, in theory.
I lived in Jersey 10 years. Nothing's 22 minutes away.
Well, at that point, you're out and you go to Z100 or something else. It's more fun. You got your headlines, right? So you go this way. And so some of these pop stations, they realize they'd rather have, hundreds of thousands of people tune in for a few minutes because they heard their favorite song than have like, okay, we're the variety station. But now you start playing a lot of more eclectic, like pop oldies and things, stuff from the 90s, TLC. And it's like some young person tunes in and they're like, no Scrubs, what's that? I'm out, And so it's a game of like, the perfect station would be everybody tunes in all day, but that doesn't exist. So it's balancing, and pop stations lean toward cum rather than TSL, and that's why they repeat the songs.
And those top 40 stations, I used to work out in the field, driving around, and so I'll flip a station, listen for a day, go to the next station, listen for a day, and when kids are in school, they have a much different playlist than when kids are out of school.
That's true.
And it's actually quite interesting to listen to when the kids are in school.
Right.
Because they'll dig a little further back into the archives and play some of the older stuff.
Well, the other thing too is day parting based on just time of day period, right?
Yeah.
In terms of saying, if I'm listening during drive time, I've got 6 preset buttons right there to punch around. So they want to keep hitting the hits because I'm like, oh yeah, I like that song, and then I stay. Versus during the day, the theory is I've got, and I'm really dating myself, the office radio, but it's on the other end of the desk, and I'm not really focused on it, and so I have it on in the background. So now I want to have a little more variety because I'd have to reach all the way over here and turn the knob, and now a lot of this is moot now anyway, because who has an office radio anymore, right? So it's
streaming online.
Yeah.
My argument now is more than ever it needs to be personality driven, but they fired all the personalities over the last 25 years and there aren't any left. So good luck, NAB.
Left, they limit the amount of time they talk.
Yeah. Well, it's true. Yeah, it's or they chop it up. Like I think FLZ has a morning show that I heard. It was kind of funny. But they don't really localize it at all to Miami or to Tampa because they chop it up and deliver it to other markets. That's kind of iHeart's approach to, so I don't know. It's a mess. But the good news is you got a phone full of all kinds of internet content, and so this is the final gripe I have is. In the 1920s, the FCC came up with the license. And when you were gifted a license or got a license from the FCC, you got a government-sanctioned monopoly or a portion of a monopoly to print money. And so you were guaranteed an audience. Simply by being on FM, somebody was going to come to your station. Government meant. And so they haven't learned how to compete in the actual competitive world like every other form of media, because it was like, hey, if it's on TV or it's on radio, guaranteed audience. And so they only learned like this zero-sum game of like, well, I got to steal this audience member from this other station, right? You're a guaranteed audience. We're just trading people around. And then here comes the internet, where every single person on the internet had to win every single listener or viewer they got. Every world famous podcast, trying to think, The Daily from the New York Times, won every single, Joe Rogan, love him or hate him, but like he won every single person. He didn't have a government sanctioned monopoly to get the audience. And so
He's not on any channel where it's like pre-scripted to air at a certain time.
Right. And so you don't have,
It's on demand.
right. You was, instead of a push model, it's a pull model.
Yeah.
The audience is pulling it in rather than pushing it. That's a lot more work, but you get better content. And I'm sorry, there is nothing on AM or FM other than maybe a few shows in big cities. There's nothing on AM or FM that people would voluntarily pull. It's just trash that's pushed out. It's lazy. It's cheap. It's syndicated to hell. And anyway.
With the exclusion of NPR, right?
Well, NPR is more of a pull model,
Okay.
right? So they were a push model, but what changed with NPR is so much of the revenue now is people who go like The Indicator from NPR. It's an economics podcast.
Okay.
I listen to from time to time. I don't know where my NPR station is. I've never found it on FM. When I'm on FM, I'm hitting Kiss FM and K-Day.
Go far down to the
Yeah.
left side of the
Yeah, it's
It's all-
staticky and I can't find it.
Betting
There's all
on
this
it's
weird
88.5.
yeah, it's like weird stuff down there. So, but I found, somebody recommended it to me. I'm like, this podcast is great. I pull it in because it's good content. I don't even know if they run The Indicator on FM.
I've
You know,
heard of it, yeah.
it's so here, and it's like some number in the economy and why it's important.
Technically, that's not NPR. That's a separate entity.
Planet Money.
Yeah. It's
Are you sure it's not? I thought they said from NPR. This is Planet Money.
I'm like,
Because
is it something else?
there's Marketplace.
That's what I'm-
Marketplace is from American Public Media.
That's what I'm thinking about.
From American Public Media, I'm Guy Risdall. This is Marketplace. Yeah, I think he does that one out of LA.
I was so sad losing my, like when I lost my, when I stopped commuting like regularly, I was so sad to like not listen to that every day.
But you can still listen to that every day.
Yeah, but it's a pull model. I don't have that discipline.
Right.
Then stream it later.
Well, what I find is if I'm like, we're working on my car or cleaning the house or whatever, that's where these pull model podcasts are great, where it's like, the one thing I've got to admit is a problem is there's a new issue of, there's a lot of really good YouTube content that makes great podcasts to listen to in the car. And it's not bad at first. You find a 20-minute video, you pull it up on YouTube, you start listening to it on Bluetooth, you put the phone down and you drive. No problem.
Then a commercial comes.
Yeah, but that's a good point, because then you're tempted to get it up and hit skip. Where it gets even worse is it ends. And they're like, okay, I got to find the next thing. So you're on the freeway,
No.
right? but it's, I think, becoming a bigger problem, right? I'm not going to say if I have that problem, but I've seen other people who have. And I think that's an issue, particularly when you have the newer car with the lane centering and the radar cruise and everything. You start to feel like, well, a person might feel like they could scroll through to try to find the next show. And so I think that's a new form of distracted driving that's, I think, going to be an issue. The one I think that really crosses the line is I saw a guy going through his YouTube shorts as he drove.
Jeez.
Like,
see that.
you know, so
Or TikTok.
Yeah.
the same idea, flipping through their TikToks, you know, and so we joke about it, but somebody's going to get hurt, you know, today, you know, and
already happening,
that's, you know, kind of a problem.
Yeah.
Well, it's not kind of, it is a problem.
I've got extended family, and like it's like every 6 months one of them is in a fender bender, and they will fully admit, oh, I was on the phone. It's like
That's what hands-free is for.
Yeah. My car will actually, like if I futz with the center console too much while I'm driving, it'll actually put it in a timeout mode.
Yeah, Android Auto.
Yeah.
Yeah. I actually think that's more distracting because I like one more click and I'm like, timeout. And then I'm like driving like this. It's a timeout over. Okay, click. We got a comment here. It says, I like radio alarm clocks, but where I live now, I couldn't find a music station that I'd want to wake up to. So I wake up to NPR. You're not going to wake up at NPR.
I do the same
It
thing.
puts you right back to sleep.
And it is dangerous as hell because if it overlaps with the BBC World News, you just end up depressed for the entire day.
Oh, see, to me, the soothing voice of like, this is the BBC World Service. I'm so-and-so. You know, and it's like, I go right back to sleep.
Yeah. No, but then it'll be like, yeah, this is a reporter, and like this 8-year-old lost their leg today, and like, what were you trying to do? I was just trying to go to school, and like, you're like, Jesus Christ.
See, that's why people would listen to Howard Stern, is because they had to get up in the morning, and then all of a sudden it comes on, and you're like, you did what in the who? Yeah. What? Yeah, turn that thing off. Kids are gonna hear, you know. Yeah, it's you know, I don't know. It's really too bad because, like I said, you can tell I'm just as passionate about radio as I am about roads. But the reason I'm not radio guy, Rob, is because what future is there? You got 4 companies that own everything, and they ran it all into the ground. I got into the industry knowing it was crashing into the ground. Who boards the Titanic after the iceberg? I did anyway, and I don't regret it. It was a hoot, but yeah, it's.
I saw the writing on the wall back in '96.
The Telecom Act. Yeah, '96 they changed it where there had been some pretty strict limits on how many radio stations you could own, and they basically raised the cap. There's limits to within town, but you can own as many as you want nationally.
I want to say it was in a local market, it went from 3 stations to 5.
Yeah, 5 FMs and 3 AMs, I think. So 8 total.
Right, but
So you can have 8 now.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's nuts. So cities become like triopolies, basically, where
we have 3 main media companies in the Tampa market.
iHeart, Odyssey, and what would the other one be? But there aren't many. You know, iHeart Media is one.
iHeart, Beasley, and Cox Media Group.
Oh, those are actually a little bit better than the Odyssey.
No Odyssey, no Cumulus.
Yeah, So I worked for one of the stations I was a board op for was a Citadel station, and it was actually kind of okay. And then after I left, Cumulus ran it into the ground because at the time Salt Lake City was Citadel's big market, and so it was like, oh, they put money into the station and staffed it because it was their big market. Cumulus came in. Citadel got themselves into trouble because Disney is smart. Disney looked at radio and said, phew, depreciating asset, we ought to get out of this thing. At the same time, rumor, and I may be wrong, maybe slander here, but I'm not trying to be slandered, this is a rumor I heard. The guy running Citadel Broadcasting was a guy named Fareed Solomon who at some dinner got razzed by somebody else saying, oh, you're an idiot and you'll never be in charge of a big cluster. So he immediately went out and bought all of ABC stations at asking price. So just immediate debt bomb in the company. And then when the debt bomb went off, I think he merged it with Cumulus and got out. And so Cumulus has all his legacy debt, and so it just cuts and cuts and cuts and centralizing programming. All of these companies just took on so much debt. I've realized that at least in the radio industry, and it could be in every industry, these big corporate mergers and things aren't really about the synergy that they're trying to promote. It's just a debt vehicle. Like they have to offload debt somewhere, so they shove it onto these radio stations, you know, and then it's just a bad way. Like if radio had genuine competition, it would be out of business. It still has a little bit of that.
A lot far.
Anyway, Hey, we're getting way off topic here, but yeah, the depressed for the entire day from the news problem is real for him.
The BBC, man. I got to get up before the BBC.
Yeah, BBC News in Uganda, a terrible tragedy. Half the country died.
Yeah.
This is BBC News.
It was a few weeks for me.
So Lightning Fan asks, is Westwood still running radio stations? So Westwood, they never owned the stations. They were distributing syndicated programming. So the idea is somebody would have a talk show, and back before 96, when you had lots of different owners, it made sense to have a distribution company because you were dealing with, 200 different owners all over the country who'd want to buy the show. I learned it as a kid because after Limbaugh came on G. Gordon Liddy, and my mom would tune in for Limbaugh and then not turn it off, and then
Sorry.
What a maniac that guy was. I mean, I'm not like politically radical one way or the other, but Liddy was nuts. I mean, he was saying stuff in the 90s like when the cops come and knock on my door, I make sure I have the gun ready, and I'm like, what's wrong with you? But anyway, at the end of his show would come on the big screen, Westwood One Entertainment. They'd have the bumper at the end for and so that's where I learned that. I trying to think if Westwood is still distributing programming or not.
I believe they are.
Are they? Westwood Radio. Westwood One Sports. That makes sense. Sports radio is still making some decent money. You don't have to have an audience when the whole audience just tunes in for 2 hours. You get them all at once. So it looks like, Westwood One is a sport. So Cumulus owns Westwood One now. And then they're a merger of Dial Global, Jones, and a few others that all kind of came together. So like I say, radio's shrinking. So a lot of these mergers are not about, the industry's growing. It's more, we're taking failing companies and putting them together to make one big failing company.
Do you want to hear how naive I am?
Yes.
I honestly thought iHeartRadio was a podcast company.
Yeah, then they've done their job. So it's kind of like, how 20 years ago we all hated Walmart?
Yeah.
And now we all kind of like Walmart because they're like the underdogs who are like sticking it to Amazon. Like we're more forgiving of Walmart than we used to be. So that's kind of what iHeart is. iHeart was Clear Channel.
Okay.
Oh. Right?
I still call it that.
Yeah. So Clear Channel was the Frankenstein that came together when from 96 to 2000, all the companies started like buying each other up and getting bigger and bigger. And so there were two huge companies that were like formidable, J-Core and AM/FM. And all of a sudden one day, J-Core and AM/FM merged together, and it was like the end of the world. This is sort of like the what we're seeing right now, like a baby version of the Warner Brothers, HBO, what's going on? Paramount, Paramount and Warner Brothers, HBO all coming together, right? Where it's like just this unthinkable merger.
Yeah, it's
so. They were Clear Channel, named after the concept that some AM radio stations don't have to turn their power off at night, and so they radiate really far. KFI in Los Angeles, you can hear it all the way to Texas.
Okay.
Because
down here we can get, at this time of evening, we can get the stations out of Nashville and St. Louis and Cincinnati, and I think I got one out of Dallas one time.
Right. So those are Clear Channel stations, lowercase c.
And they usually have 3-letter calls instead of 4-letter.
Yeah, because the stations are so old. Like I grew up, KSL 1160 Salt Lake City was a Clear Channel station, not the company. It's owned by Bonneville, it's ultimately the Mormon Church, but yeah, their call letters are so old. They only have 3.
They name them after the salt flats.
K Salt Lake.
No, you said Bonneville. That's right.
Oh, Bonneville, yeah. So the whole center part of Utah used to be something called Lake Bonneville. That's why you can find like dinosaur bones up in the mountains, because there were dinosaurs used to live along the edge of Lake Bonneville. But in relatively recent geologic history, like 150,000 years ago or something, like not that long ago, something broke and it all leaked out into the Snake River and drained.
Yeah.
And the remnants of it are the Great Salt Lake and everything feeding into it, the dead lake with no outlet.
Yeah, you're talking about like those glacial dams.
Right, and so the whole, because Lake Bonneville was the name of the whole thing that covered like all of Utah, the Bonneville Salt Flats is named after the lake, and then company names like Bonneville Broadcasting is, so. But yeah, it's so Clear Channel, capital C, was named after the concept of lowercase c Clear Channel, and Clear Channel were the pioneers of laying people off and automating as much as they could because they had so much debt from those mergers. They had to.
There's at one of the Clear Channel stations here in Tampa, guy that's been on the air 30 years. I've heard him down on a station in Sarasota. I heard him one time when I was driving through Albuquerque.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, do an afternoon drive.
Yeah. The
All out of the studio here in Tampa.
And some of this was going to happen anyway, even if the Telecom Act of 96 hadn't happened, because Windows came out, the sound card, and suddenly there were ways to be like, the internet. It's like, I could email voice tracks to another radio station. They can insert it in their programming, and that was, we call it in radio, voice tracking. Okay. Like most radio DJs now, or even the local guys, are voice tracked, just because it's who wants to pay a disc jockey to sit there and get paid to listen to music. Well, they're supposed to be answering the phones, but so that's why listener engagement went way down, because everything's voice tracked. So people would call the station and nobody would answer because there's nobody there. And then now we are 20 years later, nobody calls. You have a whole generation of radio listeners who lost the concept of interacting with the radio station. Yeah. So Clear Channel, somewhere along the way, was like, hey, we actually want to be innovative for a change. And so somewhere around 2007 or so, they're like, 2008, as the iPhone came out, they're like, we're going to come out with an app for the phone so people can listen to our radio stations. And since everything was iPhone, iMac, iPod, they're like, we're going to call it iHeartRadio. I like radio, iHeartRadio. So the Clear Channel company owned this app called iHeartRadio.
And a pessimistic name, isn't it?
Weren't they one of the first companies to do the playlisting, like select a genre and they'll create a playlist?
So Pandora was the first. It was called the Music Genome Project, and it was bonkers because after being an early pioneer of consuming pirated content, I was a total Napster guy in high school, and being vilified for that. All of a sudden, there's this website called the Music Genome Project where you can listen to all these songs for free, and apparently they weren't paying the royalties either, because it was trying to learn like early big data of like, well, if you like this song, would you like this song? It was trying to map a big web of all the pop songs. And then eventually the lawsuits caught up with them, but then they legitimized and they started paying our royalties, and then changed the name to Pandora because of the concept of Pandora's box. Music's on the internet now. It's streamed, and we've opened the box. There's no going back. So it was actually kind of a stab at the record industries that we're now paying money to, and that's why it's called Pandora.
I had not heard that. That's fascinating.
Yeah, so then iHeart tried to copy the same thing. They said, hey, we stream at all of our radio stations on the phone now, but you can also do a Pandora-like streaming function as well. No, not that exciting.
Oh, you guys still here?
Yeah, we're still here.
Oh my God, what are you guys doing?
We're supposed to be talking about roads, but now we're talking about radio.
Oh,
the origin of the iHeartRadio app.
Yeah, YouTube.
How many viewers?
Like, not man.
Oh, probably.
Are you guys engineers?
I was supposed to be, but now I just play one on TV.
Oh, y'all got 100 viewers. Really?
Are they all gone? No, just kidding.
Y'all got like 63.
No, that's cool.
That's very good.
So we're doing all right tonight.
Oh! Wait, let me see. Oh yeah, 62 people watching.
Yeah.
Hey, you guys are famous.
We're doing all right.
Take care, guys.
Take care. Yeah, welcome to Florida. Having Phil Hendry flashbacks. Did you guys know Phil Hendry?
No.
Sounds familiar.
So Phil Hendry did a show, I think it's syndicated for a while. It's based out of KFI in LA, where he would have on these crazy guests who were just insane. and he would take so he would get this crazy guest, and then he'd have a listener call in and talk the guest down, and he'd kind of play the moderator. There was a catch. He was the crazy guest.
Oh.
So he would kill. He would have a phone there, and he would kill his mic, and he'd have arguments like, "Well, I'm just saying, we just ought to institutionalize everybody." You're saying we ought to institutionalize? Oh yeah, there's no point in it. And he was the king of that. The problem is the show would only last a few years because eventually the whole audience. The key at first is that the audience doesn't know he's the guest, and so they think like, "Where did you get this guy?" And then eventually they figure it out.
Yeah.
And then they're in on the joke, and then after a while the whole audience is in on the joke, and then nobody phones in anymore because they all know that So his show would like hit like a firework and then burn out. I think he did it 3 times over the course of KFI, but yeah. So somebody having Phil Hendry flashbacks.
That's wild.
Yeah, he was very talented. I think there's a documentary about it now. I remember calling a station requesting a favorite song and then getting a cassette ready to record it. And the worst, that's how I got started in piracy, right? I had B98.7 and Kissin' 97 ready to go. And my dad, for my birthday, found an FM tuner card for the computer. So it went in the printer port, and the printer port controlled the tuner.
Okay.
And then, so you had software to control the tuner, and then you'd run an audio cable, because printer port can't handle audio. The audio cable would go out and then back into the line in on the sound card.
Okay.
And so I could hit record and as I was listening to the radio, I'd be like, I like this song, and hit record and record it. That was some of my early baby steps into,
But yeah, that's like how a lot of stuff is just archived now, like from that era. Was like they didn't save a lot of that stuff, so
radio was never saved. There's too much of it, right?
Well, yeah. Well, like I'm specifically for like some like shows that were very, I don't know, local specific or something like that. Like,
well, like most people's archive tapes are people would record the songs, and as soon as the DJ came on, they'd turn it off.
Yeah.
My world, where I'd hang out with people, we did the opposite. So in high school, we'd record the radio station and then trade tapes through the mail with each other so we could hear other cities.
Wow.
And then if you go online, the term is called an air check, one word, AIRCHECK. And you can find a lot of old radio stations. Somebody put on here, they say the best glass good radio station Tampa Bay is Q105, I think. And but like if they're into like wanting to hear it 20, 30 years ago, you probably put Q105 Tampa air check and people have saved it. Here's the catch. Because of the way YouTube monetizes stuff that's copyrighted content, people scope the air check. So what they do is they do the opposite. So when the DJ's talking, you have all that, and then the music starts, and then it cuts out, and then it goes to the next, So, but it's still a kick because you can hear the music anywhere, but to be able to go back in time and be like, oh man, like I look up old Salt Lake City air checks. Most of them are ones I posted, but when I can find ones other people posted, it's like, it takes me back to the late 90s, when I was real nostalgic about this,
Yeah. I used to be a pizza delivery driver, and so it was like the local radio station back then was like amazing. And all
was that in Orlando?
No, actually, Gainesville.
Gainesville?
Yeah, and I think that was one of the last independent stations in Florida. At least that's what they were claiming. So I don't know. That was a different age for me.
You're right. It was just, and the thing is, we weren't tuning into the radio for the music. We thought we were.
Yeah.
We were tuning in because we don't want to be freaking alone in the car.
Yeah.
It's too lonely. Otherwise we just put on a cassette or a CD. But most of the time we want some companionship. And radio hit the spot because you knew the jock was live.
Yeah.
Because they had to be. And so that's why you tune in. You knew, that's right, I'm hanging out with some buddies, playing some music, we're having a good time, so people are calling in. And once that contract broke, today I don't think most people think the jock is live. I think most people assume it's probably recorded. We broke the myth. It's not exciting anymore. Why'd they want to show up?
Yeah, there was a lot of exciting things, like touring bands like this one touring band would prank call the radio station every time they were in, and like it was just this one band would do it because like they were friends with the DJ and stuff. And so it was like cool stuff like that, or like what was it? Like there was so many wild things that they would do just to do it. Like they'd play the same song like 5 times in a row just to do it.
Right.
Or they would, like, I think like one of their slogans for a while was like the official radio station of restaurant dishwashers and pizza delivery drivers. And I was like, yeah, that's me. They got me.
Right. You're having fun with the audience, you know? I mean, that's the whole goal. It's audience building, but they just, through corporate consolidation, they just lost their way, man. Although there's no logo anymore. Hog Boss Radio or something, but there's something.
Boss Hog Radio.
Boss Hog Radio.
You saw the billboards for that, huh?
They're billboards that, I don't know what this, it sounds like it's a little network of a few radio stations in northern Florida.
So they're based out of either Plant City or Lakeland. They have 2 AM frequencies, one out of the Plant City, Lakeland area, and one out of the Bushnell area, which is about 30 miles north of Wesley Chapel.
Okay.
And so they kind of have a little bit of a countryish type format. I heard one time in the evenings they had Wolfman Jack.
Like recordings of it?
Yeah. And so they were playing like, the American Graffiti era music. And then they'd throw in like a Dave Matthews Band song.
Right. It's something that you can get away with in like limited circumstances, like a small market. Like it's not even a market. It's just
small market stations are the best, in my opinion.
Yeah. So, but what was fun is, I actually had a live jock on. It was unpolished. He was doing a giveaway, but it was like really inelegant. And he's like, "Well, okay, we'll give it away, and let's play one more song, and then we'll come back and we'll give it away." Like, it was really unpolished, but and like I miss the days of having authentic and polished, but I'd take authentic and unpolished over polished and inauthentic. Yeah,
I was always authentic but unpolished. So.
Yeah, but it was real,
Exactly.
Okay, well, I think Alice in Oklahoma City's like that. I'll have to check that out. WPOI. Do you feel that conglomerates ruin industries? You guys were talking about how Clear Channel and iHeart duopolize radio. I see how many other industries. Absolutely. Like, that was why I was so scared about the Kroger Albertsons merger that thankfully got killed. Nothing good was going to come from letting Kroger and Albertsons merge. And that's my concern is, in order to have a healthy free market, you have to have competition. And if you could have an unlimited number of radio stations, like there's just the radio dial just kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Like, you don't have to, you can own as many YouTube channels as you want. I'm not worried about some conglomerate coming in and buying all the YouTube channels. Why? Because people will just make more.
Right.
It'll be fine. But in radio, you have limited space. And so I guess the theory is you could always open another grocery store, but there's limited commercial leasing opportunities for that in communities. And I mean, there is a little bit of a constraint where I was concerned letting these big things, not to mention the back end, if you're a supplier, I'm selling crackers, and it's like, okay, I'm negotiating between Walmart is a 100-pound gorilla and Amazon is a 100-pound gorilla, but then I'm also doing these little ones. I guess gorillas are more than 100 pounds, but anyway, 1,000-pound gorilla. But they have Kroger and Albertsons and all these,
Potbelly gorillas.
What's that?
They're potbelly gorillas.
And then, but if they start merging together, now I have fewer to negotiate with, so the competition breaks.
Yeah. There's also like the efficiencies of scale where, like, if you're a local grocer, you won't be able to negotiate with the national companies as effectively. Right.
And so you end up in trouble both ways. It's a bell curve, right? So that's partly why grocery chains got as big as they did, but I don't want to push them too far over the hill the other way where then it hurts the customers. And then, like, you get fired from Kroger, you're like, okay, we'll go check out Albertsons. But if Kroger and Albertsons are now all one company, you get fired. It's like, well, you go reapply at the same company. So I think that happens in industries all the time. Mm-hmm. I do think that in the U.S. we do still have somewhat of a relatively healthy antitrust system that's trying to prevent that, but I don't think it's nearly as good as it needs to be.
Yeah.
I think there's certain, particularly in tech, what I think's happened is you say, well, Google has competition with Apple, and Apple has competition with Facebook, and but they really don't, because Apple's in the hardware business, Google's in the advertising business and search business. Facebook's in the social media, Meta's in the social media business. It's like they've all kind of carved out their niche, and they're not trying to really compete with each other. Google doesn't.
Well, it's like there's duopolies where it's like you have like Google competes with Meta on like because they're both ad serving. That's really where the money comes from. Or then like you have iPhone and you have Androids. Like you have two choices basically.
Right. And so there's some competition. Like I say, it's not totally dead, but it's like I haven't seen Apple wasn't trying. Like I thought DuckDuckGo was a backdoor thing that Apple was putting money into because eventually they were going to buy it and compete with Google on search. You'd have like Apple.com, but Apple.com was a search engine powered by DuckDuckGo. No, I was wrong, apparently. Apple has no interest in competing on search. Apple has no interest in competing with OpenAI on AI. Like,
do you know who does fund DuckDuckGo?
Who?
Google.
Oh, really?
Can you imagine why?
It's antitrust.
I don't know.
So because that's why I always want. I love Firefox, but Google funds Firefox. But the reason I think Google funds Firefox is so that when you have an antitrust thing, there's actually a competitor. Because if every single browser is powered by Chromium, it's kind of hard to argue that's not a monopoly. But you're like, but Firefox, they're running on their own crazy thing that mostly doesn't crash, and
Yeah.
But then Google funds it, so.
But they don't control it though.
Yeah.
So it's something.
It's like Toyota investing in Subaru and Mazda. Why would they do that? Yeah, I'll probably wrap up here in just 2 seconds. Let me just see. I think the Union Pacific and Norfolk Southern merger. Yeah, I don't think that's a good idea. We'll watch it and see. But that started as a rumor last summer, and it's turning into a very real merger talk. I think when you don't have enough competition in freight, if eventually you just end up with one giant freight provider, I don't think those prices are going to be very good. I'm still mad Apple snatched up dark sky weather. They had a great API. I never got a chance to use it.
Yeah, I used it in a few projects. It was really, really good.
Was it?
Yeah, I think it was free. So it's like if you just needed to know like weather information, you can just pull it out. There's other services now though. So
the one I really enjoy, it doesn't have any widgets or anything, but I enjoy is Zoom.Earth, where it's like a Google Maps style map, and you just kind of takes up the whole screen, and you just sort of scroll around. They've got an ad-free version that I think is like $10 a year or something for the phone, but the one on the computer is great because I think you can see the cloud layer, so you can like kind of zoom out and see where the clouds are. And, that's the main thing that popped up in my head when you mentioned duopoly. I think Union Pacific Norfolk Southern merger, a year later you'll see BNSF and CPKC merge, and we'll be left with two Class 1 railroads. Exactly. That's exactly what happened with we let Disney buy the Fox assets, so then that justified Warner Brothers and Discovery merging, and then because that happened, now apparently they're going to merge with Skydance and all the CBS Paramount stuff, and it's which is then going to feed in what, a Netflix, Disney buying Netflix. I just don't see good things happening. Now the good news with intellectual property is you can tell them all to pound sand. I'm not a Star Wars fan anymore because they've ruined it. So
Andor?
No, well, I haven't seen Andor. Andor makes me, just seeing the cover of it makes me sad. Star Wars is supposed to be happy, not a story of a fascism takeover thing that just makes me sad. I don't know.
Okay.
It's too feels too Germany to me. 1940s.
Well, it's more, but it's also about like how did people resist Germany?
I don't want that. I want the happy. Like, I realized something. I'm not a Star Wars fan.
You like the fantasy of it.
I realized I'm actually not a Star Wars fan.
Okay.
I like some Harrison Ford films because I go, 1 wasn't very good. It was not good. 2 was worse. And 3 was kind of interesting, but it just still wasn't that good. It was kind of like wrapping up an okay ending on a very bad trilogy.
Which trilogy are we talking about?
Star Wars.
Oh, the original
1, 2, 3. I'm doing actual numbers.
So you're talking about the 90s prequels?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Harrison Ford wasn't in those.
Exactly.
Okay.
1 was bad. 2 was worse. and 3 was tying a bow, an okay looking bow on a very bad.
Okay.
But the originals and the originals in the 70s, those are all classic. Empire Strikes Back. I can only find one flaw with Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah.
How if Luke was training with Yoda, you'd assume that training took months, long time, right?
Sure.
But at the same time, they're running around being chased by the Empire in the Millennium Falcon and end up at Lando's cloud house. And they imply there he's at Lando's for like a day, right?
Yeah.
So if those happen at the same time, were they getting chased by the Empire for months? Or, worse yet, did Luke only train with Yoda for like 2 days?
He trained with Obi-Wan for like an afternoon.
Yeah, and then he trained with Yoda for like a weekend, and then he defeated the Empire at the end. Like, and that's not saying like there's a time problem there that doesn't make sense.
So
Otherwise, it's a perfect movie.
You're saying that like OSHA 40 certification is a harder thing than a Jedi Master.
Or using the Force is sort of like a stick shift, right? You can learn it in a weekend, but then it takes the rest of your life to master it, you know? After you burn out your first clutch, you learn you're using the Force wrong. Anyway, and then Jedi was really good too. So then I get to 7, and I go, okay, this is kind of fun. It's a rehash of 4, but it's like trying to reintroduce new characters. I'm excited in the next few movies to really get to know these guys like Poe and Rey, and you know, I mean, but we didn't really develop them, but that's okay. I'm sure it'll be great. And then they slice Harrison Ford in half, and I'm like, okay, well, whatever, that's sad. And then I watched 8, and it was the worst Star Wars movie I had ever seen in my life. 8 was terrible. I walked out of the theater shouting, that was worse than a prequel. And I got some laughs from the... and then I think 9, I watched it
Some
on...
entertainment.
I think I watched 9 on streaming because I'd given up at that point. And 9 was not good.
I think 9 was worse than 8, personally.
Yeah, they
but,
were
yeah.
both bad. And so at that point, I realized, you know what? The only thing in common between the movies I liked and the movies I didn't like, because I can't even say Carrie Fisher, because Carrie Fisher was in 7, 8, and part of 9. And then the way they kill Leia off, it's literally like, oh, I think I'm gonna just lay down and have a nap, and then she disappears.
And
I'm
Chewie
like,
gets the medal finally.
yeah.
Which is such a weird thing to put in.
And then 8, where Luke
Oh yeah. Everything.
rescues everybody, but it turns out he did some kind of forced projection so that he could save his life. But then he dies anyway. So I'm like, all right, you know what? Change of plan. I'm not a Star Wars fan. I'm a fan of select Harrison Ford films.
Here's a theory though for you. I'm pretty sure the original trilogy, 4, 5, 6, George Lucas did not have full creative control over those.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, so I'm betting it's actually that.
Yeah.
He had somebody that was like, no, dude, that's a bad idea.
Well, evidently Kathleen Kennedy shouldn't have had full control over 7, 8, 9 either, because how on earth they ran. It's Disney. Disney doesn't make flops. I was so excited to hear Disney was buying Star Wars, and I told my coworkers these are going to be great because Disney doesn't ruin things. And then they ruined them.
This is such a weird conversation.
Anyway. For more about transportation, let's check a couple of these, and then 1 o'clock for sure. I got to wrap up, so we're in the final 10 minutes here. That'll be 10, 11, 1, 12, 11, 10 on the West Coast. Sounds good. Okay.
That poor guy's got to get his grandmother's SIM card.
So I got to be really judicious on which
which
ones I pick here, because we're almost out of time here.
Oh yeah.
Hello from Canada. Yeah, it's true. I gotta still eat my dinner too. Any plans to film any videos up in Canada? I planned this last year to like I feel bad what Canada's going through. We're not being a good neighbor. Solidarity. I'll go up to Canada and some Canadian videos. And what did I end up doing? I ended up filming a bunch of videos in the American South. So I will get it. I've got a passport. I'm going to use it. It hasn't happened yet. Gordie Howe Bridge between Detroit and Windsor is about to open. That's cool. That's good. That'd be fun to go see. They're ones I reached out to try to do a story with, and they just weren't interested in working with me. But that's okay. It's becoming a common theme, but that's all right. There's so many the thing is, there's so many transportation stories that shooting for the moon and going for the big projects is not the way to go. I'm realizing, like, if a DOT in a big state doesn't want to work with me, that's fine. There's a lot of metropolitan planning organizations and transit agencies and counties and cities and states and consulting firms and all kinds of things that are eager to talk too. So it's okay. There's a never-ending bucket of stories. So, hey, we got a super chat. All right. The drought has ended. Thank you very much to Userman123. Rob, you're live. I just got here. What's the QRD? What's QRD? Yeah, I'm going to wrap up in 10 minutes. So unfortunately, because I'm doing it on, what is it with whistling diesels all over this? Not the YouTuber, but I'm in the South. Well, they say in Florida, the farther south you go, the more north it gets.
Yep. Yeah. Well, the more north you go, the more south you go. Is actually what it's how I phrase it. Yeah. So, but you're right.
But I'm trying to focus on the positive side of it. Run down quick. Okay, so that's what QRD is. I just Googled it. The good news is you can pretend it's live and rewind, and you'll have several hours to go back. So the time zone's not working in my favor. If I were out west, I'd just be getting started because I'm coming up on 10 o'clock. But because I started East Coast, I wanted some light. I started at what would be 3:30 Pacific, and now it's 1 in the morning. I haven't had dinner yet. These poor gentlemen, I'm sure, have jobs and things they want to go to, but they're being cool and hanging out. So
it's Friday night.
Yeah. Oh, it's Friday night? Oh, that's fine. I don't feel so bad.
And I know some places.
For me,
I know some places that are still open. So.
Oh, I'm going to go to Salem's. It's open until 4, and I'm going to go get something
Salem's
really weird.
Okay.
Calamari.
Let me take you out.
Calamari rings. You know, onion rings.
I don't know about that, but.
Because there's just Salem's over on 19, right?
Okay. Yeah. Actually, I've not had Salem's here yet.
Yeah.
It's good.
It's weird and it's fantastic.
Yeah.
Yes.
We got a super, but thank you, Userman123, for your super chat. Ursatsi, with a double-digit super chat, says, "Have a good night." Well, you too. Thank you both. My suggestion here that I can get a hoagie from Wawa on the way home.
Oh yeah, 24 hours.
Really?
Yeah. Is it in terms of food quality? Like if Buc-ee's is up here, some of these other chains like Wawa and stuff, how do they compare?
Wawa's hoagie's really good.
Yeah, so it's like 75%. Like
Their pizza's not very good.
Okay. Well, I don't know. I've ever heard of a good gas station pizza, but
no, the coffee very good.
Yeah, I've heard that too.
Hey, we got this. Isn't weird. It's peak conversation. Well, I say.
It's a far-ranging conversation.
Yeah, there's a few things. It's the Peter Griffin, what grinds my gears, and I've got some opinions on Star Wars that had to get out.
I had actually just finished eating dinner. I put on the TV just to like listen. I saw, oh hey, you're streaming, and then you were talking about like they painted over a mural on the road, and I was like, wait, he's in Florida, right? And I was like, wait, there's only like 2 cities. No, it's not here, is it? And then I saw like you were like filming from the park over there. I'm like, I know that park. So
I'm glad each of you came down. It's fun. I mean, I have no problem talking myself, but I remember early on, hey, Userman123 with double digits here for supper. Go eat, man. Okay, I will in 6 minutes.
I remember.
Thank you.
I remember when you did the Chicago.
Oh yeah.
And you had a whole entourage.
Yeah, that one, what happened is the audience kind of got left out because I've since learned 2 phones. So I can be watching the chat and making sure we're still all together. What happened with the Chicago one is I got so busy hanging out with everybody else that it was like the stream started dropping off because people were like, oh, he's not paying attention to us. So I want to make sure that you're part of it too, because you're why I'm doing it, you know. I'm astounded MDOT from Michigan isn't interested working with you. My home state of Michigan has let me down. It wasn't MDOT. So MDOT, that project, all the PR, so I had a contact through MDOT. I thought I had an in because I had done the Portland Bridge project, and the guy who's retired from that, whose name escapes me, had been involved with Gordie Howe. And I'm like, oh, I'll get an introduction, it'll be fine. But I just ended up getting a phone number. It was somebody at MDOT. They forwarded me to the private PR consulting firm that does and the PR consulting firm weeded me out. So So that was sort of the end of that. But yeah, no, it's good gas station pizza is at Casey's. I've been meaning to try their breakfast pizza tonight. Never got around to it. But okay, we got 4 minutes left, and then we'll call it. But because tomorrow I get to take a whole bunch of interview material from a great story that's coming up.
Oh yeah.
And go through all of it and write a script around it so that Sunday I can then run around Tampa filming all of it and then check it all Monday, and then maybe I'll be done with Florida at that point. I'll have to see.
That's awesome.
Unless another story works out, which I'm hoping it does. But
I would love to learn more about Jacksonville.
The Jackson
Turbo Roundabout.
Yeah.
the Jacksonville. So the Turbo Roundabout, the first one is in California. I met the designer of it. He was all gung-ho to do it.
Yeah.
I've been so busy running around and doing all these other stories, I haven't gotten back to him. I even saw him at the conference last year. I said, I'm still going to totally do that story. Let's do it. And I feel bad. We're coming up here. June, I'm going to see him again and be like, I still want to do that story. It's losing its novelty of being new when it's been around for a couple of years.
This subject, it doesn't matter.
And on top of that, it's not common.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not yet. Have you driven a Turbo Roundabout?
I drove the one in Jacksonville.
What'd you think?
I thought it was very streamlined. And I think they have something similar down in Sarasota.
Was it connecting kind of two highway-like roads?
So the one in Jacksonville is it's an intersection of two state highways, and I think one of them is like 2 lanes undivided, and I think the other one might be 2 lanes undivided, but I don't remember. And then on the other side, it connects into a private university.
When I kind of felt like you really want a freeway interchange, but you can't afford it. A Turbo Roundabout's great because it's a machine. It is not really meant for being a pretty thing in the middle of a city. It's designed to spit traffic in and out as fast as it
You
can.
should look at what they did in downtown Sarasota.
Downtown Sarasota?
US 41 and the Ringling Causeway.
Okay. I'll go on Google Maps and check it out. I don't think I'll get a chance to drive down there, but Ringling Causeway and in Sarasota.
It's about 45 minutes south of here.
Okay, and barring anything else, I think a good place to end here, a very important question. Pineapple on pizza.
I'm not answering that.
Yes or no?
I'll say yeah. Yeah.
Pineapple on pizza?
I like pineapple, I like pizza, but I cannot do sweet and savory at the same time.
So something happened to me. I was never a pineapple on pizza person, but my parents are Californians. That's all they ate. And so I, as a kid, I'm like, pepperoni, we need a pineapple on pizza.
I just had like...
You know, your tastes change every 7 years, right?
Okay.
So I'm at Christmas at my parents' house. We're all getting pizzas. I got my gluten-free crust, and I'm calling in to order, and I blurt out, pineapple and Canadian bacon. And I'm like, why did I'm going to regret that. Why did I say that? So it was the best pizza I've had in my life. My tastes have changed. And so the best gluten-free pizza I've ever had is a Detroit-style gluten-free one, which I didn't know existed, in Gainesville.
Oh.
Square something
That
pizza.
makes sense, actually.
Hey, everybody,
Gainesville's fun.
they looked at me, ham and pineapple. Fantastic! Oh man! So,
Pineapple on a Supreme, actually.
is that the Turbo Roundabout there?
This is the one in Sarasota.
Okay, it's a little bit different. The one in California, they actually have concrete barriers to hold you in your lane.
Oh.
It's a freeway interchange on the ground. Now you're making. As soon as I get home, I should go do that.
This one has a concrete barrier.
Well, that's for a slip for the right turn. I'm talking in the roundabout. You actually approach at a full right angle. So go to Hollister, California.
I was going to pull up the one in Jacksonville.
Oh, okay, we can look at that too.
I love that you know exactly where it is just from the map.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
despite the conversation, we've got a bunch of road people here.
Yeah, clearly.
Okay, that's more of a turbo roundabout,
Right.
where you come in at a full right angle and then the curb holds you till it dumps you out.
Yeah.
And the one in Hollister, California, has a whole bunch of curbs. And so there's big freeway overhead signs that tell you exactly what lane to be in, and you don't think, you just follow the curbs. I don't understand what happened. I just know my car went in somewhere and it spat me out somewhere, and I'm like, that's where I wanted to be.
Oh, that's
Where in
fun.
Hollister is it?
It's these two highways.
Yeah, just image search.
Here?
Yeah,
I think so.
There, right?
Yeah.
That's it?
Yeah, so it's a machine. I mean,
Oh,
it's
okay.
just
Yeah, it looks like a
you
Kia.
don't even think about it. It just you go in and it spits you out, and it
That is a completely new concept to me. I've
yeah,
never heard of
because California counties are interesting because I'm used to states having an enormous role in paying for new infrastructure. Like Utah builds a new freeway, it's something that the state of Utah, the legislature is appropriating money. Nevada is the same way. But in a huge state like California, they can't do it that way. So it's self-help counties. You as the county, you want to improve the state transportation in your county, you guys have to raise the money and do it yourselves. So San Benito County, where Hollister is, has almost no commercial. So what happens is they have to pay for it themselves. So they didn't have enough money to do a full freeway interchange. They did the turbo roundabout instead. It's worked pretty well. Okay.
Check that out next time I'm out there.
So, okay, well, it was a pleasure. Make sure I'm caught up live, that I haven't missed anyone's super chats. But thanks again, Userman123, Ersatz, Userman, and many others tonight. And that's all it's showing me. They're a lot of fun. St. Pete's got a good vibe to it. Appreciate you guys coming by.
We appreciate you coming out here to Florida.
Yeah. Well, you can thank the war breaking out because I had to help a friend move, and I was already in Houston for the ATSA conference. I said, well, maybe I better help you move, and then I'm gonna do some stories. And
Okay.
so very thin silver lining on a very ugly rain cloud. So
Fun times, yeah.
so, all right. Well, good night, everyone. Let me hit stop. Figure out how to hit stop. I think I hit the X. I think I know how to stop it. I've done this before.
Throw the phone on the ground.
That works. The other phone, I'd be very happy to do that. My S22 with the dead battery.